So, I'm actually an idiot. I forgot to get my water. I refilled it, but I forgot to bring it over. I'll be back in just a moment. Fun start. Always stay hydrated. Dark Tide was, it's fun, but I have not decided yet whether I actually want to delete one of my characters so that I can play the new class. I woke up this morning and I stared at the character creation sheet and I turned it back off. I was like, I can't. It really sucks when Fat Shark decides after a very long time of allowing something to happen, just arbitrarily decides, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. Like they did the same thing with quell canceling. For 2 years, that was a part of the game. Since it was they knew about it. They knew about it as a feature as well. It was a bug. It was always never intended to be in the game, but they knew about it since open beta, and they did nothing about it for 2.5 years since the open beta. And so at that point, I reasonably assumed, oh yeah, it's just going to be a part of the game going forward. And then, no, it wasn't. They decided to finally get rid of it after 2.5 years. And I was just like, all right, guys, that's all right, okay. And then they've just done it again. They have known people have been making more characters than they're supposed to be able to for the longest time, and they have done nothing about it. They have not even acknowledged it, and they didn't stop anybody from doing it until just now. Now, suddenly I can't have more than 8 characters. It is now a server-side requirement to not go over the character limit. Meanwhile, there are people out there who have, like, dozens of characters because they just created it because they could. I don't know how they're faring. Who knows? Maybe they're not even allowed to log in anymore. Maybe they're being forced to delete their character. I don't fucking know. All I know is the inconsistency they've shown is starting to turn me off a little bit. Worst part is I can't even refund it. I bought the expansion, so you would think I could make a character, but no, I have to delete one first. Sag. I did that to myself. I mean, it's at the end of the day, the fault is on me. I was playing the game the way they didn't want me to play, and because of that, it did. You know what? The whatchamacallit, I don't have enough to make another row, and that makes me irrationally upset. I need to go get more mac and cheese. we need to have an entire full row. It's going to feel incomplete if I don't have a full row. Was it 12 on the y-axis? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I need to go find more 3 more mac and cheese now, so I can have another full row. Found some more bowls and mugs. More electrical kit. Yeah, that would at least be balanced. That would at least be balanced. That would do it. We'll get a few more later and then make a full row out of it. And some parts, and that should be just about it. I don't want to sort through all of my loot right now because that would take forever. But I do want to get what's in my backpack out of the way. I don't know how long I'm going to rock the SWAT hat. It's fun. It is. I'm rocking it right now because it's the rarest hat in the game for me. We're actually almost to 700 hours now on Annie. Almost 700 hours, and that is the only SWAT hat we've found. Because we've only found one SWAT truck. And that was, I'm not going to call it disappointing. It was definitely one of the experiences of all time. God damn it. CA makes the stupidest of jokes, and I just laugh at them every fucking time. Just found out crows have lost the ability to communicate. Scientists are scrambling to find the cause. Fuck, get out of here. I need to ban him from my fucking Discord. God damn it. Oh, we love our fucking jarhead here. Yet another pair of coveralls. This is a special one, though. This is a boiler suit in SWAT. Although it's not SWAT, because this is just like standard law enforcement blue. But I'll put it over here with the LEOs anyway. I'll just leave these, we picked up some firefighter gear. It's in pristine condition. Whenever I get pristine condition gear, I'm questioning as to whether I should sacrifice it for air mid thread or not, because I do have a fair bit of air mid thread, so maybe I'll use it for something else. Otherwise, it'll stay there. It'll stay there for now. And that is everything superfluous from both my backpack and the loot van we brought back with us yesterday. So there's yesterday, well, yesterday in-game. In real life, I was doing nothing but playing Darktide yesterday. And Blast Corps. I've been playing a lot of Blast Corps. That is a game I may or may not stream someday. Although the problem with Blast Corps is, I can get a little salty when playing that game. Get a little salty, start yelling at the computer. We have a full vehicle repair kit now for Jericho. Just for Jericho. I mean, Jericho already had everything it needed in droves, but now it has spare stuff set aside as well. Well, let's see. We can remove this marking. We successfully looted these generators. Now I need to head back to Butch and check the generator there. I've actually spent a little bit too much time in the south here, and because of that, Butch has been running its generator this whole time. That's a fridge that's been running this whole time that is not been refilled. It's possibly gotten very low. After all this time, my ability to keep track of more than one base is not fully diminished, but I've done better in the past. These fucking... Oh my god. Okay, I need to get this muffler outside. Otherwise, the van is looking alright. I'm surprised it didn't take any damage the other day. The only thing I'm thinking about now is food. For anybody joining, welcome. Just as a quick recap, we are cleaning up a little bit of stuff that I left kind of unfinished at the end of last stream. We're not going to clean up everything on the floor right here, because that's a lot of stuff. I like to do that in shifts. We are, right now, what we've got to do is we're probably going to close up shop here at Jericho. And then head back to Butch, make sure everything up there is in good order, and then resume exploration from Butch. I'm willing to bet that we actually probably lost our generator up north. The one that's been right here is already down to 67%. Yeah, the one up north is probably out. Which means I may have lost what's in the fridges up north. If that's the case, then I need to permanently resign my ability to maintain 2 bases at once. Wait a minute, I forgot to turn it... Supposed to turn it back off. Okay. So we are done with the lights here in the center of the base. We will continue to run the freezer generators. These ones out here. I hate cows in this game right now. Wonder if I can get them to stop that.
Hey!
Nope.
Hey!
They'll eventually de-stress themselves, but for now, they're staying in the loony bin. I just need some more planks so I can rebuild the door for the 15th time. I don't have an axe. I don't know why I was going in that direction. Perhaps part of me was holding out hope that there would be another one on the floor there. Nope. Alright, fine. See, I have to keep the animals inside that house there instead of the pen that I built for them, because if I don't, they can attack the walls of the pen that I built them because they're stressed. And right now, the only way to stop them from attacking anything randomly is to put them in an enclosure that they can't attack. Animals basically can attack anything that zombies can whenever they're stressed. So the true solution to that is never let your animals get stressed. And if they do, well, fuck, that sucks, doesn't it? Because their stress does not go away at all, ever, sometimes. This is why I leave a bunch of doorknobs and door hinges and nails on the floor. This also should be where I leave all of my spare planks. Gonna need them. That won't be the last time they destroy that door. It's just a matter of time before they find it again. Alright, the generators are actually topped up completely, so we don't even need to... They're both good. We're just headed back to Butch now. Great. Respawns on the road here. Just a small pocket. We can ignore them for now. I don't think there's anything I need to pick up at Reed right now. Everything that I needed from here is more or less recovered. Now, there is still a generator on the roof. We are going to leave that there. The generator that is on the roof at Reed here, that can stay here. Because, now, you know what we are going to take from here? The mac and cheese is going to join our decoration back at Jericho. So we're definitely taking the mac and cheese with us. But yeah, everything else is, This place is more or less in a state of mothball now. Hello. Fucking... This is what I get for not policing my supply line often enough. Bunch of zombies while I'm stressed. Fuck all of y'all. Sorry, I said stressed. I meant tired. Welcome to Louisville. Something I definitely need to do at some point is take the take my logging vehicle just down my logistical route that I just traveled. That entire route I just traveled has so many logs just laying around that I could probably come home with a half shipment of lumber just from nothing but logs that have been laying around. Okay, the generator here is not dead. That's actually really good. It is down to 34% fuel, so we really edged ourselves there. But I am no longer not confident in my ability to maintain multiple bases. I just need to be, well, in a perfect world, I wouldn't let it get quite that low. Fuckers hanging around my garage there. They're actually going to make some noise down this way. So anybody else in the area will come over here instead of towards my generator. And we're going to be using firearms more than blades because we're tired. And a bit of a skill issue. I'm not actually carrying around coffee at the moment. Okay, that wasn't too bad, but, I mean, you know, respawns near any one of my bases is always annoying to deal with, but, oh, look at that. Didn't you hear the gunshots, pal? We're gonna do another perimeter check before I start pumping fuel. Okay. Plenty of eggs and potatoes. We're going to take a little bit of kale out of the freezer. We won't be able to use it yet because it's still frozen. But overnight it will unfreeze and we'll be able to start using it. We've actually still got some beef from our last cow slaughtering. Just have some hard-boiled eggs real quick. Easy meal. Gotta get our first sleep in, so... Perhaps overnight we'll cook something a little bit more substantive. Oops. We're right on track to get ourselves out of weight gain at the right moment. So we're still rapidly gaining weight. We're at 84.3 kilo. We want to stop gaining weight before we get to 85 kilo, ideally. And we're only at 1,800 calories. So as long as we don't, as long as we keep our meals light, nice and light. To be entirely honest, kale is actually probably a bit heavy. So we're gonna focus on just beef and eggs for now. Let's put up a couple griddle pans and do some beef and egg helpings. I think all three of those came out to be in the 30s. 30, 36, 23. Close enough. Two generators and Charms Flowers here. Okay. Oh, the game is playing two different music tracks now. We haven't had that glitch in a little while, but that is definitely one that could hit you when you're playing the current build. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get ahead of that now. As much as I like this game's music, we're not going to be playing two tracks of it at once. Ay, Dios míos. Alright. We've got our own little mix of the game's soundtrack here. Abuski. We need to refuel the ambulance and get a few cans of gas out. Also need to watch the ambulance. We're done with the ambulance for the immediate moment. I only just now started hearing that. Far enough to get blood all over this place, but my desire to keep this place clean kind of flew out the window along with the window. Ever since I accidentally corporal forced a couple of my windows, yeah, we just want to keep it defended. I'm not really gonna go break my. I'm not gonna break my spine just to keep this place well defended again. I'm gonna keep it secure. I'm not going to try to keep it perfect. It's actually 4 a.m. right now. We can go ahead and get our second sleep in. We've done a good job of burning calories. As long as we burn off another 500 in the next couple of hours, we will definitively stay below the fatty threshold. Never let yourself get over 85 kilo and you'll be happier for it, apparently. So this was temporary storage for stuff that I looted from Grand Ohio Mall, firearms related. So we can actually consolidate this into our gun vehicles now. Ammo vehicles, rather. Ooh. You know, this game has body part distribution for things like body heat and circulation. Why not fat? Why is it not a part of this game where it determines where the fat goes? Because that's important, in my opinion. Certain parts are allowed to be chunkier than others. Alright, we're supposed to be dividing our calibers of ammo based on the more often used ones and the less often used ones. So 308, 44 mag, and then a little bit of surplus 45 auto in that one, and then over here we've got everything I'm constantly using. I'm not actually that good about this distribution. It's hard to maintain sometimes. I mean, we've got a little bit of everything in both at this point. That's alright. It's easier to set on. Can confirm. Perfect. So we're back to about 300 total encumbrance worth of ammunition. Not counting what's already in the ambulance. Oh, I've actually got so many loose boxes of 44 over here that I can pack them into a carton. Yeah. Only this game actually had body types. Every single male and every single female in this universe that we're playing in right now is 100% the same thing. I mean, I guess I should count my blessings. I mean, at least there are still differences between males and females. I mean, in this, the way this game does things, where everything is the same, I would not be surprised if they tried to even reduce sexual dimorphism, just to make it run a little smoother when there's a billion zombies on screen. At some point, we will bring Meals on Wheels in here and loot the rest of this place. Well, actually, this is all... Very little of this is food on this side. It is on this back wall here. No, none of this is food. I feel like if this actually was food, I would have looted it by now. But this is a, this is your target back here. Your super center. Even more so than a lot of gigamerts. What we got back here is this. That is not food. This is not food. This is a toy. This entire aisle that I'm in right now is the toy aisle. Is the actual food on this side? All these shelves look the damn same. No, this is all toys too. Fuck is the food? Was I wrong about considering this place a Gigamart competitor? If there's none of these are food shelves. Okay, fair enough. I thought this place was basically a, Huh. You know, I think these empty shelves right here, I think these were food shelves. So there was a little bit of food, but, definitely not a Gigamart. Definitely not a Gigamart. $158, $163. So we're up to like 320 something like that. Yeah. Okay, that's not bad. Does Volt Mojo is no longer Meals on Wheels. This is, I'm gonna repurpose this later on as needed. Windshield is fucking terrible. Got a hood on the floor there. I think it's been repaired once already. No, it hasn't been. So I'll just replace the one on here with something better. The one that's on the floor I'll repair later. Surprisingly, I don't have a lot of windshields. And the few that I do are in really, really good condition. I would feel really bad about slapping an 88% on Volt Mojo, because Volt Mojo is not a... That's like a tertiary vehicle. I can't even call it a secondary. Like, I would sooner take... yeah, I'm gonna slap one of those 88 windshields on my actual ambulance. Yeah, the ambulance's windshield is down to 68. So we're just going to do a little swap. The ambulance gets a lot of the wear and tear, so it needs the best that I got. Sounds like somebody just died. R.I.P. Volt Mojo just needs a new set of headlights now. Other than that, it is good to go. Now, the rear door on the ambulance actually looks like it could use a fix-up. That I just need a welding torch for. Also get some new headlights for the Vault Mojo. Should have a few bulbs. Oh yeah, we got a few. I'm just going to take most of these light bulbs out of the electrical storage and store them on the floor next to the vehicle repair shop. Except two of these light bulbs are in shit condition. Oh, they're on the floor. Right. Let's get rid of those. Shitting up my user interface. Dumpster over here. You can steal a few more to go with it. I do wish they would. I wish they would do something other than just play noise. Because like right now, what are the meta events but just a noise maker? I can do that too. I have a hotkey to make noise. I have a hotkey to make.
Hey.
Hang on a second. Wait a minute. That was the wrong button, wasn't it? Was it Alt Win Q?
Hey.
No, that wasn't it. Control Win Q. No, that wasn't it either. Weird. I guess I broke my, I must have broke my hotkey. Damn. Have to figure that out later. We're going to put the light bulbs I just picked up into the trunk of Trade Winds here. I think there's just slightly enough room for it. Trade Winds is carrying around all my good tires, so it's really full. That's okay. I brought over here a welding torch and a propane tank and a couple steel sheets. There was a hood. A couple of front doors that we could fix, but I don't want to blow my steel sheets on that right now. In fact, I just wanted to really repair the trunk of the or not the trunk, but the rear door of the ambulance. It's fallen below 50%, and it doesn't give any visual feedback, which is a little deceptive, right? Most of the time, if something's falling below a certain percentage on your vehicle, you'll see a visual feedback of some sort, like it'll start looking shitted up or something. But the rear door of the ambulance is now down to 48%, and it doesn't show anything. So I've got to take off the rear windshield, and then the rear door, and then I can repair the rear door. It has not been repaired yet, so this will bring it straight to 100%. Beautiful. Total integrity of the ambulance back up to 75. I'm not too worried about the rest of the ambulance now. The tires on the ambulance. At one point, these front left and front right on the ambulance were at 100% at one point. The fact that they're down to 60% now, that is telling. That is very telling. Especially now, you guys, anybody who watch my streams long enough, you know I go out of my way to avoid even running over just zombie corpses on the ground. And yet, because of that, the wear and tear on this ambulance is still out of this world. We're actually gonna, I think I am gonna upgrade the tires. 60% is not going to cause any problems that I know of, but I just, I have better tires. I feel morally obligated to use them. So Vault Mojo has been freshly repaired. It's in perfect condition now, and it has a trunk that can fill a lot of stuff. I am probably going to use it as a refueling vehicle at some point, because we've got all these gas cans right here, and an entire gas station to fill them with. So we'll just need to find a parking spot for it until then. How's about we park it over hereabouts? You know what? It'll look really nice in front of this wall with the vines on it. Look at that. It almost matches. It's a little too dark of a green, but that's fine. It's the little things you got to enjoy in this game sometimes. I actually do have to step away very briefly, IRL, probably about a minute and a half here. So I'm just going to park the ambulance here, and I will leave Annie inside the ambulance where she's safe, and I shall be right back. Yeah, just about a minute and a half. One moment. All right, we are back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. As a quick recap for anybody joining, we're just doing a little bit of vehicle work to get started today. And we are working on the ambulance. What we're going to do is give... The ambulance is the vehicle we use most often here. So we are going to give the ambulance the best parts we have available to us right now. I remember doing a redo of the brakes and suspension recently, so I feel like I probably don't have to redo those. But the tires, definitely. Yeah, both the brakes and the suspensions are still above 70% across the board, so I'm not bothering with that. It's the fact that the tires are below 60%. That's, yeah. Or, sorry, below 70%. Usually when something on my main heavy-duty vehicles fall below 70%, that's when I start thinking about redoing them. All right. We are going to need our vehicle tools, which we have a spare kit right here. So we're going to start by taking off the old tires. And what we're going to do is just leave them on the ground for now. These are still good tires, but they're just not befitting my main vehicle. I'm going to give the best to my main vehicle, and then probably these tires that are not quite as good, I'll leave them on the floor and put them on one of my other vehicles. But yeah, we've got a whole the entire trunk of this Tradewinds step van here is just basically mostly full with tires and suspensions. So we've got a whole laundry list of performance tires to pick up to pick from. I'm going to go ahead and put a couple of these that are in the high 80s on the front left and front right. The rear left and rear right are not as damaged, so I'm not. They don't need to be replaced right now. And I do have good news for anybody who has not played the later build or the most recent builds of B42. They have finally fixed the problem of tires not retaining their pressure after you swap them out. So we no longer have to inflate them from zero, thankfully. That's been a problem for a very long time. As long as I've been playing this game, that's been a silly little problem. But now, thankfully, you take a wheel off, you replace it. The tire does not lose its inflation just because you take it off. There are plenty of other mechanics that cause the tire to lose its inflation, but that's no problem. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that the wheel friction that you get is the highest when it is a performance tire. You know what? That feels weird. Hang on a second. I'm going to close and reopen this. 2.3, 1.28. Now that is bizarre. Okay, so 82% performance tire pressure 40 out of 40. Versus the rear left here is 75%, and the tire pressure is 40 out of 40. It is a performance tire. Its wheel friction is only 1.28. I don't understand that. Maybe that's just a disparity between the front and the back tires? Hang on. Is that true for other... No, that's not true for other vehicles. The disparity between front and rear, that's weird. That tells me that you lose a ton of friction on your tires, performance tires specifically, when you drop out of 80% and go down to the 70s. Unfortunately, we can't see the friction amounts for the tires that are not on the vehicle at the moment. And I'm just out of curiosity, I'm going to take a tire off and put it back on again and see if anything changes. So it was 1.28 before, we put it back on, and it's now 2.28. Okay, I don't know what just happened. I took the tire off, I put it back on, and its friction went up by 1. I'm okay. Is it really random? There's no way. It was 1.27 before we took that off. Now we put it back on. 2.27. There's something really weird going on there. Okay, you know what? Wheel friction is supposed to be related to pressure. If I remember my car zone episodes. Yeah. I'm wondering if tire pressure is supposed to affect wheel friction, but wheel friction isn't getting recalculated. Because nothing changed about the wheel friction when we pumped these tires up. But when we took the rear tires off, put them back on, it changed. So I'm going to take the front right tire off, even though I just put it on there. I'm going to put it back on. It was at 2.30 something. We put it back on now, and it's 2.3. Okay, yeah. So nothing changed with that. So I've got nothing on that yet. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is for something was really weird with those rear tires. But now the numbers make perfect sense. Wheel friction is 2.3 for an 82% tire at fully pressured, and only 2.28 for a tire that's at 75% fully pressured. So, yeah, that makes a lot more sense than the numbers I was seeing before I took it off and put it back on again. I wish I had more information on why that happened, but for now I don't. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the tire kit right there. Put away my other equipment. Ambulance is in great shape now. I don't feel anything different about its handling. Do I? No, I definitely still can't take very tight turns at speed. That's okay. I'm pretty sure that friction is supposed to be affected by both pressure and durability, and then of course the category, right? So performance, high integrity, and fully pressured. That should be the recipe to give you the best wheel friction. And wheel friction, of course, means that you are going to get good results on asphalt, I believe. If you have really high wheel friction, I think, I could be wrong, but I think that means that you're going to get the best results on asphalt. Off-roading, probably not best for performance tires. That's just a guess on my part. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about how off-roading works. All I know is for almost 100% certainty that, performance, I think, is best for asphalt. I need to look at the code for that someday. Anyway, now that we've got our ambulance sorted, our generators up here are sorted, I think we're set to resume a little bit of exploration here. You know, there's a road missing. There's actually multiple roads missing here. I think I placed that note right. Let me double check that. So that road that is missing, that happens to be the one right next to my base, which is probably important to know about. This is the starting point for it. Okay, I just need to move the marking just a little bit here. There we go, that should do the trick. You know what, I don't know exactly where these guys are coming from. They could be respawns, but... Now, because I just discharged the shotgun, if there is anybody else on the inside of that fence, that's going to bring them all outside. Might as well do that now. I feel like if there were too many that would be within auditory reach inside the fence, we would have seen them by now. Not getting any stress so that that means there's no fence thumpers that I can't see right now. Okay, I want to say that these guys are just coming from the north then. That means they're respawns. Gotta love it. Okay. Now let me make sure that that marking is correct by getting all the way to the end of this road where it should. Past this point, it should link up with... I think this corner right here is where the map resumes. No. So that means there's another road that the map doesn't show. And then the start point is here. It is a T intersection. And I want to say that it goes all the way up there to Trotter. Verify that. Yep, okay. So there's a four-way intersection here, but you wouldn't think there's anything here. There's the road map is actually quite incomplete at this particular spot. Not the worst thing in the world, but that tells me Louisville is probably still actively under map development, or at least that's kind of what I hope. I hope is the case. I'm gonna predict that there's just a that we're just seeing a whatchamacallit, that we're gonna see a little corner intersection here, like that. And then like that. We're not really in full clear territory here, but well, the population is really light, so why not? I'm just going to verify that the marking I just put down is correct. I mean, we're here to explore residential right now. I just haven't quite prepared for that, so I do want to get some of this other stuff out of my inventory. Okay, so there's yet another connector, and that connects to Rudy Grady there. So we were correct, but there's even more. I'd rather not run into them with this beautiful trunk I just repaired. It's really tight back here. Okay. Robber's Hide there, that's good. We just need to get that connector to Rudy Grady. Ooh, look at that, another news van here. That looks like it's got some pretty parts on it. I may come back for that in the not too distant future here. This parking lot right here is nice. Very nice. A potential place to do a pipe bombing if I need to. That said, this building to the north here has already got its first floor cleared. This right here to the right side of my screen, this building to the east here, that appears to be a ritzy sort of POI. I'm guessing it's high class apartments. That's kind of what it looks like a 3-story high class apartment building. Whatever it is, it's all connected. And that tells me it is a mega POI and could possibly spawn a couple hundred easily, if not 1,000. So we are going to have to keep that on our radar. It's not so close to the base that I'd be worried about it right now, but if we were to spill it, we would need a place to fight. Why is this... Yeah, where did that guy come from, I wonder? Did he fall off of a roof? Where's the roof he fell off of? How did this happen here? I wonder. There's one at my gate, too. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Okay. Like I said, I discharged the firearm over here earlier with the explicit purpose of locating fuckers like these. I have no idea where they came from. One slow from the north. Possibly more thanks to that tree line, I don't know. I'm not going to go as far as to say these are all respawns that just showed up out of nowhere. They could have been from the other side of the fence, but if they were, where were they just a minute ago? Yeah, I don't know. There's a part of me that has wanted to remove this fence for a long time. I have to be very careful about the van right now. It's parked on a north facing, and zombies like to go straight to your driver's seat. Always remember, when you have tall vans like this, if you park facing this particular kind of direction, where did Annie go? Where did she go? You can't see her. You wouldn't be able to see zombies either. Yeah. And remember, there is a script that sends the zombies straight to your driver's side door. So, if you get out of vehicles and get back in them a lot, be advised. We're just going to do exactly what we did before. Making more noise out here. I'm definitely getting the feel that some of these are respawns. I don't know what to make of that. It's Louisville. I mean, spend a couple of days away from any one place. Treat it as hostile territory once you come back. You might be disappointed, but you'll never be surprised. At least a fast to the right, left there. Yeah, there we go. Now, here's something I'm curious about. Do I need to repair my fence? I almost never think about repairs in this game. But seeing as I've had stuff broken by zombies before, I should probably think about repairs more often. The repair button is in the menu here. 2 damaged. Impossible to repair. What? That's a first for me. Well, of course, like I said, I've not tried to repair very often, so okay. Does that mean that I have no choice but to dismantle it and rebuild it? I guess so. I think these guys are just really late to the party. That might be what's going on here. Now, one of the reasons that I am going to continue discharging my firearm up here is because these guys who are coming out of this, the hole in the fence that I left here, they would eventually make their way out here anyway. So using the gun out here is just pulling them out here. It's like ripping the Band-Aid off. Yeah. Now, okay, so those apartment blocks here, I did clear them all the way to the interior, but that was a while ago. These guys could be respawns. If it was an upper floor, we would know about it. I don't think we have any upper floor spawns at the moment. I hear a fence thumper, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to deal with that. Some of the guys we're dealing with now could be fence thumpers that, Okay, so the way fence thumping works, I guess I should back up and explain that. If anybody watching is not familiar, zombies can attack fences now, even the ones that the player has not built. And what you're hearing now, out of your left speaker, is the sound of a thumpity-thump of one zombie smacking a fence, possibly 2. Every time they smack the fence, you get +1 stress. However, if they only smack the fence if they can sense that a player is nearby. If they have lost track of the player, then they will no longer smack the fence and will instead react to sound as if the fence is something they should just go around. So that's one of the things that's kind of screwing with us, right? They're not. Whoever was thumping the fence is not thumping it anymore. For all we know, it could have been one of those 2 that just came outside. So what happened there is, if assuming one of those 2 was the fence thumper, they lost track of us. And they continued moving in the direction of the sound they were hearing, which could have either been the rumbling of our ambulance, which is still running, or the generator on my roof over here. Either or. Both of them are making ambient noise that could draw folks in. But yeah. Ever since they made it so that fences are attackable, they're now actually an extreme source of inconvenience. Whereas they used to be, a lot of players used to consider them a strategic resource when it comes to selecting base locations. I think B42map.com has still got little notes on certain houses like, ooh, this one's surrounded by a wooden fence. Now whenever I see a wooden fence, all I think of is, great, something for the zombies to start smacking randomly. Right. I'm never not gonna laugh about this. The bendable fences framework. That's what they called it. We've added a bendable fences framework. All I'm seeing from the bendable fences framework now is, well, okay, for low fences, there actually is something that, low fences have a bendable fences framework where as zombies flip over them more and more, they start to get damaged and then break, which is cool. But for the tall fences, they just stop and attack them now. That's all they do. I'm removing these bushes because I'm going to come back and remove the trees as soon as I go get the axe here. Now that I know that there's not just spawns but probably respawns coming out of there, I need to clear this place up so that I can see through it very easily. I got a long-term base here, so I should have done this. I should have done this while setting it up, to be honest. I sorely underestimated how many zombies were in this apartment complex over there to the left. I left my axe on the floor over here because I thought I was gonna. I thought the next time I was gonna cut trees, it would be in this direction. Nope, other way. Now all these logs I'm just leaving on the floor. I mentioned this before. I'm probably going to come back with my log hauler, which has a bunch of rope in the trunk, and make a bunch of stacks and bring them somewhere else at some point. I don't need a lot of logs out here right now. My carpentry-related construction is more or less done at the gas station. I don't foresee myself needing too many more logs there. And if I do, there will always be some smaller trees that are not obstructions that I can whack. So all these logs I'm leaving on the floor are definitely not going to go to waste. They'll be used eventually. Yeah, and I've never seen it. I've probably put about 1,000 hours in the game since the quote-unquote bendable fences framework was added. And ever since then, I have only ever just seen them attack fences. I've never seen a fence get broken. But that could also just be the simple fact that I never stick around too long around fences that are being attacked. We've got incoming, and I am rather out of breath and tired. So my melee damage is absolute dog shit. I have no choice but to shoot this guy. I don't want to be doing the Shaun of the Dead, smack him 50 times. And I did back up just a little bit because there's probably going to be... I mean, that one gunshot, even though it was the quietest gun I got, probably still going to pull some more out of the fenced area that weren't going to be pulled now that we're this far north. Do a quick check around the trees first. Whack these two, that'll be it for now. Now, I have considered various ways of getting rid of these stupid wooden fences that I actually hate now. I've considered various ways of getting rid of them. As far as I've been able to tell, they don't even catch on fire if you throw a Molotov at them. Because I did that once. Because chain link fences, you throw a firebomb at a chain link fence, and the fire will go through the chain link fence and torch the zombies on the other side. Actually, not a bad tactic for dealing with large sums of zombies on the other side of a chain link fence. You don't want to stand there poking them with spears for 10 minutes. Just light them up and let them cook. But wooden fences, not only does the fire not go through them, which, makes sense, but the fences themselves don't seem to catch on fire. Yeah. 20 to pile in a 2 to 3... Okay, yeah. No, I could see that happening in Louisville here. If I had woken up this place right here and actually relied on this fence for anything tactical related, I could see that happening maybe. There were hundreds in this POI when we first spilled it accidentally. It was total accident we spilled it. Because I was under the false impression that I had already spilled it. And then I got a little closer to it, and nope. Nope, there were like dozens of them inside at that point. But we are about to hit stage 2 fatigue. And we no longer have anybody coming out of the north. I'm going to do a quick perimeter check and then hit the sack. And it's a little early to hit the sack, but that's okay. We're tired, and we've got endurance to recover. Yeah, that's also very, very true. Because of the way they decide to attack whatever is right in front of them. Now, if zombies were to just path a little bit smarter around fences, and when I say smarter, what I really mean is, their behavior elsewhere would suggest that zombies are just supposed to make a beeline for the player, which should result in massive groups attacking the fence in, like, you know, the smallest fence area between the zombies and the player. If that was functioning probably as the developers might intend for it to function someday, I could foresee the fences actually getting broken rather fast by much smaller groups than it would take right now, because they would all just congregate on the whatever tiles of the fence would get them to the player the fastest. That would make a lot more sense, based on their other behavioral patterns, where they just kind of, you know, they see a player, they go straight for them for the most part. So that was a early sleep, but we are now well rested and no longer endurance. We were going to do a little bit more exploring. I was going to fix my map too. We just need to add one more dotted line to this. These black dotted lines, if anybody is just joining, these are just roads that are on the map, that are in the game but not on the map. Yeah. Okay. I think that fills in all the blanks for the most part. You know what? I think there's actually an L. I think there's a little L-shaped area here, too. Yeah. That should do the trick. Yeah. Especially, okay, so there's another factor there. The way the zombies react to sound now. I've mentioned this almost every time I do a pipe bomb, I kind of allude to this. The way the Zeds react to sound is a little weird right now. The Zeds kind of do a thing where they, like, go... If they hear a sound, but they don't see what made the sound, they kind of go in the direction of the sound plus or minus 20 degrees. It's kind of absurd. Like, they'll go in not even the general direction, but sometimes the general, a general arc, in the general arc of where the sound came from. I guess you could say that would make sense if they had bad ears, you know, their ears were damaged or something. But it gets a little wacky sometimes when it gets to a certain point. This window that got destroyed by a glitch. There's a part of me that wants to, like, barricade it with a steel sheet, but then I'd have to do that on the other side as well. I'm not storing any welding rods in the base here. There are welding rods, but they're going to be outside in the trailer. The welding rod supply that I'm carrying around with me is actually kind of low, all things considered. So we're going to put a metal barricade on this side and on the other side. For anybody, if anybody's curious, zombies have not broken a single one of my windows, but I have 2 windows that are broken. I did that because of a really, really silly glitch that, as far as I recall, I think KTO actually mentioned this. It was, there's a weird system right now where I think if you are aiming with melee in a certain direction, that could target a vehicle window. Apparently, there's no limit to how far the range goes for your melee attack. So right now, if I swing my sword or my machete right now, I could probably break the window that's between me and the van out there, which is fucking absurd, but that would actually explain exactly why I have torpo forced my windows apart every once in a while here. It's only happened to me like 3 or 4 times, but every time it happened, I'm just like, I'm utterly fucking baffled because it doesn't make any sense. It still looks bad. It still looks bad because there's a nice, pretty blue tint for the one on the right, while the one on the left, you can very clearly see there's no window. Oh man, this is why I hate losing windows. I hate losing windows so much. Mea culpa if it's a zombie that gets it, but that wasn't a zombie. Fuck, that was fucking me. Maybe just something to target, anything to target, right? And I think vehicle windows do count as targets for the new targeting system, right? We can see this if we use the aiming system. If I aim at the window there, the reticle turns red, and I'm going to assume that that is calling the same system as the melee targeting does. Seeing as melee targeting, if you turn on the overlay, it's just the same as range targeting used to be. Anyway, it is now midnight. I am long overdue on this. I need to make some more coffee. I definitely need to make some more coffee. You know what? I might need to make more than just 2 cups. I think my ambulance doesn't have any when it should. In the duffel bag here. Yeah, there's 2 empty mugs. There should be 2 cups of coffee in there. Skill issue on my coffee prep. I have not run into a situation where I needed some and didn't have it, but let's not get that far. We brought all of our coffee from elsewhere on the map with us here to Louisville. So we are going to use it without hesitation as the situation calls for it. Coffee is a little bit, I would say, one of the underrepresented things in this game. Very powerful. All you need is a mug, fill it with water, or a teacup now. Mug or teacup, fill it with water, and find some coffee, obviously. And then have a coffee machine with a power source. So we've got a coffee machine here. Right-click on it. Hit the brew coffee thing. Just going to do that 4 times, because we've got 4 mugs. 2, 3, 4. And I've got all of the things you can add to the coffee. The mint from my own garden here. We're actually going to run out of that pretty quick here, because it uses up 1 mint every time I do this. That's okay. It's there to be used. And you can also add other things. We've collected sugar cubes, sugar packets. When I run out of these sugar packets, I'll probably use brown sugar. Oh, I see. Yep. Alright, so now I have 2 coffees to carry around with me at all times, and 2 coffees as backup coffees for my, hello there, Naughty Monkey. We are playing with 2 mods at the moment. They're very lightweight. We're not, my policy for mods for this game is I don't want anything that adds anything to the game that could possibly corrupt the save. So the one mod that we're running that is, this is UI related. This just is the stat bar mod, simple status. The other mod is just a recolor. The backpack we're wearing is the, it would be the puke green Alice pack. We just recolored it to black. So they're 2 very simple, lightweight mods that do not add anything to your save games. And the reason I do that is because I want to maximize our chances of a save game not being corrupted by an update to B42. Right? There's a lot of mods out for B42 right now, and a lot of them are probably really fun. I don't trust many of them. In fact, I don't trust 99% of them, because when it comes to not corrupting your save when the game updates. Now, a lot of people probably aren't worried about that, but, well, we've put almost 700 hours on Annie here, and I'm prepared to sunset her journey for this iteration of the game if we have no choice. Like, you know, if the game updates and it breaks our save, then so be it, but I do want to maximize our chances. Hopefully that makes sense. When it comes to actually making mods that don't, or have the lowest chances possible of corrupting your saves, I was thinking about actually uploading one of the ones that I'm working on right now. I have one called, I'm going to call it Slot Expansion. And it's a really simple Lua script. I need to figure out when to call this. This is a Lewis script that just makes it so that your attachment slots at the bottom here. It just makes it so that your attachment slots can do more things. That's all it really does. I haven't, there's a couple of things I've not fully decided about it yet, and then there's a couple of things that I'm like, do I really want to do that? Otherwise, I probably would have uploaded it by now. But when I upload it, I kind of want to upload it alongside a bit of a manifesto, I guess. You know, manifesto, just sort of a whatchamacallit, yeah. Yeah. And that's the weird thing about that is I've had multiple saves get broken by updates, even though I maximized my compatibility. And from the very beginning when I started playing B42, I kept mods to an absolute minimum for that exact reason, and it still didn't work. I think I've had three characters runs. I've had to call it on. The last time we played Annie Mae here, this particular character was 42.7, and her run ended, what was it? It was like 8 months in, I think, if I remember right. Yeah. Because there wasn't anywhere near as big of a gap between 42.7 and 42.8. I might still have a screenshot of it, actually. If anybody's interested, I do have a little screenshot compilation here of my previous bases. Where is it? PZ bases. 42... Okay, no. So, 42.7 was the last time I created a character based on Annie Mae here, our current protagonist. It was 42.6 that, yeah, here we go. Okay, so full screen this bad boy. This is what our base looked like in Riverside back in 42.7. This is back in April, IRL. April of this year. So we built a little... We used the river box design, but we started it at the edge of the river, and then started filling in gravel into the river. In future builds, I kind of started going further and further out into the river to minimize my exposure to respawns. But I bring this up because this was the one that was broken. Yeah, this is the one that was broken, and we got up to December 19th, it looks like. Yeah. So it was not quite 6 months. It was right around 6 months that I was in 42.6. Then it got broken by the update to 42.7. So it was lovely times. I mean, that one was actually, if I remember right, that was actually not broken by something that we might have been able to fix it, actually. It was basically just the animal duplication glitch. That might have been the only thing that ended that particular run. But since then, a lot of other things have changed, so we sunsetted that one and moved on. I have no problem starting over, to be honest. That being said, now that I've spent as much time as I have on our current character, if Annie's save were to break here, I would probably I would take a break from Zomboid before starting a new save. Definitely would take a break from Zomboid. I would play something else for a bit and probably come back for the next big version after that. Yeah. I can't remember if I posted that to Immiger. If I did. If I posted it, I will leave a link in the chat here. So I always use Immiger as my little, whatchamacallit, drop. 42.8 base with outcroppings. B42 base. I don't think I actually have my base compilation. I've been thinking about making a base compilation. Now, this one is a lot of fun. I will post a link to this in chat. This is a picture of my base that is Riverside Redoubt. This was the first time I got to a 1-year marker in B42. What version was this? This was... Oh, this is not the annotated version. I have an annotated version of this exact image. This, I think, was actually my first really big long play, if I remember right. No, not quite, not quite. This was 42.2.0. Yes, okay. Okay, yeah. I don't know if I ever did post this. So this is the much farther annotated version. from January 29th to February 21st, IRL, from 42.2 to 42.3. It was the update to 42.4 that caused a few map tiles to get corrupted and cause us to crash the desktop when entering certain areas. So that was not like it was not the complete end of this save, but it made it so unstable that we decided to make a new one at that point. But yeah, we spent 217 hours on this save over the course of about a month. That was a lot of the stuff that you guys will see in this particular, in the image that I just linked in chat. A lot of what you'll see in there is basically just early versions of what you'll see in this stream, so yeah. When it comes to multiplayer, my current theory is they may actually try to get... Now, this is just a theory, a baseless theory. I have nothing but... the only thing I'm basing this on is the fact that it would be a financially amazing decision for the Andy Stone. I think they may have been holding off on any updates for the past almost 3 months now, because they're trying to get multiplayer, unstable multiplayer out for Christmas. That would be the financially very smart thing to do. I don't know if that means they're actually going to do it, though. All I can tell you is they would break the bank if they did that. Because a lot of people who probably don't even own the game yet would give it a shot, knowing that there's multiplayer in it. TV roster through December 11th, huh? Okay, nothing else new going on at work. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I could probably convince my friends to drop by for a unstable multiplayer, but I mean, well, I don't even if it was stable, I don't think I could convince them to stick around for much longer than that. I have an entire backpack with a bunch of magazines in it. These need to go back to Jericho as well. I should probably get a RTB set up here. United Logistics or Jorgensen & Sons. Oh, Jorgensen & Sons is still full of ammo. I need to sort through all of that. Okay, yeah, I knew I was forgetting to do something. Forgetting to do something in this game. So many things that I could be doing. Since I don't expect to be using Desert Eagle again anytime soon, I'm going to go ahead and remove all of the empty magazines for it and put it into the ammunition van. Probably same for the M14, actually. So even though I have been putting them back at Jericho, I'm probably going to just leave them in the ammo vans, because the ammo vans do have enough room for that. Yeah, could be. We have a few boxes of 9mm rounds and 308. I have got so many 9mm rounds already loaded into magazines that I don't need loose boxes right now. I'm going to go ahead and actually remove those from the ambulance, as well as anything in the Alpha bag for Desert Eagle. Jury's out on 1911. Jury's still out on that. Yeah, I don't know. I would probably have to actually play with 1911 a little bit before I make a hard decision on it. .44 and 223 go over there. Put these 308 in here, along with these 9. We can make another carton of 9 now. That's neat. That's 5 cartons of 9 right there. So we have located... You know what? Okay. So here's the deal with these ammo trucks. When I brought them... the ammo trucks were filled with basically all the ammo that I found on the map before starting the Louisville operation. Since I've started the Louisville operation, I have found quite a bit of ammo. And what I've done is I've put them, the ammo boxes that I've found since starting the Louisville operation, straight into the trunk without putting them into these backpacks. Which means... now that we have 5 cartons of 9mm right now, I've found more 9mm than I have loaded into magazines since I have gotten to Louisville. That almost feels wrong. I know I've expended a lot of 9mm, but it's been nothing compared to the other calibers, so... Interesting. Very interesting. Yes, no. 100% KTO. That's what's been holding me back. The 1911 has got it's probably a lot more accurate than the 625. But the 625 is a 6-shooter and it's a revolver. Revolvers are 100 times more convenient to reload because you can just round by round shove it into the cylinder. Whereas 1911s are 7 shots. So you get one more shot and a little bit more accuracy at the trade-off of all of the inconvenience that comes with working with magazines. Usually, if you're going to work with magazines, you got to justify it, right? You got to justify it. You got to go through the effort of sorting your mags. That's a lot of action economy right there. All right, there's our second sleep. Now this, because we went to sleep so early, we may actually want to have some coffee when we wake up. Yeah. Okay, so it's 7 a.m. and we're at 25 fatigue. Holy shit, I'm an idiot. Don't do this. Don't go to sleep with your door fucking open. That's not good. That's not a good thing. That's a very bad thing. Yeah, okay. We're okay. I mean, you know, we've done good about cleaning up our neighborhood, but still, that was a very silly thing I just did right there. Don't do that. We are... Yeah, it's... Now, that being said, the game does kind of it gives you the infrastructure to do that with one button. If I had spare 9mm ammo right now, I would be able to load it straight in, because all I'd have to do is hit the R button, and there's a button for that, I think. Do I have some loose 9? I might be able to actually do that right now. This is one situation where I would actually want to do that. Yeah, so I'm 5 rounds short in my magazine now that I got 5 rounds. Oh, no, there's not a button. Okay. I thought there was a button for that. Maybe only if it's empty. Okay, hang on. I want to check this. So if I empty the magazine completely and then put it back into the gun. No, there's no button for that. But if I only had one magazine, I would have to drop these ones. I'm carrying backup magazines, so I drop those temporarily. And then I want to see what happens if I hit the R button. Okay, I see. So, if you want to do the thing where you're carrying around just one magazine all the time, and just one magazine, then you can carry around one magazine and carry around a bunch of spare bullets in your backpack. And every single time you reload, you hit the R button, your character will automatically fill a magazine with everything that... Okay. Now, for a 9mm, I would never want to do that. But for a 1911, that's not the worst thing in the world, being as it has such a small magazine. Interesting. Okay. I never thought of it in those terms. Usually when I think of a gun with magazines, I think of preloaded magazines, right? Because that's the, you know, that's both the realistic and the smart thing to do. But in this particular situation where Zomboid gives you different things that happen by default when you push the R key, in this particular case, I think 1911 with only one magazine and just constantly reloading that magazine might actually not be the worst thing in the world. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's okay. So yeah, that is probably the smart thing to do. 4 mags and spare ammo. Okay, yeah. I mean, I've got a billion mags, but it never... So, Deagle, of course, you know, Deagle always suffers with the Desert Eagle is 44, and 44 is only 20 shots to a box. So that problem is never going to go away, unfortunately, as much as I despise that particular problem. So what that actually means, is we could just put away this M625 right now, and pull out one of our 1911s, which do have magazines in them already, and just continue to carry around the 45 auto that we're already carrying around. And we can see how that plays out. I mean, if I don't like it, then I'll just switch back to my other guns. But if I like it, then that's great. I'm so stuck in the mentality of you know, just preload all of your magazines that I've got 42 empty M1911 magazines just sitting there. Yeah, I thought that there was a magazine in it already, but no. Now that's curious. So that time it didn't work, but I want to say that might just be because I just... Right, right. Okay, you know what? Because I'm reloading level 8, and I need more skill in reloading. That's not the worst thing in the world. I'll see how I can. I'll see if I like this. Any targets to practice on right now? Not immediately. That's okay. We'll get practice sooner enough. We will get practice soon enough for sure. I wanted to put this muffler away and then get some more of that stuff out of my backpack. This is the truck that I was going to use for the next RTB. This is my dedicated step van here. But it's currently got a lot of ammo in it, and that ammo needs to be sorted, so I'm going to pull up to my ammo trucks and do a little bit of sorting by direct transfer. So we can put the 45... Oh, actually, you know what? I'll just stand right here so I can access both trunks. And look at that, I can pack a whole bunch of these straight into cartons from here. Fantastic. Don't even have to transfer anything. And the cartons can start going into this trunk here. The 308s, this 45 auto, should go over here. So let's up that up. We're 6 cartons of 9mm that have been assembled since entering Louisville. Fascinating. I may be slightly off on that, and I say that because I may be slightly underestimating how many I just removed from garbage bags just to get rid of the garbage bags. Yeah, there may be a couple. Okay, so it's not an exact number. Logistics can get pretty messy sometimes. Standing here, access to both trunks. Cannot assemble any new cartons. That's fine. Finding 2 cartons of 45 auto makes me happy. 45 auto is a great caliber, and I've been using up quite a bit of it, but we still have quite a bit more. If we just park Jorgensen and Sons right here, that's not bad for an RTB. I use that acronym a lot if anybody's not familiar. RTB is just return to base. And what I mean by base is Jericho. This is just a field outpost. This is not a base. Jericho is my quote-unquote base, the actual proper base in Louisville. I was considering building out a second full-on base, but that never materialized. Really? Mildly inconsistent sometimes. There we go. Much easier than having to go through the effort of parking it indoors. Okay, that does it with all of my base sorting. On the unfortunate side, I am actually now very close to being out of food. So we're going to go ahead and do another round of cooking. Let's do 1 potato. One potato, 1 egg. Anybody notice we have a lot of thyme and parsley? That's because it's stuff we grew ourselves. Got it out of my garden back in Riverside last year and got it on the drying rack. And that means I can take it with me everywhere now. Get some of these keys out of my keychain. I'm carrying around a lot of keys right now. Almost every single one of these keys. Almost every single one of them are keys that I would rather continue carrying around. Alright, there's our daily bread for a day and a half right there. We'll rename these to a 40 fry. Vegetable oil is not a bad idea at all. In fact, I may do it this year. Vegetable oil requires, holy shit, I didn't realize that this entire... Wow. Okay. So this trailer right here was supposed to be RTB. I did not notice that. Shit. How to do that? Let's... I need something a little bit more obnoxious than what it's currently doing to remind myself that this needs to go back to... Oh, you know what I could do? I could just load it up now. Yeah. I'll load it up into Jorgensen and Sons. That's fine. So we still have a little bit of room in Jorgensen & Sons, but it is now very loaded for the next RTB. It's very true that butter is easier to make. It's also definitely more convenient. The only thing about butter is, well, I mean, you can put both butter and veggie oil. So if I could do both, absolutely I would. I think actually those are the only two things the player can make reliably on their own. That just instantly adds a bunch of calories to any given recipe. Mac and cheese, that goes back to... Okay. So I just need to get rid of this, the welding gear here. And we got some reading material to drop off. That's right, I did need a new radio in one of my vehicles. This truck is one of the only D6s I've ever found with a perfect engine, therefore it gets all of my best stuff. This bad boy just needed a radio. I mean, needed. That's a very strong word. I just felt like putting one in there. Tired of looking at an empty slot on one of my main vehicles. Okay. That's everything sorted. 100% of everything that I wanted to sort down here is sorted. We can now do a little bit of that there exploration. Of course, I just said that everything is sorted, but really what I meant is I need to get this stupid muffler out of my hands. Just drop it on the floor over here. There we go. Alright. Now we're doing some more interesting stuff. So, I noticed a lot of folks joining. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are in Louisville on the northeast side of town. We've cleared the Grand Ohio Mall. We've gotten a bunch of zombies inside cleared out. We've taken the loot that I really wanted out of the place, and then we started seeing respawns indoors, and I noped out of there. So we haven't fully looted the place, but we've gotten what I want, and yeah, I'm not dealing with respawns. Not in that place. So we're our current mission is actually just residential exploration, because we are lacking one book out of every single book in the game. We are lacking the one for Longblade 5. Our Longblade skill is already a third of the way to level 10. We got to level 9. We grinded the way through level 9 without the book. And we're a third of the way through level 10. If you're not familiar, Longblade is by far the best melee in the game. No question about it. You got a sword that reaches more than a tile away. And is generally a one-shot, as long as it's sharp and in good condition. Yeah, you can make those indefinitely, too, once you get to max level blacksmithing. So... Longblade, the best melee in the game, and we're lacking the last book for it, so that's actually a rather significant oversight. I have seen the book before on other characters, but never actually got to the point of reading it. So, surprised this corpse pile hasn't degraded yet. Sure, that'll happen any day now. That was something I was going to do. I was going to drink a coffee. Because we woke up at 7 a.m. with a bit of fatigue. We're actually just going to drink a coffee before we go. We do have some coffee with us, but I would prefer to not have to drink into the coffee I'm carrying around if I don't have to. Got a coffee machine right here at base. We're going to use it. This is just going to ensure that we don't get tired too early in the day. Starting 7 a.m. with a whole bunch of fatigue, that was no good. That would have meant I probably would have gotten tired around like 4 p.m. 1,600 hours or so. That's no good. That's no good. Restless sleeper life right there. Alright, so part of our exploration was actually going to be adding roads to the map that aren't there. In this particular corner of Louisville, all these dotted lines are roads that are not on the map. The new map with the labeled roads is a work in progress, I believe. We have not explored anything here on the center of Market Street, and I think all of these houses are actually potential chances for survivor houses. That is, our target is survivor houses. Survivor houses being the ones with the boarded up windows and whatnot. That's, in this stage of the game, that's your best chance at locating some books of the long blade category. I think every single one of these houses individually is another chance to be a survivor house. Whenever they're actually connected to each other, like townhouses, then they're all actually the same thing. Oh shit! I fucking had a frame drop and I turned to. So much for my, so much for that windshield. I put a very nice windshield on this thing, and now that was a nice hit. Fuck. You can hear my CPU fans spinning up too. Lovely. Yeah, see, here we are. This townhouse right here, this townhouse complex, you see how every single building in it is looted and trashed. That's because the game decided that this place, the entire place, would be looted and trashed. Dead end. That was a little tight group right there, but I don't see anybody with a backpack, so not a survivor zombie group. Now everything here is connected on that road. These houses, I think, are individual ones. It's the fact that they're connected by low fences. Okay, no. So you see how these ones here are looted and trashed. The top two in the center of my screen are looted and trashed. But now, the top two in the center of my screen that we just moved past, those two are not. So the fact that some of these are looted and trashed while others are not, there it is, there's one. This one right here, with the boarded up door and window. 1 second, map. I didn't actually get a chance to find myself. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3 houses into Clay. 4 houses into Clay Street from this direction. I need to get better at doing this quickly. There's one target. We are not going to be able to hit that target for a minute because we've got to establish a nice and clean angle of approach. And that is going to be a fight. That is going to be one hell of a fight, actually. We've got a parking lot right there. But it's the tall fences that go between these houses. Those are going to be problems for establishing any sort of a fighting zone here. Okay, so we have a target. Now we just got to fight our way to it, and that is, like I said, that's going to be a fight. I really don't want to get too close to this house or this complex. I may have already gotten too close to it, seeing as there's those broken windows there. Okay, well we've got our. Let's start the fight. We're going to start the fight right around here, because this building right here, to the right side of the screen, this multi-story building, lower levels of it are secure. So what we are trying to do now is fight from this direction towards that house we just marked. I was afraid that this would happen, but also prepared for it. Hey. She's executing the go to driver's side script. Come on. Wake up. I'm over here. Okay. We're in for a fight here. You get used to that. It does raise the amount of time that's needed for a total reload, obviously. Even a partial reload. But it's not insurmountable in small doses. I believe that's a fence thumper. Now the question I have at the moment, can I shoot through that fence? Nope. So even though there's a little way to see, there's a way to see on the other side of that fence, I cannot shoot through it. Which sucks, because, I mean, you know, I can see his ugly face. Oh, yeah. Okay. The range on this, now that I've kind of mentally dealt with my hang-ups on the reloading situation, the range on this thing is much better than the M625. The M625 is good. We like it here, but it's, yeah. The tritium pistol sights that I slapped on this 1911, they're pulling their weight now. Ooh, look at that. Boys, we might be okay, no, never mind. For a second, I thought that we witnessed our first breakage of a fence in this tile I'm highlighting in the top left. No, unfortunately, we can see a doorknob and a hinge. It was just it was a fence gate. Fence gates breaking, that's nothing new. I would have been very impressed if that was an actual fence that had been broken. Ooh, we got a guy with spiked hair here. That tells me that there may be a cops and robbers event. Sometimes when you see the punk zombie template here, sometimes that means that there is a... Ooh. This guy's wearing bulletproof vest forearm armor, and it's in SWAT coloring. So we still haven't found a SWAT bulletproof vest. We still haven't actually found a SWAT bulletproof vest, but we have found some forearm bulletproof vest armor made of SWAT. If I were to put that on, you could see why I'm interested in that. There's no holes in it, no. Just dirty and bloody. Look at that. You can barely even notice it because it matches my kit. I don't know if you guys have noticed, matching is very important to me. Now that, by wearing that... Oh shit, north. Yeah, we're good. That sounded closer than it actually was. By putting that on my left arm, I didn't take any problems necessarily, just unequipped with the bracelet I was wearing. And it raised our left arm all the way up to 70%. I might actually keep that on permanently, depending on the discomfort. So I'm not gonna make any sort of stand right there, because I have no idea what could be between these houses here. So I'm gonna kill these guys and keep falling back as I kill them, just in the off chance that there are some between these houses yet. Especially because I can't see behind those fucking trees. Those trees are, they make me uncomfortable. Two in there. Whenever there's two zombies on one door, I'll just let them break it. Yeah, see, most of these guys are probably coming through the south, but an unknown number of them. I wonder how much use I can get out of this. These metro stops are actually low fences, if you think about it the right way. Line on up for me, boys. Line on up. Beautiful. It was a bullet got ate by that vehicle's windshield there. So, as per my usual strategy, I'm trying to keep them out of the road so I don't have to run over their corpses. I ain't going in those trees. They can come out of the trees, come fight me out here. Now I hate this. I can see this guy visually, but I'm not getting a crosshair when I aim at him. Fuck me if I want to go in there. Fucking trees. There we go. Project that's going to bring out a fair few number of fence thumpers there. That is okay, because that's not the road that I'm going to be driving down. Upstairs? I think that's upstairs. It's either upstairs or it's the back door. Either or. We are sweating so much that I am currently stage 2 wetness. I don't know how long it would take, but that is actually something that could get me sick if I leave it like that too long. I carry around bath towels in my ambulance for situations like this. Now, we have also reached stage 2 discomfort, probably because of how wet we are, plus the armor. But even if we get rid of the wetness... Okay, if we get rid of the wetness, then it's not as big of a problem. But what that tells me is that these, the bulletproof vest armor that I just put on, that's not going to be a permanent thing. Not going to be a permanent thing because that would mean that I'm way too uncomfortable by default. So just like these shin guards and thigh guards, the whatchamacallit, the bulletproof vest forearm armor that I just picked up can go in our go into our passenger seat with the rest of our armor. But since we're out of room on the passenger seats, that transfers something to the trunk here. Hey Hassan, how's it going today? We are just doing some more residential trawling. We did identify another survivor residential or survivor house in Louisville, so we are fighting our way towards that survivor house. Text editor. So it's Ultra Edit. It is Ultra Edit, all one word. It's an IDM product. It's not bad. It's actually kind of expensive. I don't recommend it unless you specifically need a hex editor. If you don't need a hex editor, which the vast majority of people don't directly need to hex edit their files. Like, for example, I hit Control H and I can edit the same file that I was just looking at with those dates on it. I can edit it in with a hexadecimal editor. I could manually type in the hex values if I wanted to. If you don't need something like that, I would much more strongly recommend Notepad++, because Notepad++ is free, open source, and it does most of what Ultra Edit does, except for there's probably a plugin, honestly. Yeah, it's so Notepad is supposed to be I would say it would make a great open source competitor to Ultra Edit if it had built-in support for hex editing. I think there's a community plugin that gives you some hex editing functions, but I remember trying it years ago and being disappointed, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, my memory tells me that it doesn't do hex editing as good as Ultra Edit, and that's why I have Ultra Edit, because every once in a while I will do some binary disassembly and want to actually directly patch an executable instead of having to write some monkey wrench PowerShell script to put it in at runtime. Did it? I don't know. I did not know that. My client uses Notepad++ in their environment, but they also do very, very tight version control, right? They don't just update to the latest version all the time. If a new version comes out, they vet it before downloading it. If you have the time of day to do that, I would recommend any serious person would do that. Don't have programs automatically update. Update them when there is a need to do so, if and when there is a need to do so. Sometimes the choice is not always that easy. Sometimes programs just fucking update by themselves because developers are lazy, and it gets them fewer tickets if they fix a problem and just push the update to everybody. But we're seeing firsthand the results of what happens when Microsoft does that with Windows. A lot of people get really pissed off because Windows updates contain a whole bunch of shit that nobody wants, which is why I haven't actually installed a direct Windows update for more than 2 years now. When I need security updates, I go to the Microsoft Update Catalog, the MUC, and I fucking install the patches myself. Remember, Windows is used in enterprise environments that have distribution controls that don't allow Windows Update, and therefore Microsoft makes available every single security update is available without using Windows Update. So there is no reason to be using Windows Update and just letting Microsoft shove shit into your computer when you don't fucking need. I'm going to stop there. I'll just Windows key, pause. We go to Windows Update. Look at this. Updates failed. Last checked 12 a.m. today. Look at that. Retry. Oh no, what's the matter, Windows Update? You can't shove shit into my fucking computer when I don't want it to? Oh, I'm so sorry. Fuck you, Microsoft. I fucking hate that corporation. The people who used to work there made a great product. None of the people at Microsoft right now working on Windows are part of the original team who made Windows. Everybody working on Windows at Microsoft right now is some fucking vibe coder. Some fucking vibe coder who uses AI in everything they do. There's nothing inherently wrong with using AI as a tool. Just don't shove the shit that the AI generates right into your program and say, good job done. Fucking vet what it does. Otherwise, problems happen. Lots of them. And I had that attitude towards Microsoft long before AI was the problem. And back in the day, it was just good old-fashioned incompetence. We got a guy stuck on the back door there. All the doors in this neighborhood could break, and I'd be happy. Well, also KTO. There's two reasons for that. One, I haven't eased myself into Linux just yet. If I had to drop it down to just 3 reasons, I started learning Windows when I was 9 years old. So there's that. I mean, it's the thing. Windows is what I learned when I was the best at learning things. Right? You learn best when you're young. When you're really young and your brain is moldable. I learned Windows and nothing but Windows. So help me, Windows. Right? So there's a little bit of sunk cost fallacy in the education system there, but also the simple fact that PowerShell is something I use for both personal reasons and for my day job. I use PowerShell extensively, and PowerShell is first and foremost, it's a Windows product. So it's not just the user interface and what I'm used to, it's also But then, you know, for a third reason, like I said, I'll try to 3 reasons. The third reason is, of course, there are some things that, like, for example, all these Adobe products that I just have on my hotbar at the bottom here, After Effects, Premiere, Audition, Photoshop, Illustrator, all of those would be sorely degraded if I tried to run them in Wine or Proton or something. I don't even know. No, Proton is just for games, I think. I think Proton is just supposed to be like a sub-in for DirectX 11, if I'm not mistaken. DirectX 12, probably 12. Oh god, no. Windows is terrible nowadays. Windows is absolutely terrible. Okay, yeah. That's good to know. Now, again, one of the reasons that I use PowerShell so often is almost always because of things directly related to Windows, right? So if I was on Linux, then my actual use case, the amount of PowerShell I would need to do, would be severely diminished. Like, if we look at the PowerShell script that I use on a daily basis, even for this live stream, I go to binary, I go to setwin. Setwin is just, Boprox made this, and I've been updating it ever since for my own purposes. Set PZ chat, the chat that's on screen there on the left side of the screen, where I'm actually reading you guys, and you're also able to see it on your screen. That is just a Mozilla Firefox window that I am launching with a PowerShell shortcut to automatically open the chat of whatever live stream is currently on my system clipboard. Right, so whenever I fire up a live stream, I just copy the URL to that live stream, and I type, what is it, WinW, it is PZ chat. And that, well, it's already open, so it's that. But if I wanted to copy the stream URL and then type chat, that opens the actual chat window. But it opens it on my top screen. So there's the chat window, and then I just type PZ chat, and it would put it in the correct place. But I already have one open, so I can actually close the one that just opened. That's fine. But yeah, so I use PowerShell in every facet of my digital life. But if I was on Linux, I probably would not need a PowerShell script to manage my Windows, right? Because that, again, launching Firefox with that specific profile and putting it on the correct place on the screen in Linux, that's going to depend on the desktop client I'm using. I think there's Wayland and X11. Is that the current split? The view. Yeah, no, that was what I grew up with right there. Windows XP with the pretty Green Hill backdrop. Okay, I think, yeah, this lady just finally broke out of wherever she was hiding. Does that mean that the others have finally started breaking through doors here? No? Files through pen drives. Oh, right. I see what you're talking about. Glad that I could nail that one. I wasn't able to nail the last one that was stuck in that door. Yeah, no, that's always the good thing. I mean, like, PowerShell was never in my original job requirements. When I first took the day job that I'm working right now, I started as just 100% customer service. Right, I was just a guy who answered the phone and helped users do stuff. In the process of getting acquainted with helping users do stuff, we had some PowerShell scripts that were made by people elsewhere in the enterprise that were optimized for people at entry level, like me at the time, to use. And I took one look at that script and I was like, oh, that's really cool. You can do this, this, and this. Can I also do this, this, and this? And they were like, well, I don't know. We just have these scripts. Right, so nobody on my team at the time knew anything about PowerShell. We were using PowerShell every day, but they were pre-existing scripts that had been put together by, people elsewhere in the enterprise. So I started learning PowerShell at the time, and I was like, wow, I can do that, and I can do that too, and I can do that too. So I got to learn more, and that also is part of what ended up with me getting bumped up to team lead. Because when it got to the point where everybody was coming to me for the PowerShell, the latest PowerShell thing to fix all the problems, they were like, yeah, let's just get this guy a formalized spot. So learning PowerShell in a Windows environment was possibly the best thing I ever did for myself. The same thing would be true if if anybody watching is interested in AI in the slightest. Learn Python and learn it well, and then learn transformers. learn all the math behind it, and then watch your expected salaries go way up. If you are a Python dev who knows transformers from not just the conceptual level but from the ground up, there are some people who would pay quite literal millions to have you on board. If I remember right, some of the people who worked in OpenAI from the very beginning at the ground level when they first, came up with the training programs, it got to the point where they couldn't be bought anymore. Like they were getting paid more than they could ever justify getting an increase from. At that point, they just wanted the job security. So it's like, if you really want to make a lot of money in the tech world right now, learn Python and learn transformers, and not just learn transformers, but understand the math behind it. If you can do all that, you will be one of the most valuable people on the planet in the current paradigm. When the AI bubble bursts, that might not be true, but you will still be very valuable. Because when the AI bubble bursts, a lot of investments will go up in smoke. A lot of the data centers currently under construction will probably not get finished. But AI will still be used in certain parts of society. Like, for example, if people have already successfully replaced customer service personnel with AI, then that is probably going to remain the same even after the bubble breaks. So AI developers will continue to be an extremely valuable resource. You just might not be making millions a year at that point. Still very valuable, though. I have not. Okay, so ARM is one thing I haven't touched, like in any context whatsoever. Obviously, enterprise client with tens of thousands of customers. There is a lot of ARM in our. There's a lot of ARM devices in our enterprise, but I've never really as far as I know, I've never directly interfaced with any of them. I could be mistaken. On that. We might have some servers that are just like running Windows, that actually are running an ARM version of Windows that I never even noticed, right? Because Windows Server, I believe, has an ARM version, and I think from a user experience perspective, I think it's the same. So there is a possibility I've worked with ARM devices without even knowing they were ARM because it was a Windows server. Windows servers everywhere you look in any enterprise these days. I didn't even look at this van's parts before I pulled it out of the hot zone. I just noticed all the pretty. A little bit of gas, no battery. Engine is mostly shit. Some decent performance tires, though. 2 very decent performance tires on this bad boy. So that was definitely worth it, if only for the tires. Okay, I don't care about the rest of that. I'll come back for the tires later. It is 21:30 right now, so that means we are at the tail end of our activities today. We're like 2 points away from fatigue, so we cleared one road. Honestly, that is enough for me for one afternoon, because we only got started on this around 1600, I think. Like, well, I wouldn't say no to that, but I would also say I personally would never do it. Like, for example, do you have a like a USB to a USB Ethernet thing that you can plug in? Because otherwise, if you're using your phone as a web host over cellular networks, that's going to be ridiculous. Wi-Fi would be a little bit less bad, but I guess it would depend on the website you're trying to do, right? I mean, I don't have too much experience with web hosting aside from what I've hosted for myself. For example, I host it's just like a very basic storefront for the web services that I host. Jellyfin, file host, I actually have an email host and an element host and whatnot. But if I wanted to, for example, access this from the other side of the world, it would be at like 20 times slower than accessing it from the server is just right around the corner there. It's just right down the Ethernet lane, as it were. And if you add Wi-Fi into the mix, that makes it slower not just for you, but for everybody else by an order of magnitude. Right. Apache is that's your standard whatchamacallit, that's your standard Linux HTTP distribution thing. Actually, I think that's exactly what I'm running for the front page there over Neth server. Neth server does it does either PHP clients or I think there's not actually an option for just a dumb Apache client anymore. I say that as if it's changed much. I'm locked on Neth server 7 because they decided to turn 8 into a whole different thing. It doesn't run on bare metal anymore. Now it has to be some stupid fucking VM machine, virtual machine. I don't necessarily hate that, but I mean, I want it running on bare metal, so that was the whole appeal for me. If I want to do bare metal, I got to do it. I got to do it myself now. Right. I feel like, for example, that homepage I just showed is. I got to kill this zombie. We got one incoming. That homepage I just showed is like some of the most simplistic HTML you'll ever see. And even that can sometimes come with a rather hefty load time if you just introduce the transatlantic latency to it. If I were to open up this is my VPN profile in Firefox. If I were to switch over to, let's do something easy like France. So right now this web browser is in France via VPN hop. And if I were to try to load my web page from there, it would take that was well over a second. Look at how slow the image is loaded. And that's just the transatlantic hop. That was pretty, yeah. It took almost well over a second and a half, I think. I mean, I wasn't loading times, but that's just and that's just over Ethernet, right? Again, you introduced a Wi-Fi hop. You introduce a Wi-Fi hop into that trace route, and it's going to go really, really, really slow. I thought about that a lot in the past when it comes to publishing stuff, because I do want to publish my book someday, a book that I'm writing, and I want to self-host. Like, when I use the word self-publish when I'm talking about a book, I don't mean just handing over the rights to Amazon for distribution. I mean actually fucking self-hosting the platform where it's going to go. Which that's self-hosting on apocalypse difficulty right there. That's self-publication at the hardest you'll ever see it. We need to put this stuff into RTB. Yeah, this chain bracelet is part of my older low app, so that can go there. That's burlap and swine and mason chisel. I can leave the mason chisel here. Mason's chisels are one of those things that are easy to find until they're not. And the not part is very subject to interpretation. I'm going to leave it in my welding kit for now. Okay, ambulance is docked. I think we're ready for sleep here. Yeah, we're not in need of cooking or anything. We're good. I think as an overnight activity, I'm going to continue progressing down that street. There's no reason not to. Yeah, on phones, what have you got? You got right now Qualcomm and Snapdragon, or is that just the chips? Is that just the radios? I'm not sure. I did a little bit of search on it at one point, and Qualcomm and Snapdragon kept popping up, but I think those might be like the radios, if I'm not remembering it correctly. That fence up there is almost broken. I'm just going to let him finish breaking that. He's been smacking that for a while now. The reason I got out is because I thought I heard somebody inside one of these houses, but It is just that guy right there. There's a part of me that kind of just wants to fast forward it for a second and let him finish breaking that. You can hear the splintering sound, right? If I get a little closer, you hear that? There's an extra little splintering sound to the sound of the zombie smacking that door, which is how I know that door is about to break, which is why I'm not going to bother getting any closer to it, because, yeah, I'm just going to let him break it. But that, I don't know how long that's going to take. At least he's hitting it quicker. I'm gonna actually sit in the ambulance while we wait for that. He might be at that for another 20 minutes to half an hour. I want to say that if I'm close enough for me to see them hitting it, I feel like that should be close enough for them to be able to break it. But that just feels, I've never actually been able to monitor something like that. Stay close and it will break faster. Oh, it is just one zombie after all. Now I remember we progressed down this road and did 1 or 2 shots and then fell back rather quick. I'm going to avoid doing any shots right now. We're just going to kill anybody we see with melee and continue to progress down this road. That was a stutter right there. You know what? I need to not forget to do this. When we get done tonight, we'll get our next sleep in. We're going to close and reopen the game because I'm feeling a couple of frame drops right now, and I'm hearing my CPU fans are spinning up again. That is that's the telltale sign of a little bit of a memory leak, most likely. Something's going on with the game. We are going to let it. If you close and reopen the game, if it ever is getting a little laggy on you, closing and reopening it might clear any memory leaks and make it a little bit more stable. We've noticed them a lot, especially when we're traveling a lot. The biggest travel we've done recently is just commuting from Jericho back to here. But that probably is enough. I believe there is a Linux operating system specifically for phones. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if the Linux Phone OS is a meme or not. I use Graphene OS on my phone, but it's a custom security fork of Android, so it's not really like, you know, it's special for phones, but it's not like a open source, like you can do more stuff with it. In fact, it is meant to be hardened against jailbreaking. So the fork of Android that I'm using, Graphene OS, I can actually do less with it than I would be able to do if it was just a regular Android phone that had been rooted, for example. I'm a little bit more interested in the security side of things with phones nowadays, especially because phones are very people are very happy to steal them, whether those people are actual criminals or law enforcement that are incredibly lazy. Corporate needs you to see the difference between these two pictures. I'm allowed to make fun of law enforcement when they're lazy. My client is in the federal law enforcement area, but most of the good ones would still make fun of the bad ones. And there is always a mix. Almost every law enforcement institution known to man. There's going to be a mix of the good and the bad. And the good are allowed to make fun of the bad when it's not so bad that everyone's bad, which does happen. Not quite as often as a lot of people think, but often enough to make it a meme. We are not going to eat the rest of this. We're just going to have a bite, one bite. Alright. 4 a.m. as our next sleep. So, despite the coffee, we are actually perfectly on time with our sleep schedules here. As long as we don't have a nightmare, we are on track. The sheer amount of time it takes to get through a night also tells me that we've got a bit of a memory leak, so I'm going to go ahead and close and reopen the game right now. That's if you ever see like frame rate drops, for example, that can't really be explained by anything that's going on screen. That's when I would highly recommend just closing and reopening the game. And that's probably going to be relevant going through B42 and into the future. This is probably, whatever memory leak we're witnessing right now that's causing those frame drops, it's probably not the only one we're going to see for the rest of the build. Alright, back in, and we do have fog today. We do have fog today, but I'm not as worried about it. We're just not gonna... We're gonna continue progressing down that street. We're just not gonna shoot quite as often. Because fog is what I like to refer to fog as no shooty juice. Because it makes it so you don't shoot so good. So we are going to avoid shooting and just focus mostly on melee. Now we will still... I'll probably do a couple of point-blank discharges. I think point-blank is safe regardless of weather. As long as you don't have anything that's actually messing up your character's ability to aim. But, yeah, we are not going to be doing any long-distance shooting. Or medium-distance, or anything close. I guess you could say he hasn't dropped Kentucky like it's hot. Perhaps he knows some really good dealers in the area. And there is a big group that I really wish I had a shotgun to deal with. That's alright, I suppose. Done a sharpen check of my sword for a minute. We're good, but what's the integrity? Oh, it's barely taken a hit. We're at 9 out of 10. Fantastic. Always check the trunks of your local heavy-duty vehicles. Ooh, look at that! Survivor bag. Survivor truck, rather. Survivor truck. We've got a gun container there with a shotgun in it. 2 sawed-off JS2000s. That's nice. Wood glue, twine. Box of shotgun shells. Smoke bomb, aerosol bomb. Baseball bat. Rope. Trapping 4. Nothing else of particular interest out here. take this duffel bag. Some of what I just picked up, I'll just leave it here at the gas station instead of RTB or anything. So I will take, yeah, like some of these. I'll take a bolt cutter, just leave it here. Honestly, same with the guns. The guns, I have got more sawed-off shotguns and double-barrel shotguns than I'm ever going to use back at Jericho. Oh, so they forgot to lock the trunk, but they remembered to lock the window. That's a bad integrity window. I'm just going to break it. M625. Box of 45 auto. Okay. Not bad at all. The only books that it had, of course, were not one I was looking for, but that's alright. And we have so little room in our trunk that, well, you know what? I could just leave this, I'll just leave this duffel bag that we just picked up. I'll just leave it on the road right here. I'm going to be going back and forth on this road a lot in the near future. And that means it's perfectly fine to leave it here. I will notice it in the future and pick it up when I have a vehicle with more room in it. We'll also take some of the stuff that... You know what? I'm going to hold on to this smoke bomb and use it sometime in the, like, recent... I'm going to use it sometime soon. I really want to see how these work. I'm just going to straight up open this box of shotgun. I'm not going to be using it anytime soon, but there's enough room in my backpack for more. And 45 auto, actually, same deal. We've actually been using 45 auto a lot lately, so that is perfect. Okay. Excellent. Just a little diversion. I wanted to see if they line of sight. Do they actually eliminate line of sight? That's all they need to do, and there will still be a niche use case. But if they don't eliminate line of sight, then they are actually useless. Oh, so 0.5 seconds? Do they not last? Like, I would think that they would create a smoke barrier that lasts for at least a few seconds. Well, I mean, we have one right now. Let's find out. So what we gotta do, we gotta equip and throw. What I just want to do is get a couple of zombies on me so that I can test my theory. Alright, there's a couple of zombies. Smoke bomb equipped in main hand. I need like a street corner to lose them on. Okay, so if my theory is correct, anybody who would still be following us should continue to walk down this street towards the ambulance now. If anybody is still following us. And if they aren't, then that probably wasn't a very good test. But it's still going. Okay, now it's done. I'll have to go back and look at that. That looked like about 20 seconds. And, okay, so that guy in the high-vis vest actually just gave up immediately. I don't think that's always going to happen. I feel like that, maybe a chance of that, but yeah. I couldn't tell you if it would be a reliable, I mean, we have other smoke bombs, so we can go back and, like, try, we can try that again with a bigger group, but, well, I suppose at least we've confirmed. Now, this guy right here is the vagrant in front of the doorway. He's technically indoors, so I can actually get a really good shot on him despite the fog. Yeah, I couldn't tell you if and when I even noticed that they mentioned smoke bombs. I just, I do very vividly remember that they mentioned that bombs are now good against zombies, and that was with the Ragdoll update. So if it was an update since the Ragdoll update, then I couldn't tell you which one. But it definitely seems to work. I can say it has limited purpose for sure now. Beyond just theory. Now that tells me that the ability to make some pretty stacked traps could be really useful now. So, like, let's say you want to make a remote trap with a bunch of zombies following you on foot somewhere. You could take both a smoke bomb and a noisemaker and put them both in the same channel. Run over a trap that has, you know, all three, an explosive and a noisemaker and a smoke bomb. Detonate the noisemaker and the smoke bomb first while you're leading the zombies directly over it. And then the noisemaker should, I suppose in theory, condense the zombies a little bit and hold them in place while you get away. And then the smoke bomb ensures that they won't follow you away. Again, all in theory. This is something that I would actually want to test, now that I'm thinking about it. So we may actually go ahead and put a remote detonator on one of those smoke bombs that we've been carrying around for a while with the intent to test. It is a hassle, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're going to be killing a lot of zombies. I have demonstrated many, many ways you can kill lots of zombies at once with a bomb. And that usually is going to optimally work with a vehicle. I had a feeling there was more from the left. Okay. We're going to back up just a little bit. Sharpen check. We're good. We are actually sweating really hard right now. Probably the fog, all the moisture in the air, not helping with that. So coming up on 11 a.m., if the fog is going to clear by midday, we may start to see it go away within the next hour. I would be very okay with that. Imagine if I could just shoot the shotgun. I got one kill. Not enough for a shotgun. Oh, you know what? I'm an actual idiot. I never took off that silly, Okay. Well, am I an idiot? I was gonna take it off, but I'm not at stage 2 discomfort, despite the fact I'm still wearing it. Okay. Fascinating. Very fascinating. Lots, okay. Falling back a little further here. That's all from the shotgun discharge right there. Yep. Well, that's it's very, very ephemeral. Like, it goes away almost instantly. But yeah, no, I still do, because that's the panic trait. The panic trait never fully goes away. It's just after the enough time has passed, the panic is very short-lived. It's very short-lived. Like, if I'm trying to do something that needs me to be not panicked, I just wait for like a second. I think I've already baked it into my muscle memory. Like, if I hear the sound of my heart thumping, I just wait for like less than a second for it to go away. And once that sound is away, that's when I usually it takes me longer for the crosshair to tighten if I'm going to shoot. It takes longer for the crosshair to tighten than it does for the panic to go away. So the simple fact that I'm not a veteran who gets faster aiming. Look at that. Fog's starting to lift. I think that means we can go weapons free. Yep. Beautiful. Yeah, definitely going to get some from all three directions in this way. Whenever the fog starts to lift, and you're certain that it's starting to lift, you're good to go to start shooting again. As long as you're 100% sure the fog is actually lifting, then it's actually like the moment it starts lifting, it's okay to start shooting again. Could be more where that guy came from. Definitely do not want to be getting flanked from the far sides. Oh, freaking glass. We do still hear a bunch of thumpers. They're all doors, though. I'm not worried about door thumpers in this neighborhood. That should result in at least one coming around that corner there. I couldn't tell you exactly where that window broke. It sounded like it was to the north, though. Okay, you know what? Because of how much I like the way this feels, I might actually start using the Desert Eagle on my 8 slot. And then I would, what I would do after that, though, is I would carry around a 9mm in my backpack separately. I still have a way through without running over corpses, but it's narrowing heavily now. Nope, that's locked. Looks like he's gonna be rotten. Okay, we're actually ready for a bite to eat really quick. Even though we are surrounded by zombie smacking things. Those things are not us. Sharpen check? Yep. This is not the turn that we're looking for. It's going to be the next one, I believe. Let me check this map. Oh no, we're on the wrong street. Relative to what I'm thinking of, we're on the wrong street. So if we continue down Market Street here, we would have to take a turn onto Clay Street instead. So my bearings were off, but that's fine. We can still use the progress we've made. I just want to verify that it would be best to... Ooh, look at that. That is an entire complex full of violet carpeting right there. That's the rare shit right there. That is the rare shit. This is going to take us past the diner. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we'll use it if we just turn up here instead. We just turn right here. That does mess up our angle, though. That messes up our angle significantly. See, we can no longer get out and fight, because if we do, we will be surrounded on all sides. And what that means is it's actually probably best to take the turn here. Because here we've still got clear to the north, pretty much in every direction to the north. So if we start fighting here, we can progress in the direction that I've been wanting to go without losing too much progress. Okay, this is where the next big set of groups are. I wanted to make sure that we won't have too much in the these houses here. These trees right here are kind of annoying me on a foundational level, but I can ignore that. As long as we don't let too many zombies get in there in the first place. The only people who could come through those trees at this point are people from the north, which are going to be a problem whether the trees are in the way or not. We'll just follow our usual practice of never getting too close to the trees. Not my best shot. Tighten up a little bit for me, guys. Take it. Why did I hit that guy behind the one I was aiming at? What an interesting thing. Now I've been discharging a lot of 45 auto. I probably need another box. Yeah, we're down to like 20 rounds. We're opening another... We'll just open 2 boxes. This is feeling pretty good. Now we have 120 rounds.
Hey!
That's it. Stay off the road. Stay off the road. That's somebody inside the house. Close enough. I would be very interested to know if every time we reload that magazine with an extra bullet in it, if that actually is grinding our, if that is grinding our reloading skill more than just doing it bullet by bullet for a revolver would. Because if so, then that means I ever so slightly regret not learning this sooner. All the big iron use that we've done could have probably gotten us much more experience in totality if that was the case. 780. Oh, 740. What are we on 740 for? 740 is not my kill count. My kill count is 46,897. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and not deal with running over corpses. Perfect. Sounds like at least one of these is on a door here. I could never have nailed that with a 625. Glorious. Now this, I don't think we turn here. No, we want to continue down. I suppose it wouldn't matter too much. But, because I mean, we want these houses to be clear no matter what. I hear one fence thumper. If you listen carefully. Yeah, there's one fence thumper right now. If there was more than one, I would be a little concerned, but that just tells me that there's not a lot of zombies getting stuck in the backyard because... Oh yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, we do a lot of 740. Is that the number of hours we're up to? It could be. I haven't. I actually haven't counted lately. The last tally I did, we were at 680 hours on Annie here, but that was missing. That was like missing a 4-hour segment that got corrupted when I had a power outage on stream, and then there was that day's segment and anything since then. So we actually could be up to 700 something now. I have not counted. My Let's Play series, well, I guess Longplay series, is still not actually featured for this game's automated playlist from YouTube. At least I don't think it was. It wasn't last time I looked. I should probably bookmark that. You know what? Take a brief look. For anybody joining, welcome. I appreciate everybody sticking around. We have fun here. We're playing Zomboid. We're also we do other things. If I look at my own stream, and then click the link at the bottom where it says Project Zomboid, the YouTube gaming browsing thing. Here it is, Project Zomboid. You click the browse game button. Okay, so my stream is featured on the live feed here, in the live section, but the Let's Play section right here, where it has just a few playlists. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of room on this page. I feel like there should be more here. I'm not even talking about myself here. I know there are more playlists on YouTube of people playing this game. So the fact that you only see like, what, 2 rows there, that's a little silly. And of course, this is all entirely automated, auto-generated by YouTube, right? So none of this right here. I don't think like you can, there's nothing you can like, I have no idea how you would try to get your playlist put on there, because everything there is auto-generated. And it's supposed to be auto-generated based on people selecting Project Zomboid as the game they're playing when they make upload a video or make a live stream. So if the feature was functioning correctly, in my opinion, it would just automatically look through playlists with gaming in them and see playlists that have nothing but Project Zomboid in them and put them in that list. But oh well. If anybody's interested, linked in the description is our playlist of our full journey here with what I was just talking about, with those probably close to 700 hours of content on just this character. We have done about 100 hours on our previous character. Before Annie Mae here, our previous character was Barbara Butters. Rest in peace, sweet princess. Gone before her time. We were in Muldraw and we got overextended a little bit. We learned a lot from that unfortunate incident. You know, I didn't drink any coffee today, and now we're tired at 1,500 hours. That's a little silly. That is actually unironically silly. I'm going to drink some of the coffee I'm carrying around now. Because we just got tired way too early in the day to be dealing with that bullshit. Now we're also surrounded by corpses, so the bandana goes on. Already Celsius outside in the kit that we're wearing. It's a miracle she hasn't drowned in her own sweat already. I would be. Not to kill them in the road, but there we go. Now we've got at least got a drivable path still. Yeah, we're good there. Okay. So if anybody would like a recap, we're in Louisville, as the title suggests. Lots of place in Louisville to be. We are clearing a angle of approach to hit a survivor house that we located. While driving around in the ambulance, we located it. It's marked on the map here at the red cross. That's our target. We're at the corner of Wonder Street right there. So we've got plenty of room left to travel and secure. I don't do stealth here. If I ever do stealth, it is like a very brief little sneaky sneak to make sure that I don't get too many people detecting me all at once. When it comes to actually trying to loot someplace, we face tank everything. We go loud, we go proud, and we kill everybody in our way. And in Louisville, that takes a while, especially if you want to do it safely. So what I do is I clear what I like to call an angle of approach, which right now, our angle of approach is generally speaking from the north, which means as I fight these zombies here, I should not be seeing too many people coming from the north. Now there's a couple gaps in my angle of approach right now. That little area behind that fence is not secure, but the fence itself, I'm not really worried about clearing that. And I'm not getting good shots on those, so I'm going to let them come out of those trees. I mean, if they don't want to come out of those trees... Oi, I'm over here, guys. The mall gun store was not bad. The mall gun store... So that because it was on the ground floor, it was no problem. In the mall, we ran into problems with the upper floors. I need to keep this in mind. I don't remember exactly which part of the stream it was. It would have been the last stream that I commented on, actually. Because I've been a doofus and I have not... usually what I try to do is, on the replays for my streams, in the pinned comment, I'll try to leave like little timestamps for interesting things if you're catching it after the fact. But I haven't been able to do that for the last couple. The most recent time I did it, though, I believe I've left a timestamp for a rather peculiar combat segment that started unexpectedly. That would be live, go down to this one here. This is part 70-something. I'm going to let that load. Pipe bomb kills, I don't think they get those. It's hard to say. Part 73? I think. Let me double check that. The biggest fight around 604. Yes, okay. So it would be somewhere in the 5-hour mark. What happened during that stream, particularly, it is linked in the description. It's part 70... What was that? Sorry, 73? Yes, part 73, around the 5-hour mark. We were in the second floor of the mall, and we just got fucking enclosed by a bunch of respawns on the second floor of the mall. Like, we literally went up the stairs. We started screwing around, killing some zombies that were in our way. And then we go back towards the stairs we just went up, where there were no zombies. And there was a full respawn there. And a full respawn for the Grand Ohio Mall, I can't stress this enough, the single densest POI on the map. So just a few respawn areas was more than enough to cause a prolonged fight. And now that, when I said the 5-hour mark, that was a bit of a ballpark. It was possibly further back than that, because what I was looking at there was the 6-hour timestamp, which is, that's when I came back in with a light bar vehicle and gathered everybody up and drew them outside to fight them all over again. Because that's what I had to do after all those respawns. So this timestamp in the description there, 604, that's because we had to deal with a bunch of zombies that had just respawned inside the ground. And that was when I made the executive decision that I'm not going to keep fighting for the Grand Ohio Mall. Now that I'm starting to see respawns in the place. No, you don't want to be getting stuck in against respawns in a place like that. There's just too many for it to ever be worth it. In future strategies for the Grand Ohio Mall, I would say do everything you need to do in that area within the first 2 weeks, and then get out of there, because otherwise you're just fighting an uphill battle against respawns. Testing the limits of the 1911 here. We are, of course, aiming level 10, so we're getting some really amazing shots with clear weather here. That was not a kill. That also was not a kill. We're doing the Call of Duty thing here. No, we're not. Not against a crawler. Fuck that. If we get a crawler, I will either shoot them or melee them from a safe distance. Now that we have a corner to draw them around, we can possibly get them to tighten up for a few shotgun shots. If anybody is not familiar, as of B42, 42.12, they added multi-hit for shotguns back. So my record right now is a hexakill. We have gotten 6 zombies with 1 shell once. Star has got to align for that to happen regularly, but it's worth it. Right now, my benchmark is I try to get an average of at least 1 zombie per bullet, and then for shotguns, I try for 2 zombies per shell. Sometimes the multi-hit just doesn't work, though. In terms of ammo, I would probably say that the mall gun store was definitely not worth the amount of ammo I had to expend to get in. But that's okay. I'll take any ammo I can get at this point. Look at all that. Hell yeah. That corner is great right there. We're using a 2-time scope on our shotgun. So if we can actually get a nice corner and then get a nice range from it, the scope, I think, may actually affect the spread. Don't quote me on that, as silly as that might sound. I know other games it does that. I don't think it does on this game. Or I'm not 100% sure. Spread is something I don't fully understand, despite how many times I've used the shotgun. I just, whenever I see them grouped up, I'm just gonna I'm gonna shoot and take a chance. Like that time I got 1 kill, but then 1 stagger. Sometimes a stagger is more than enough, right? Sometimes I'm just shooting them so that they're not all coming at me at once. In which case a stagger is just as much as a W. Even at aiming level 10, zombies who flip over fences like that are still more vulnerable than anything upright. I've got a little bit of an unhealthy obsession with the 1911 at this moment. I usually would like to diversify which rounds I'm using. I think we may have pulled, I wouldn't go as far as to call that the whole block. We definitely pulled a fair chunk just from that encounter. Now we pulled so many that I don't have a clean place to drive anymore. Oh, look at all this. Look at all this. All these idiots getting stuck on the fence. If I were to just let them continue thumping, that would result in stress buildup. Look at this. Just those 3 idiots thumping the fence brought me to 20 stress. At 25 stress, you get stage 1 stressed, at which point your aiming capabilities are cut by 1/4 at least. I don't know if 1/4 is the actual number, but that sure as hell is what it feels like. You'll still nail shots at aiming level 10, but at that point, it might as well be like losing a level. And about that. So what actually we're going to do, we're going to fall back briefly and have a quick bite to eat. See if that lets some of the stress dissipate. Let's have a bite of this stir fry here. We do carry around breeding material. I usually like to save it for something more substantial than just a neighborhood clearing. Might as well be doing a neighborhood patrol here. And we are now at stage 2 wetness from all the sweat. To be expected. To be entirely expected. This is why we carry around 6 bath towels in our trunk. If you get to tier 2 wet or stage 2 wetness and you stay like that for too long, you could get sick. And when I say sick, I don't mean like sickness buildup. I mean like an actual a cold. In this game, there is a cold you could get if you stay wet for too long, regardless of the weather, regardless of how you're wet. If you just stay wet too long, you could get a cold. And that's really fucking annoying because that results in coughing all the time. Might even affect your aim, I'm not 100% on that. I believe all civil authority in the local area has ceded to me. Therefore, I am the HOA. The HOA will decide your fate. I am the HOA. See, my niche right there would have been if I had a Desert Eagle. I could swap to that and nail a long-range shot before he became a problem. And what I mean by problem is before he came out into the street. Start shitting up my drivable area here. I suppose I should back up for anybody joining if you're not familiar. We don't run over zombie corpses here, because everything we do is with long-term in mind. And if you run over zombie corpses all the time, your tires take a hit. You lose traction on your tires, your tire condition drops. You let that happen enough, your tires will eventually break. It's usually pretty easy to catch it before it becomes a problem. And we do have plenty of spare tires, but that's not the point. Tires are something we cannot build. There is a finite number of tires on the map. Once they're gone, they're gone. You know, you survive long enough, you think about it in long enough terms. Yeah, you start to value your tires a little bit more. See, again, we're probably never gonna get to the point where we actually use up a certain type of vehicle part. That, you know, everything that'll ever spawn on the map. That's not a realistic thing to worry about, but there is very much a certain situation where you'll run into where you've used up all of them in a certain area. And then you start to thinking about bringing them in from other areas or just going somewhere else. Those situations I am not a fan of. Our starting town was Riverside. That's also where we built our main base. I have harvested every single heavy-duty part in all of Riverside. So if I want more heavy-duty parts while I'm in Riverside, I'm either bringing them from out of town or I'm, like, you know, searching rural homes in the the outskirts. Who wants to go through all that effort? That's a lot of place to drive just looking for something that only has a small chance to spawn per house. So it is very much something we've already run into in a smaller form. Louisville, of course, probably not as much. But then you start thinking about respawns and how respawns will deny easy access to certain areas. And you start thinking in terms of, okay, if I need more heavy-duty vehicle parts, I know there's some over there, but then there's going to be a bunch of fucking respawns there, too. I can understand completely why most normal people would turn off respawns. If I was playing multiplayer with the homies, we would that would be one of the first settings we change. My friends are not, in the slightest, anywhere close to being as tolerant of bullshit as I am. For me, at least, it's a part of the appeal. One of the things I try to do on my streams when I play certain games like these is play them on their absolute default settings. Why it says in the stream title, Apocalypse. We are on Apocalypse settings. All sandbox settings are the same as the defaults. The only thing we have changed is the UI mod that we're rocking. And there's a cosmetic mod that we ported it ourselves from B41 that recolors the backpack. That's all we're rocking in terms of changes. Everything else is 100% default. So you guys can see exactly how unbelievably tedious some parts of this game can be. Unbelievably tedious. Now, some people would make stealth actually work out for them. Those people would probably have very few problems doing what I'm trying to do right now. Like right now, I want to loot a survivor house that I have marked on the map, and that in and of itself is a multi-day endeavor for me because of how loud I have to play. If I didn't have to do that, that'd probably be really swell for this operation. But are you ever going to loot the Grand Ohio Mall using nothing but stealth? If so, how long is it going to take you? Am I going to be able to do it faster using not stealth? These are the questions that I think about sometimes. I usually just default far away from stealth because in this game, I've never felt like it's a reliable thing. Anytime you ever see me deploy stealth, it is like fully with loss in mind. Like I don't ever expect to get away from anything without attracting any zombies at all. It's just, anytime I ever use stealth, it's just to minimize the number that get latched onto me. So we got 2 coming down from that way? Can I nail them? Yeah, hell yeah. I think I actually might have shot... I think some of the buckshot might have hit that truck. It sounded unusually metallic. And why did that shot not work? Who knows? Just because multi-hit his back doesn't mean it's perfect. Yeah, 100%. The, whatchamacallit, the value of not being surrounded and having a reliable strategy to not be surrounded is so important to me that I will spend tens of hours on it. I will spend tens of hours to make sure that I don't get surrounded when I'm trying to do even something as simple as looting a single house. Now that I don't think we're going to have to actually spend tens of hours. We've been at this only for 3 hours, and we only found that survivor house less than an hour ago. Oh, you know what? Okay. So whatever this big POI is to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, we probably pulled a lot of Zeds just from that. Yeah. We have probably pulled a lot of Zed. That's probably where the larger parts of these groups came from. See, this is, I mean, average neighborhood in Louisville, but also this felt a little bit dense compared to the rest of this neighborhood, and now we know why. Whatever that red roof POI is, that is where they're coming from now. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to keep playing this carefully without spending so much time. The time sink required to play it like this is, well, and I've said this before, it's the time sink that the devs have in mind for NPCs in multiplayer, right? So the amount of time that I have to spend to keep secure about things in the future, in this game's ideal form, will not be a problem because you'll be able to outsource it to NPCs and other players. But without it, man, is it a slog. See, that's why there's so many coming through here. They're coming from whatever that POI is. It looks residential, whatever it is. Probably residential, like either townhouses or apartments. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea. The only problem that I have with it right now is the sheer number of fences here. Like this fence right here. Y'all saw all these losers right here just slapping this fence for no reason. Imagine that by, like, multiply that by 20. And that's what I would have to deal with if I started blowing the horn or the siren. Because they would go in a straight line, or, you know, a sort of a straight line towards where they hear it, and end up following me, trying to go through those fences. And that wouldn't work out very well for them. This is not my turn. Is it the next one? Yeah, it's okay, so we gotta go all the way around then. Alright. We've made progress. We're definitely not there yet. We're gonna scout it out, though. We are gonna scout it out, and I think I will do... I will use the siren to collect everybody in the area on our way out. So we're gonna kill this guy. And we're gonna hop back into the ambulance, drive through our very meticulously cleared drivable area there, and start blowing the siren to pull people out of their hidey holes up in front of where we'll deal with them tomorrow. Try myself before I get started here. Alright. So we are looking for the next turn towards the north. That's not it. That's actually the halfway point. Ooh, hang on. Okay. So we're pulling in the correct direction by leaving it there. I am going to cut across here briefly because I want to see... This is drivable, is it? Okay. It's narrow, but it's drivable. It's extremely narrow, but it's drivable. That's good to know. Okay. So what I can do now is actually something that's way more efficient than fighting everybody. I could gather everybody and just leave them here in this corner. But before I would do something like that, I would want to make sure that I'm not blocking myself off from anything useful. Both of these townhouse complexes here have been looted and trashed, I think. The south one is not. But the north one's looted, trashed. And I don't see any other residential here. So we're not going to lose access to any houses. Yeah, so if I were to blow the siren on this side of the street and just do a reverse Uno on all those guys who were coming from this side. That, yeah, we could do that. So a lot of those guys that we just lured down the road, now they're going to be going through these houses here to the north. We don't have a lot of room to maneuver in this particular parking lot, so this particular parking lot is not a... I wouldn't lure them all here and try to do a pipe bombing, because we just don't have enough real estate to drive around. We could have enough real estate to drive around with a vehicle I didn't care about. So if I wasn't using the ambulance, which I do care about, and because I care about it, I can't be taking too many side hits and losing trunk storage space. If I didn't care about it, if we have my horde luring vehicle from the mall, yeah, that is enough room if you don't care about hitting zombies. Oh yeah, look at all that. Okay. And if we play our cards right, a lot of these zombies will be ones we don't have to deal with. But that means we have to drop back to melee only. And I don't know how well that's going to play out. Here's what I'll do. I'll set my cruise control for 5 miles an hour here. 5 miles an hour is actually fast enough to stay ahead of a slow shambler that is directly behind you. It will not outrun anybody on a parallel interception. Oh, it's a motel. Or is that what that is? That looks like a... kind of looks like a motel. I don't know. I don't see any logos or anything. Yeah, see this fast guy right here? He probably might catch us if we're... Yeah, I'm going to go a little faster. Somebody's coming at you parallel. Don't just do it at 5 miles an hour. Okay. Red Oak Apartments. I don't know if I woke that place up yet. The closed... Oh, yeah. Okay, I see a dude inside. So probably awake. Alright, not bad. We did kind of eliminate a little bit of our work here on this side of the road. Because now, if we shoot in this area, the gunshot sound will go across the street to where we just pulled all those dudes. So this is why I said we probably can't do any more shooting if we want to actually pull them out of the way and leave them out of the way. So that strategy we just used, we could probably do it again, but we're going to need to not be going loud with guns. Melee combat is probably not enough to pull them all the way from the other side of the street like that. So maybe as an overnight activity after we get our first sleep in here. I have found that even with how meticulous I play, the weird situations that crop up anyway, that's enough for me. So if I ever want to be in true danger all the time, I'll just go play some Darktide. That's what that game's there for. It is definitely that is Danger City right there. That meme of Ralphie going like, haha, I'm in danger. That's 100% of the time in Darktide. Alright, yeah, everything up here is still clear. You know what I'm going to do, now that it's actually clear? I'm going to grab that news van that I saw earlier. I don't even know if that has good parts in it, but it looks like it does. The engines are always shit on these things, but the parts are sometimes really good, and I'm always down for good parts. If you ever need to level your electrical skill, and or find a generator magazine. News vans are a potential source of such things. I'll take this straight back to the garage, actually. Yeah, I'll deal with it later. No idea if it's got gas or even a battery, but yeah, just leave it there. And we ate all of our loose food, so we're going to have a bite of kale. So we did thaw some. And you know what? As a overnight activity, we're going to do laundry as well, because we've gotten quite dirty, and now we finally have some water stacked up so that we can actually clean ourselves up. Avert your eyes, YouTube. Thankfully, it is so warm out right now that I don't even need to worry about getting cold overnight. During the winter, that is a rather annoying thing sometimes. Oh, you know what? I might be a lying little asshole. I just thought about what day it is. It's currently July 25th, 1995. And our stream title is... What is our stream title? Our stream title is Day 740. That might be wrong. I might have just keyed that in as a blanket estimation. So I have a little shortcut here. 7/9/1993 is the start date. We're now at 7/25/1995. Calculates. 7:47. So I was off by a week. There we go. We'll just update that then. Boom. Stream title is no longer false advertising. We were only off by a week. Put these boots on. I have boots laying around specifically so that I can run around without getting my foot injured. So I can actually deal with this van overnight here. What do we got in this bad boy? Decent tires, decent battery, but it's not charged. We'll take it out, put it on the charger. Performance tires, but only one of them is actually good. The rest are in the 50s. So at least we can harvest the good one. That's easy enough. Yeah, okay. Battery charger's right over here. I need a little bit of gas. I think I have a... Yeah, I'll just take a harvest a bottle. I have a... The fire truck right over here is actually a vehicle recovery truck. It should have a couple of... It doesn't. It's supposed to have heavy-duty batteries in it that are actually charged. But there's one on the floor right here, so that's fine. We can use this just to get it in the correct spot. I wish the news vans could actually do something. But the radio is not even a, it's not even, oh, it's a ham radio. Okay, so these vans actually do carry around ham radios. That's cool. That means that aside from the ambulances, news vans are actually capable of carrying around a ham radio. Interesting. I would still never use a news van over an ambulance, but I didn't know that. So I guess if you don't have an ambulance and you want something that has a... Ham radios are not going to be important to you very much in single player. Literally, the only thing you'll do with a ham radio in single player is listen to the radio. Listen to the weather, rather. So single player, not that big of a deal. But multiplayer and... Well, multiplayer if you're not in Discord with your homies, right? If you're not in Discord with your homies, ham radios are how you do it. And if there are NPCs in the game, I predict that ham radios will be nectar of the gods to communicate with your NPCs in bases from a long distance. The premium technologies ham radio that we have that's already in this ambulance, or sorry, in this news van, is got a really weak range compared to the military ham radios. So I guess you could say in expectation of ham radios being valuable someday, I'm trying to habituate myself into seeing them as a very valuable thing. And I loot them and leave them at my bases that I put together in the field. So because of that, I actually have a spare ham radio already lying around. I think I put it in the RTB truck. So I can actually just take this news van over here and put a military ham radio in it. What it would be really cool, and this is just, probably outside the remit of what the devs are going to do, but I'd find it really interesting if there are, we could actually use satellite communications for, like, I don't know, 5 years into the game. Because, you think about the degradation that they show in the first couple months, right? Society falls apart, you lose broadcast, you lose everything, everything stops. But satellites, because of their self-sustaining nature, even back in the 90s, you would still have a fair number of satellites in orbit, basically maintaining themselves until they run out of fuel. I think even back then we still had pretty good technology for satellites to self-correct, so that they wouldn't just fall out of the sky without human intervention. But, well, look at this. This thing's got satellite dishes on top of it. Imagine if we could use that to just communicate anywhere on the map with our NPCs or multiplayer, or other players. That would be amazing. It'd be fucking amazing. I would love it. That would be really, really, really cool. But I took the ham radio out of the van that I just had one in. We're just going to swap out the current radio for a military one. Hey there, how's it going? We're just doing a little bit of overnight work here, and we will resume doing some residential combat tomorrow morning. I was just speaking about thinking of these news vans as a potential thing that would be very valuable in the future, based on systems the devs might not have added to the game yet. All guesswork. I'll go ahead and leave it here, slated for a rebuild. We're actually close to our second bedtime here at 4 a.m., so we'll cut off the lights, and our clothes should be done in the dryer at this point. Yep, so we can armor back up. Yeah, I was mentioning this before, but news vans in the current form of the game, like just thinking of the game as it's placed right now, they're actually pretty much useless. Everything that I would think about they're pretty much useless if you've already got the ability to wire generators and you've already got your electrical leveled up to where you want it to be. If those two statements are true, then news vans are almost 100% useless. Right now, I'm just kind of trying to use my imagination to think about what they would be useful for someday. And that, takes a little bit of imagination because right now they're basically just ambulances with much weaker engines. or ambulances without light bars and much weaker engines. The only other thing they have in common with ambulances is the fact that they can have a ham radio, which not very useful to us now, but someday might be. I needed to fill up another water bottle. That's what I needed to do. There's tomorrow's water. And we're hungry. We're having a bite of kale. We will cook some more food tomorrow morning. Yeah, so right now, let's just say that you're playing multiplayer in B42. I think multiplayer will be the first thing that they add that would actually give you some value to the radios. If you're doing multiplayer where you're trying to, I guess this would be an RP thing, right? You're playing multiplayer with your friends and you're just doing, you're not going to put them on voice like in Discord, for example. Then radios would be how you communicate almost everywhere you go, except for just, you know, using your AoE voice when they're right in front of you. You would want to have radios all over the place with you, wherever you go. But yeah, right now there's nothing to do with them. But I've tried to get into the habit of collecting ham radios and putting them in strategically useful places and whatnot. We need to cook. And we've got griddle pans out in the ambulance. That's what I was. Something drew me outside and I forgot. But now, yeah, we left our frying pans in the ambulance. We don't want to. I have a bad track record of leaving cookware laying around. Does our sword need to be replaced? It needs to be sharpened, but it's good once it's sharpened. So today's meal is kale and eggs. Two more kale in this one. Oops, that was one too many. Oh well. I hate having leftovers, so we'll just toss that egg. We'll toss what's left of that egg in the oven and hard boil it. Yeah. And I was just what I was talking about before was the fact that there's satellite dishes on the roof of the news vans. That could be extremely useful for maybe the first five years, maybe even up to a decade. You know what? We could actually look at this while we're cooking. Let me just get the there we go, so I can monitor that. The egg is going to cook immediately here. Yeah, the egg. I just want to look at what satellites in the 90s could do. If we look at Wikipedia, communications satellite. Origins. Go to... Give me the 90s here. First and early experiments. There's the 70s. Okay. So they're talking about the 60s and then they jump up to the 20s. Not a very good chronological Wikipedia article. 70s. What I'm interested in learning about right now is what kind of longevity could we expect? Because we have to assume that after the first month in game, the notion of a rocket launch to refuel a satellite is a pipe dream. It's never going to happen. So we have to assume that as part of the degradation that we witness in this game, the degradation would assume that satellites may continue to remain in orbit for a set number of time. But what I'm curious to find out about is how long could a 1993 satellite stay in orbit? How many years of life would that have before it would run out of correction fuel to correct its orbit? Because at that point, we wouldn't be able to refuel it. So even if we had some hero with a news van connecting to a command and control satellite and making sure that it's using its resources appropriately, eventually it's going to run out of fuel and we'll never be able to refuel them. Yeah. Fall after 6 months. That could be, maybe. Maybe. I won't spend too much time on this, but I am curious about certain things. Satellite television. Amateur radio satellites. Those would probably be what we use. UHF. Obviously, the military would have their own stuff, but even the military falls apart after a certain point, and they would they'd have the same problems that the civilian ones would. If we just do 1990, here we go. So the early 1990s in the form of TVRO, but there's no citation for that. So the 90s are mentioned in this article. There we go. Here we go. After the 1990s. After the 1990s, so that's talking about the 2000s. Damn it. Okay, well, in that article, we didn't have anything directly about the 90s. I'm sure there are articles that could be found elsewhere about that. But I shan't be doing... I won't go down any rabbit holes today. I have been known to go down rabbit holes on a whim. Alright, we want to get this battery off of the charger. It should be done now. And we'll just slap that straight into the van we just picked up. The one that's in it is just a temp. The temp belongs in my vehicle recovery truck. Now that we are 2 years in, of course, every battery we come across, almost every single battery is going to be empty and needs to be recharged if it's going to be of any use. So we have a whole truck dedicated to that. That's this one right here. The other fire truck that we have here is supposed to be a horde luring vehicle, which is why we might actually deploy with that today. Hey, Richard, how's it going? No, I don't know much about old satellites. I've learned a fair bit about modern satellites. On a conceptual level, obviously. I'm not a fucking engineer or anything, but I have learned a little bit about how they work. But I don't know very much about, satellites before the current era. What kind of limitations they'd run into. For anybody joining, we are talking about satellites because there is a news van that we just recovered with satellite dishes on it. And I realized that news vans can actually carry around ham radios, which is cool. This makes them only the second heavy-duty vehicle that I'm aware of that could do that. Outside of law enforcement vehicles, right? There's law enforcement vehicles, but then now apparently there are... Okay, I suppose law enforcement vehicles in my head is a little bit overbroad, because I'm also thinking about like, anything with a light bar on it. So that's law enforcement, construction, and a couple of other things. First broadcast sat was launched in 1990. Yeah. Now, amateur radio satellites would probably be a lot more useful in the immediate term, because they wouldn't require any reprogramming to just bounce some UHF signals, which any satellite that bounces UHF signals would be something that would, in this game, and I'm just thinking about this game, of course, is let us communicate from one point to another on the map from any distance whatsoever. Of course, assuming that the weather is okay, because that's been a problem for satellites forever. I did actually have Dish satellite TV at one point. I don't think that was the 90s. I think that may have been early 2000s. Well, our family television used Dish for a little while, and that didn't last very long. My parents got fed up with the signal problems. Varied significantly by type. Operational lifespan between 5 to 15 years. Fuel and battery life, yeah. Battery life would, probably the charge and discharge cycles by the satellites exceeded the design life, sometimes by several years. And that part right there, exceeding their design life, that would probably require some babysitting. And babysitting, of course, would not happen in this game unless players did it. That's my prediction. So, of course, if anything I'm talking about would ever get added to the game, it would be something that players would probably have to be involved in. We would probably have to get access to a satellite dish. Probably have to get like maybe, who knows, maybe we need to connect a computer to it. Computers are in the game, and the devs have openly stated that they want computers to do things. That would be something they would be able to do with them. But yeah, we're delving very deep into imagination territory now. The only thing of what I've been talking about lately that I know the devs are thinking about is computers being able to do something. But they have not even specified what. So, alright. Really? Easy in space. I mean, that's the thing, right? Space launches, even just for something as simple as a satellite refueling, which I use the word simple, it's hardly simple. but by comparison, it is a hell of a lot simpler than a manned space operation. But yeah. So what we're doing right here is we're firing up the light bar to pull people out of the neighborhood right there. And we brought our fire truck specifically for that, because the fire truck, we're not going to be broken up about it if it gets a little bit of damage. This is one of our less important vehicles. So if we happen to get surrounded and we got to plow our way through a few Zeds, I will not be shedding tears for this thing. I'm still going to avoid them where I can, but yeah, we're not, no cry. No woman, no cry. So all the noise we're making right now, we're just trying to pull everybody out of that neighborhood. And just let them disperse in this direction. Which is why I'm actually going to shut the light bar off now and just do a circle around. So aside from the ones who literally just saw us, the ones who were only hearing us are just going to kind of continue to group up in that area. Raid the airport for an engine. I don't think there's any launch sites anywhere in Kentucky, nor were there ever reasonably. For a different video game that I played on stream on this channel before, I played a fair bit of Terra Invicta, and because of that game, I learned quite a bit about where you want to have launch facilities for orbital launches of any type. And the short answer is the equator. You want the closer you are to the equator, the more centripetal velocity you get on a orbital launch. And even a non-orbital launch, you still get a little bit of an advantage there. So that's one of the reasons that in the contiguous United States, one of the only major launch facilities we have is 51, which is all the way down in Florida. That's why all the NASA launches you guys see on TV, that they're all down in Florida, because that is the closest in the contiguous United States. Which is, you know, we wouldn't be building no launch complexes on Puerto Rico, now would we? Puerto Rico doesn't even get representation in Congress. Say what you will about that, but yeah, there's logistical problems that come up when you try to start building outside the contiguous United States. So Florida is and always will be probably our most valuable launch site. Look at that. That house is under construction. That's a fucking mansion right there. Interesting. Oh, really? Well, happy birthday. Don't forget about that. Make sure you get the birthday greetings out. It's still only 1 p.m., so if you still send a text now, you probably won't be accused of forgetting. I mean, hey, you remembered. Sometimes that's all it takes. My mom, she's always just happy to be remembered sometimes. Now, our turn is at the bottom, that corner there at the bottom. That's our turn. That's our destination. But we don't want to be making too awful much noise right here, lest we undo some of the work we just did, luring those Zeds. I don't think it would undo too much if we fired up the light bar right around here. That's something you could do. So we move around in this parking lot for a minute. The reason I like to stay in that parking lot is it's bringing everybody who's in the road off to the side of the road, so I can just plow right through the right side of the road with very few collisions, just like this. Easy peasy. Not a perfect solution, but hey, you know what? It minimizes hits, and I'm perfectly okay with that. So most everybody we just gathered from further down the road just continues to follow us down this road now. That's a lot of zombies right there. We're entering pipe bomb territory. I might actually load these guys up for a pipe bomb. I mean, there's enough of them for it, and that would eliminate them as a factor entirely. So pipe bombs in Project Zomboid. if anybody watching is not familiar, there have been, as of the Ragdoll update. The Ragdoll update, I think it was either that update or shortly afterwards. Explosives are good against zombies. After the first 13 years of this game's existence, explosives were almost exclusively PvP. Now they are... Mwah. We've gotten some amazing multi-kills with... We eliminated most of the Grand Ohio Mall exclusively with pipe bombs. So all that entails is stopping by our ambulance here, which of course the ambulance, being our combat vehicle, has all of our explosives in it. We shall have a bite to eat while we walk. And inside the ambulance we have a... okay. So we have an explosives bag with no explosives in it because we haven't made any more. Okay. Yeah. That's alright. We just got to make some more then. What I'm going to do is take the detonator. I'm going to take the detonator, and that's all I need out of the ambulance. Detonator is right here. We're going to take the 90K, leave that in our backpack, and then we've got a bomb-making station in our field base here. We're just going to park at the bomb-making station, put together a couple of them there pipe bombs. The material requirement for pipe bombs is the best of all the bomb types. Except for fire bombs, which of course fire bombs, you don't want to mess with those unless you have a lot of time to spare to wait for the zombies to burn, and you're not worried about anything in the area catching on fire while that happens. That's the consideration for that. If those are not factors for you, then fire bombs are great. If, you know, I don't want to be setting half of Louisville on fire, and I don't want to be driving in circles for 20 minutes IRL waiting for the zombies to burn. We're gonna blow their asses up properly here. We just need some bullets. We need to harvest the gunpowder from bullets. We've got some 45 auto rounds here. That's what I've been using so far. And we're going to continue doing that. So we're going to do... let's do 2 pipe bombs. So it's every time you harvest gunpowder from a bullet, you get 1 unit of gunpowder, regardless of the type of bullet. That may be subject to change in the future. But for now, every bullet is equal. So we are going to do 40 rounds of 45 auto, and it's 20 bullets worth of gunpowder to make 1 bomb. So what we're doing is harvesting gunpowder for 2 bombs here. And for this, all you need is pliers. So I've already had pliers in the tool bag here. Now, the only other materials we need to make a pipe bomb is a broken pipe, which we have plenty of. We just make sure we manually select it, because iron pipes are useful for construction. Broken iron pipes are basically just useful as a material for bombs. And the only other stuff is easy to find. Hacksaw, twine, scrap electronics. Yeah. Just, now what we want to do, though, is we want to put remote triggers on them. That's a little bit more material expensive. So what we're going to do is do a remote trigger, which costs electrical parts, radio receiver, glue. Glue is, of course, one of the most undersold materials in this game right now, because it has to be glue. Can't be epoxy, can't be wood glue, can't be none of that else. So we've only got 5 sticks right now, and now we have 3.1 sticks now. So yeah. Glue will get used up really quick if you don't pay attention to how much you have. So just making 2 pipe bombs there. Now we've got 2 triggers. Now we just slap the triggers onto the bombs. So there's the pipe bombs. Here's the recipe. Crafted trigger. And this costs duct tape. So we had to spend glue to make the trigger. Now we spend a little bit of duct tape to put it on the bomb. But now we've got 2 remote bombs. One of them is going to go in our backpack for later. The other is going to stay in our main inventory, and it's going to get linked to the remote controller that we have. So this remote controller is on channel 90K. We right click on the bomb, link it to that, so the bomb's channel is now 90K. And that's it, we're set. We can now deploy the bomb wherever we need to. How do I not get burnout on this game? So I've talked about this before. This game is... There's 2 games to Project Zomboid. There's combat, and then there's logistics. I would say a reasonable person would want a little mixture of both. There's a lot of people who just want combat. If you're just here for the combat, Zomboid might not be the game for you. When I just want to play combat and I just want to kill a bunch of zombies, I boot up Warhammer 40k Darktide, and that throws me into a zombie killing simulator with much better mechanics than this game. If I play Zomboid, it's because I want to put a hell of a lot of time into logistics, planning, execution. I mean, right now, you're about to witness me do a pipe bomb, right? The amount of planning that has to go into it before you can get a pipe bomb like this pulled off. It's very rewarding for me. I enjoy that a lot. Like, just planning and execution and seeing a plan come together. Very fan. I love that a lot. But if that doesn't scratch the itch for you, if that's not what you play video games for, then Zomboid is going to be a little bit difficult to get behind. I'm not going to say it's not for you, but it's going to be something you're probably going to want to play multiplayer with, so that other players who are into that can deal with it for you, and you can drop in and help them with combat operations, for example. That's actually something I've done with my friends. So it's like, you know, this game is when you're playing it by yourself like this, you have to be somebody who enjoys lots and lots of logistics. Or, you know, you can try to do the scavenger, just makes do with nothing but local resources everywhere he goes. You can do that. Some people do that. I don't find a lot of enjoyment in that, because what if I go somewhere and there's stuff that I don't, or stuff that I want, but there's nothing there? That is fucking annoying as fuck to me. So I like to over-prepare all the time. And even with all my over-preparation, sometimes it's not good enough. And because of that, I learn things, and that's a lot of fun. I love that. So, alright, we need to put down our pipe bomb. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to trigger a combat section here. We're playing the music ourselves because the game's music breaks shortly after you start playing it nowadays. So we have our chill music playing. We're going to put on some combat music. And I'm also going to get a mark so I can put a link in the description. Let's put on just the combat music for this game here. And mark is going to be 4 hours, 16 minutes, 4 hours, 17 minutes. Let's put that on my notepad here. 4:17:00. All right, here goes nothing. Now we need to get the bomb planted without getting mobbed. I think we can deal with that. Yep, okay. It's not centered. I would love for it to be centered, but there's too many zombies in this area to get perfectly centered. So we've got a challenge ahead of us. I don't want that window to be open right now. Please close it. And let's get the light bar fired up a little further down this road. So basically all we're doing is undoing a lot of the work we did pulling everybody down this road. And that's okay. Because we're going to bring them somewhere special. Oh shit, my hood is actually taking some damage there. So what that means is I'm actually going to... here we go. You know what? I didn't really want to do this, but now that I see that my hood is taking some damage, we're going to loop them back around this side. So what I've got to do is I've got to use my imagination. There's a huge group of them, and they're now breaking their way through the red roof building. And that's perfectly okay. I'm not going to give them enough time to actually break all the way through it. I'm just going to come over here and come at them from this side now. So they've cleared the road because I did that. And now they're going to infest the road again. But they're going to be easier to get through. I won't have to take as many hood hits. Setting cruise control for 10 miles an hour. That should be enough to avoid any intercepts here. At least too many. I may loop back one more time to catch that back line, because there is a fair few up there who are going to struggle to make it up to us. I could do this. No, I don't have a lot of room to maneuver back here. I'm not doing that. Okay. You know what? I didn't realize that this building has an underhang here. I did not realize this. So this is actually very valuable to us right here. We can actually just chill here for a moment, because there's no zombies directly next to us. And a lot of the ones that we're pulling can now come this way. If I had known that this area was here, I probably would have put the pipe bomb somewhere over here. Okay, so a lot of the fast ones have made it around that corner and are now in this area. Because we want to keep the attention of the back line of slow shamblers, we're actually just going to loop back here. Because remember, the fast ones that can keep up with you a little bit better than the rest, they're only half of the equation. The other half are the slow ones back here. Okay, we don't have to go much further than that. Here's some science. This is going to be dangerous. Potentially very dangerous. Can I just go through here? So I think I can because of this gravel road. We're cutting it close. We're cutting it very close, though. This will lose the attention of far fewer than just going all the way around to the other side of the road. Hello. That's a little too many right there. See, this is where I really wish I could get through here. This is going to test me. I think I can make this. Yep, okay. That was a bit of a test. I was not sure I could do that. I'm glad that I was able to pull that off. Okay. So remember, our pipe bomb is right here. Over here on the left. That is where we want most of these zombies to be if we can pull it off. And we're going to do some more looping around in this area. Now, if we get a suboptimal detonation because of our placement, I'm actually perfectly okay with that right now. We did not get a good placement. I don't expect to get, this isn't going to be dust off and nuke them from orbit here. That's okay. That's not what we're shooting for. We just want to get quite a few of them. Okay, I think we can start grouping them up now. Like I said before, when I first saw this place, this is going to be tight. It's going to be a little bit less tight than I was afraid it was going to be. It's still going to be very tight. But the way these zombies are distributed right now, the way they're all over the place, we can condense them into a nice tight blob. It just requires a lot of room to maneuver. And when I say a lot, I would prefer a lot more than what I just used. That, like I said, way tighter than I'm used to. And not in the good way. So you can already see them tightening up a little bit. And we have not even been able to get to the point where we can drive in full circles around them. It's just a natural thing that happens when you start to get them going in circles. What happens is the slow ones, who can't keep up with you as you circle them, the slow ones get stuck in the middle of the circle, while the fast ones kind of almost keep up with you, but they're still just going, they're going in radial directions in the center, from the center of the circle. So you've got a blob forming just by doing even just semicircles. They're already blobbing up very nicely. And all we got to do is leave that blob directly close enough to this pipe bomb. And we'll get many, many kills for the cost of 20 bullets worth of gunpowder. Which, yeah, threatened me with a good time. What I like to consider critical mass for a group like this is when you can actually drive circles all the way around them. I don't know if that was a little bit of luck right there. we had a separation we could break through. We will be at critical mass when we can go all the way around them without any sort of luck. We might be there. I mean, honestly, there's just a couple of slow ones here. There's just a couple of slow ones. That's no problem. So yeah, you see the blobbing effect? That's a solid couple hundred zombies right there, just all blobbed up together. All blobbed up and ready for a night on the town. Now, if this was a vehicle I cared about, like the ambulance, I would be fuming with how damaged it would be right now. But that's why we use the truck instead of the ambulance. Now, having to use these trees, it's screwing me up a little bit, but that's okay. So what we can do, though, to get around that, we can do is a couple of semicircles here. You won't get a perfect circle with semicircles, but you'll still get a nice blobby shape. Okay, what we got to do is get our UI ready for the detonation. We've already got the remote controller. It's at the top of our list. What I want is the UI to be a little smaller so I can still see where I'm going. And look at that. We can do full circles now. We can do full circles now. That semicircle allowed us to get enough of them out of those trees so we can go full circles around the group now. Critical mass has been achieved. Now we just want to get them a little bit tighter. Annie is in a complete state of panic right now, which I understand completely. Okay, what we want to do is get the dispersed ones a little bit away from this corner. So we might pause briefly right here. Nah, there's too many of them. We'll just go a little slower. I want to get these stragglers in line. Because what I need to do is I need to park where I'm at right now. This spot, I need to be able to park here long enough to blow the detonator and not be mobbed at the same time. Which is kind of why we want the circle to be as critical mass as it can be. Okay, I think we're there. Alright, my finger is on the trigger now. Oh yeah, okay. We didn't even get the boom, but we got most of them. We got most of them. Fantastic. Okay. You know what? I think we got enough of them that we can kill the rest with hand weapons without any compromises here. We even still have some fences for them to flip over. See the fact that they're still blobbed up a little bit? Multi-kills with the shotgun. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's alright. It won't get... I mean, okay, so ambient usage is like 0.1% or 0.001, I think. It doesn't even show up. I have left a light bar running all night at one point, but because there were no zombies hitting it, it was no problem. But you know, on the principle of the thing, we've got plenty of gunshots now to draw them out. That was a fantastic pipe bomb. I regret to inform everybody that the kill counter does not work specifically for remote pipe bombs. Right now, the kill counter actually, and I was comparing notes with somebody on Reddit, and they helped me confirm in my mind that some pipe bombs do count, but not remote ones. So all these zombies that just died here because of the remote pipe bomb did not count towards our kill counter. but they did, whatchamacallit, if I had thrown a pipe bomb, it would have been fine. Enter on the MP server and sell Zed gathering services. I'm not above doing that as like a role on an NP server, but the funny thing about that is one of the only times that I have just been thoroughly embarrassed in multiplayer in this game. And when I say embarrassed, I mean it was just a fucking glitch. I shouldn't have been mad about it, but it got me mad. I had just gotten to the point where I had figured out how to survive zombies in a lot of combat situations, but then in multiplayer, I was doing some towing on the road between Muldraw and West Point, and I stopped a little bit briefly on the road. My window was up, but a zombie reached right through my window. No clip through the window, and bit me straight on the neck while I was sitting in the vehicle. And because of that, when it comes to operations like this, I need to be very strongly reassured that that's not a thing that's going to happen again in multiplayer. So otherwise, in multiplayer, I'm just going to do hand weapons almost 100% of the time because they haven't failed me yet in multiplayer specifically. This one's going to take forever to get through that door, so... Yeah. I do certainly hope that if they're doing the multiplayer unstable thing, they've been cooking for 3 months. That's what I hope they're doing. And if that's what they do, I hope they get it... I hope at least some certain bugs like that are addressed. I mean, the amount of time that they've spent working on multiplayer, you want to think that they would have fixed certain problems like that. Now, I know a lot of what they've done in multiplayer is stuff that we might not actually see, unfortunately. What I've gleaned from what I've read through the devlogs and what I've heard from other posts is that they're trying to make it so that multiplayer doesn't have to take as long in the future. So a lot of the optimizations we're not going to notice directly when we start playing it. If those optimizations are successful, we'll notice it in perhaps Build 43 might release with multiplayer unstable along with it. Like Build 43 unstable might include multiplayer if everything they're saying about what they're trying to do to streamline their stuff. If everything about that was true and it worked, then I predict we could see a Build 43 just when it drops, it'll have multiplayer in it. I don't know. That's just a speculation based on highly optimistic idealism right there. That's what that is. And, you know, how idealist can you be for a game like this? I'm not going to answer that. I'm just going to steal a hood from this other truck here. A lot of people talk about repairing hoods. Sometimes it's a lot easier to just steal one. I ain't got no welding torch with me right now. I don't need no welding torch. Got a mashed up hood. This one doesn't. Oh wow, it got down to 1%. So we actually took some engine damage that time. I'm glad I got out of that when I did. Fantastic. Very fantastic. Yeah. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, you can actually right now in B41. I think you don't run over players by default. I think that was a setting you had to turn on. Don't quote me on that. It's been so long. I actually, now that memory is coming back to me. Hang on. I've got a remote desktop here to my server. This is the dedicated. It's running a billion things right now, but on the desktop. Right there on the desktop, I think I still have my Project Zomboid server files. And I'm very curious now if that is actually the a setting. So I'm almost 100% sure that's just a setting. I'm gonna give that a minute to log in. My server is a gaming PC from 2017. No, it's from 2010. I actually forgot. I literally forgot what year I built it in. It's a really old gaming PC that I've converted to a server. I'm trying to eat, so I'm not going to fight this guy right away. Yeah, my background. I love this background. Every time I see it, it makes me laugh. I'm going to kill this guy before I do anything else. want another fast one here. But otherwise, this road that we wanted to go down, nice and clean now. I mean, we might have actually cleared all the way to the survivor house that we were targeting. I will kind of slowly mosey in that direction. But yeah, we've got our, yeah, so the batch files are still here. That's not it. We're looking for, oh no, here it is, yeah. Steam command. PZ. Server settings, where are the server settings? Really? Not in the same folder? I won't spend too much time looking for this, I'm just curious. Config. Config.vdf, is that it? Oh, VDF doesn't sound correct. No, that's just, that's network settings. That's all network settings. Yeah, that's all network settings. Project Zomboid didn't do things the way other servers go. They're really, I mean, you know, that's what happens when you use a custom engine, right? The devs built this game with their own engine on Java. Huh. Oh, PZ start, right here. That is, that should have my config file in it. Well, it should, but all I see is a bunch of Java. That's nothing but a bunch of Java. Unfortunate. Well, I'm not gonna, like I said, not gonna try to dig it up. I was just curious enough to take a look. But if they're gonna bury the configuration file for your server deep down in there somewhere, I ain't gonna get out my mining helmet and go spelunking right now. I'm just gonna say that my memory is telling me that that was definitely a server setting at one point. Okay, yeah. I was glad to know I wasn't misremembering that. You can turn it on. Yeah. If you're ever masochistic enough to turn on settings that even the devs don't leave on by default for Apocalypse, that you're built different. That's all I can say. What? I just failed that door opening twice. Okay, we're good. So yeah, our target for this whole operation has actually been further down this road. We haven't even witnessed it since we first did our pass. It is right... Really? Interesting. Here it is. You see the little wooden planks on this house up here, four up to the north? The zombies out in front of it? Okay. So, we are not in secure enough territory to be discharging the weapon. What I am going to do, though, is drink half of a coffee. Just half, because I don't want to screw up my sleep schedule too much. If I can't kill all the zombies that are in my way with this half cup of coffee, then I'm going to say that I'll come back tomorrow. It's not worth blowing up my sleep schedule for just a street here. Now, if I were to take that plank off of the door and then just try to open the door, I'm almost 100% sure that it would not open. I think every single time a survivor house is around, in addition to the fact that it's boarded up, I believe it is also locked. But, if y'all hear that, that is the sound of 1,000 terrible things coming this way. And if they find us, they will bite us chew us into oblivion and then leave the pieces behind. Sorry, I butchered that quote, but the fact that I hear a bunch of Zeds hitting one door and it's about to break, that tells me there may be a bunch of them in there, and our young lady there might be joined by a bunch of them. Yeah? No? Yeah, there they are. Okay. At least one of them went to the correct spot. The other went towards the window. Okay. If there's two of them hitting a door, rest assured they will break it within not too long from now. So just like whichever door they broke before, they'll break this one. I'm also stressed now. I was never going to be able to avoid that. Oh, there goes the door. Okay. Perfect. All that stress we accumulated, we can cook it off pretty quick if we kill a bunch of zombies. Fun fact, if you get a multi-kill with a shotgun, specifically. Hit a bunch of zombies with one shotgun shell. That will eliminate a whole lot of stress all at once. Fascinating thing that I found out about. Now this young lady smacking her head could shoot her. Do we need to? That's a question I'd like to know. Because if we're clear inside... Yeah, I think she's the only one in this particular entryway. Now, I'm going to be very paranoid. I'm going to go in and out this door many times. I hear the sound of scraping. Not that door. Probably the back door. But if it was the back door, then where did all those guys come from? Questions for later. I'm going to blame the stairs for the moment. Machete's coming out. There's probably more than one out there, so here's what I'm going to do.
Hey!
If there are more than one out there, that will lure them inside. And I'm not going to fight them inside. I just want to bring them through the house so that they come out here and fight me like a zomboid. Interesting. Fatigue just kicked in again. I hate to say it, but this is a really small survivor house. Entirely honest, I could probably loot this place before that lady even breaks in that window. Okay. I don't feel safe. I never feel safe. Hello there, look at all this. It's a lot of stuff. I heard what sounded like something out of my left speaker, but no. It ever feels like I'm being overcautious? Yes. Yes, 100%. Chad, yes. That is exactly how we play here. We would not have lasted 747 days. We were not absurdly, Since I'm trying to be fast about this, I don't have a lot of time to explain why I'm picking certain things and leaving the rest. And rest assured, there are some things that I could use either locally or permanently, and then there's other things that I'm just grabbing because it's in front of me, and I have room for it. To be expected. Question is there more than one? That room's good. Again, sometimes when you go up a level, you'll pull more than you initially suspect. Okay. Second floor is clear. Shed some light on the subject. Open the frickin'... Thank you. So, second floors of survival houses always have curtains on the windows. And that makes them annoying for the natural light. Some people like to think in terms of, oh, it'll reduce the number of zombies who see me from the outside. My perspective is if zombies are seeing you from the outside, you've made many mistakes. Don't ever let them get that close to your base. Do regular patrols. Alright, bathroom clear. Closet. You know what? Green paint is so rare that I'm actually taking it. Hey, another broken katana. Another broken fucking katana. Now we have two. So our wall decoration back in Jericho, which currently has one broken katana, now we can have two. Our power grows, I guess. I don't know. I mean, a broken katana is less effective against zombies than the swords that I can churn out in mass. So it's like, you know. Leather pants, that's cool. Leather pants are the best pants in the game. I will fight anybody who disagrees with me on that. I think I hear the sound of footsteps in grass. But we're almost done here. Okay. If I did hear footsteps in grass, I no longer care. That is that Survivor House looted. Extremely disappointing loot table, but I had almost no expectations. I mean, it's a Survivor House. You'll either get really lucky or you'll get jack shit. And, well, that is one of the many jack shits right there. Jack has got diarrhea in this world. All up to the whims of the random number generators in this game. And they can be cruel. But it's not like we're relying on Survivor Houses. It's just it's one of many objectives we have. And it's one of the most pertinent objectives right now because we're using Longblade all the time. So it'd be really amazing if we could find Longblade Volume 5. Well, we're getting into about 700 hours now, and we still have not found Longblade 5. And that's a sad commentary in and of itself, but, well, what can you do? I'm just mad that it doesn't spawn in regular bookshelves. Like, not even on a 0.0001% chance. Because we hit Louisville State University. We came away with, like, 20 copies of every book that could possibly spawn on a regular bookshelf. And 0.0 copies of 0.0 copies of good old Longblade anything. Longblade and napping do not spawn on regular bookshelves, regardless of the type of bookshelf. You know, all that, and we got ourselves to stress tier 2 from all that. Yeah, it is. Right now, it doesn't, the whatchamacallit, the mechanic that generates them doesn't care where you are. Doesn't care in the slightest, and that's kind of sad, but alas. do a quick perimeter check before we get any closer to going to bed here. And I think we'll also read a book. Yeah, we're going to read a book before going to bed. That'll get rid of some of the stress. Okay, perimeter good. And we have reading material in under the F key here, under the F of the fossil oil. I'm feeling a paperback right now. Nuclear weapons, relics of history, question mark. Beautiful. So we're a little late getting to bed, but that eliminated the stress, so we won't become Sag overnight. Alrighty. So I do have to step away briefly IRL here for a minute. We are going to have Annie have a bite to eat. And I think what I'll also do is have her wash her weapons, seeing as they are filthy with zombie blood, and should have plenty of water over here. Oh, except this washer. This washer doesn't give us access to the roof. And I would prefer not to use my drinking water for washing washing blades and whatnot. Oh, okay, it's empty. Oh, that explains that. Let's just use the garbage barrel, the garbage bag barrel over here. This one should be, yeah, this has plenty of water in it. We don't need to wash our weapons. Or sorry, we're just here to wash our weapons, then maybe ourselves. So she's doing that. I'm going to step away briefly, and I'll be back momentarily. That was faster than I thought. Okay, she can wash herself as well. Alright, we are back. Now, when it comes to survivor homes in Louisville, that was the third one we've found in all of Louisville. The third survivor home in the entire map. Oh, too dark to read. I don't know if I marked the other ones on the map that I found. No. I remember seeing one, there was one somewhere on this side, closer to Jericho. Because I remember seeing it again when I drove in this direction. I remember seeing it again. It's somewhere here, I think like maybe on Darker Street, something like that. So there was a survivor house there. That we saw actually kind of early on. We saw another one. I don't remember where. I remember seeing a second. I thought I marked it on the map. Maybe not. Oh, it was in this corner. In this corner over here somewhere. I don't remember exactly what. Or no, not that corner, but it was one of these corners. Because I remember being at this corner of Wellington Heights right here. I did a rather large killing. I think it was this one right here. So what I'm going to do is just, you know, I'm going to put little markers on the map for survivor houses. And then put little X's over them to indicate that I got rid of them. And if I remember anymore, I don't remember exactly where the survivor house in this area that I'm thinking of was. I think it might have been on Christmas Row. Here's what I'm just going to put it like, put a little mark on this intersection. And then put an X over it. So that indicates I have annihilated a survivor house there, and here, and here. So 3 survivor houses so far. Yeah. When you look at all the residential that we've looked at, I could have swore I checked this area. Kenmare, Lace Curtain. I'm wondering if the map is darkening itself for reasons that don't have anything to do with the fact that we didn't explore that area. We actually recovered this petrol D6 here. Yeah, okay. Well, there's still plenty left to explore. I guess that's the best way to think about it. We have explored quite a lot, and I've been rather saddened by how little survivor houses I've seen, but plenty of opportunity for more. And even if we go through all of Louisville, there will still be more places that we haven't explored yet with lots of residential. We have done a preliminary check of March Ridge, but there's a lot of specific parts of March Ridge that we didn't actually catch in our initial tour. So March Ridge is still going to have a lot. Irvington, entire neighborhoods in Irvington I haven't checked. Irvington is going to have a lot of single family. So single family homes seem to be a lot more reliable than these townhouses, because just in terms of Murphy's Law, right? You know, whatever can happen will happen given enough time and chances. And it's the time and chances part that I've kind of added that to Murphy's Law, because, you know, Murphy's Law is a little too simplistic. Whatever can happen will happen. Yeah, sure. But what are the... You can add a little bit more criteria to that. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Some of this stuff was going to stay here at the gas station, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't need to be bringing books and paperbacks back to Jericho. These can stay here. Jericho's got its own library already. Jericho also has its own collection of VHS tapes. So I can leave those here at the gas station as well. Watching taped TV shows should reduce your stress, but it doesn't. I'm a little bit salty about that because that would make sense. But we're not allowed to make too much sense here. This is Project Zomboid. I'm going to leave a copy of Hotties next to the bed, because that's prime reading material right there. And we've still got another stir fry. Sometimes eating kale straight up is perfectly fine. Alright. So yeah, more exploration today. Geez Louise, I've already been at this for 5 hours. It is still a weekday for me. So, what I'm probably going to do is, we're going to do another day of exploration here, and whatever that entails. And, I did the thing again. I am such a doofus. I guess it's a testament to the fact that I've kept very good patrol, that I didn't get bothered overnight. I shouldn't have to put myself in that position, though. I'm a doofus for accidentally leaving the gate open. It's alright. Empty a little bit of stuff out of my ambulance here. Should have room for empty M9 mags in one of the trucks here. Where have I been keeping those these days? This is a I got a desert camo military backpack on the passenger seat here, and it is full of nothing but full M9 magazines. 20 encumbrance worth, so that's nice. These are guns for repairs, so I'm going to leave that as is. I don't know what I did. You know what? Okay, that's right. My M9 magazine stash. All the M9 magazines that are empty. I brought all of those back to Jericho. So empty M9 mags are actually in the pipeline to go back to Jericho. So those are RTB. I just want to separate them from the other stuff that's RTB right now. So straight into the trunk it can go. I think I'm going to do the same to 1911 auto magazines. They can come out of this bag, because I have learned the joy of just using one magazine at a time for guns like that. Everything else in this bag is just basically fresh guns to swap to when I don't have time to repair them, and I just want to swap to a fresh one. So all of my M1911 auto magazines can now just get left in the trunk here, because I got room for them. Beautiful. You know what? I'm also I'm gonna load up a DE here. I'm gonna load up a Desert Eagle. Just one. And our M9 is going to go into the backpack for now. If we need to whip it out, we'll fall back and do so. Okay. And that means we need a couple boxes of 44. Of which we should have some loose ones over here, yep. Now, we do not want to be using this very often. Like I've said in the past, 44 is 20 bullets to a box. Because of that, we don't want to be spamming it, ever. It's for taking quick shots at targets that are farther away than the 1911. If I ever had to rock a Desert Eagle in real life as part of a kit that wasn't just a meme kit, because I mean, in real life, Desert Eagle. If I ever had to rock a Desert Eagle in real life, and it wasn't just a meme, I would probably I would have it in a glove compartment of some sort, in case there was a situation where I needed to shoot through something that is not, doesn't require doesn't require heavy armor penetration, right? Like if somebody is shooting at you from behind a car door, for example. Don't do that in real life. Car doors don't actually stop bullets, but really weak calibers you might lose some effect. So if I was just in some silly little confrontation that required me to hit somebody who's, I don't know, road rage confrontation, not entirely unrealistic, and I had the Desert Eagle in the glove compartment, then that would be for somebody hiding behind a door of some sort. It would go right through that door and right through them, and probably anything behind them. So always be aware of your backsplash. Never shoot at somebody if there may be somebody behind them that you do not want to annihilate. Alright, we got our Desert Eagle, we got our ammo for it, and every other caliber is good. Carrying around a little bit more garbage bag than I need right now. I'm going to put some of those away. Yeah, that's good. 2 encumbrance of garbage bags is a little bit gratuitous. We are actually edging... This is the mall, over here, the mall parking lot. I am not interested in going in that direction again at this point. We've cleared it once. That was a large operation. Clearing it again would be redundant at this point. These guys up here are going to be guys who never made it down to the south where we had our party. One of the many that I ran over. Now, you guys may notice, ragdolls are not enabled. That's because we are in Louisville. Ragdolls, if you are in areas with multi-story buildings, can become so unstable that you'll get zombies floating around, glitched in the ragdoll state, that you could accidentally run into with your vehicle. And running into them with a vehicle causes the game to crash. So we, in Louisville, specifically, we're not turning ragdolls on right now. I bring that up because if you accidentally run into a zombie, with ragdolls on, it's almost always an instant kill. With ragdolls off, it's very rarely an instant kill, and often results in zombies getting stuck on the floor like that crawler we just killed. But, what directions do we go now to explore more residential? We could do Market Street here to Rudy Grady. We do that, and then we circle back down St. Michael. So we're taking a turn to the north here, and then taking a left, and then a right, and then another left. Yeah, okay. Lots of cars. They're all standard, though. All standard except for this heavy duty. It's good practice to check the trunks of vehicles, but a lot of action economy. I prefer to check heavy duty trunks, and there's nothing, so nothing to worry about in that row. And our next turn is a left, so we're ignoring this one. And look at that. This is where we last. Okay, so we were gonna go down this road anyway. The purple carpeting. Purple carpeting of this apartment complex. I don't know if I actually... I don't have any more base decoration operations that I want to do right now. But if I want to do any in the future, I like to mark things like that on the map. Because that's something that'll be... To know that it's there, that's going to be useful for runs long after this one. As long as they don't alter it too much in the map. We were supposed to take a right, aka another turn to the north here, I believe. And that is, yeah, that's the next one. Blue carpet's here. This is a rich blue carpet. I might want to mark that. Oh, more purple carpet. Baseball bat, but nothing else. Ooh, purple and violet. Whatever this mansion is here at this corner, this mansion has got violet carpeting in it. Or is that the wall? That's the wall. The isometric view kind of makes it hard to see, but that is the wall, not the carpet. Okay, turning here. This is the historical district. Yeah, as of that mansion, this neighborhood here, this is back when people built houses to live in for multiple generations instead of these fucking timber boxes. I say that, and then of course one of them is burnt. This is not as realistic. Brick houses can sure still burn, but the brick walls would still be there. They would just be a little cooked. This just looks like it was all made out of wood. That's a little silly. Have you ever seen a house with house that's been caught on fire that was a brick house? All the brick is fine. It's just, you know, there's just these big scorched areas where the windows used to be. Pretty houses though. I miss multi-generational houses. I miss the concept of that. I never even got to experience it myself. I just had a false understanding of it though. I grew up my parents never moved for the first 22 years of my life, and so I started feeling almost as if I lived and belonged somewhere. Almost. It was a very strange feeling. It was a very strange feeling to realize that wasn't the case. And so I have a very nostalgic view for houses like those that are clearly built to withstand multiple generations, and probably have. Before the fucking boomers who inherited them probably fucking sold them to someone. Fucking... I need to not. I need to not. I need to not. I'm probably preaching to the choir. Most people who would be watching me right now are probably people who know exactly what I'm talking about if you've even taken one fucking look at the housing market. One fucking look at the housing market is all it takes. We didn't make it to Rudy Grady. Rudy Grady is up here, isn't it? We missed one of our turns, didn't we? Actually, I didn't have much of a plan once I got to this point, because this is where the survey was kind of supposed to begin. I think I've checked this road once already, but we're going to check it one more time. So we've got townhomes to the south here. Townhomes, chances of those actually being survivor houses are almost nil, so we're not looking at those. Yeah, okay. I think we've surveyed most of this area now. Hello. Well, at least it was the hood. This was Rudy Grady, if I'm not mistaken. And it should go all the way out to the highway, shouldn't it? Or no, the highway doesn't go this far north. We're now on William Street. William Street is going to lead us straight to Yankee. So if we wanted to kill all these zombies, we have a fighting position that we could lead them to. That's alright. I don't see anything to be gained by killing all these zombies. I mean, what have we got here? We got a Zippy Mart, we got a billion residential, and then what? I'm not going to be fighting ground wars over residential. The only time I would ever do that, like I just did, was because we had a... And now, okay, hospital to the... On the left side of my screen right now, that is a hospital. We've cleared one hospital in Louisville already. I've cleared St. Peregrine's. I'm not doing Louisville General. St. Peregrine's was a multi-week endeavor. I am not interested in another multi-week endeavor for medical supplies that I'm never going to use. Because literally, if I were to take every injury possible right now, I have already got 20 times the medical supplies I would ever need. Any possible injury that I could possibly survive, I've got medical supplies for generations right now. Generations. Yeah, we're fine. We do not need more medical supplies. Clearing the hospital would be for... I mean, even when we took St. Peregrine, that was already true. When we took St. Peregrine, we already had enough medical supplies for generations. I did want to clear it for, I guess just to experience it. But that being said, we've done it. We've now experienced it, so that's all right. But yeah, if we were to turn north there, I already recognize this area between Yankee and Zulu. We don't need to explore that any further in that direction. We are here to see things that we have not seen yet, which includes all this lovely residential here. Now we are still in this is the parking lot of the hospital. Don't want to spend too much time here. L&B warehousing, that's just an off-site place for the warehouse we've already looted. So if I wanted to, there's actually a gas station just north of Jay's Chicken there that I have a generator next to and everything. But yeah, like I said, we are here to explore new things. Which direction do we go from this way, though? We're at the hospital, taking a right onto Wellington Heights, and then we can kind of double back, but come back in a different direction, down a different road. Fossil oil here, 8 pumps. Definitely not worth it, though. If I need a gas station, like I said, right up the road. We hit the gas to go up there, and it is nice and secure. Because it's right next to Zulu fighting position. Lots coming out of those apartments. But no loot in... I'm sorry, townhouses. More townhouses. Now, we have been in this area before. So we don't want to be taking a right up here. We're taking a left. But then I think we're going to go through this parking lot because we... Further to the north there, I think we've already explored that. I don't even know exactly what this building is here in front of me. I think it is a multi-commercial center. What I would like to do is go down... If we go down Wellington Heights, actually, and then turn north and take St. Michael Street. I almost feel morally obligated to now. If I was more religious, you'd be hearing me say the prayer to St. Michael. St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. And something, something, something. I kind of forgot the rest. It's been a little while. So, single-family homes here. St. Michael Street. Yeah, okay. So, we go up here, we take a left here, and then just follow this road, and then take a right when we get to St. Michael. That will get us most of that road explored. Everything here is a mix of townhouses and single-family here. When I say single-family, does this really count as a single-family, this shit here on the left? It just looks like a townhouse that's got a little bit of space between the other townhouses. That's all it looks like to me. If you're asking me my humble opinion, that's not no fucking single-family. That's a townhouse with a little bit of extras. That's a townhouse with 1 meter between the other ones. Okay, when we take the next T intersection here, this is not it. No, Heaven's Door. What I kind of want to do here is turn up this road, just kind of get a look-see. Just a look-see. And then back up. We've had our look-see. I don't see any planked-up windows. That's all we need to look for. So, literally, that's all there is to see here. I don't even know if the map will show that we explored most of that road, but... This should be St. Michael here. Yeah. Maybe we'll take a peek at Heaven's Door from the other side. Then we can say that we've looked at the whole street. All townhouses, all connected. No boarded up windows. I have yet to see the possibility of a townhouse actually be a survivor house. Can't discount it, but also I don't think it's going to happen. Alright, fine. You know what? I'll take Heaven's Door on the way back here. Like I said, nothing to see, but now we can say we fully explored it. If this was Grand Theft Auto, and you wanted to retake a neighborhood block by block like you could in San Andreas, that was a lot of fun. I was really sad to see that there wasn't a similar mechanic in GTA 5. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but it also at the same time, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. GTA 5 is a little too modern. Gangs don't really operate like that anymore. They're a little bit more subtle. Just a little bit more subtle. These days, whenever a gang owns a neighborhood, it basically just means that all the residents are too terrified to cooperate with the police. Because they will, the residents will, whatchamacallit, be intimidated into saying, no, there's no gang members living here, and then they'll fucking, they won't get their fucking faces jibbed for it. But everybody still knows. They just, gangs have actually taken a lot of playbook from, whatchamacallit, the way terrorist organizations operate is they hide in plain sight with the civilians to make it so you can't just blow them all up at once. Gangs do the same thing now. I think they arrived at the same conclusion through different routes. They don't take over whole neighborhoods anymore, but they de facto control neighborhoods just by terrorizing everybody. I never had to experience that personally, but there were definitely neighborhoods in my town here that I would not go to. Let's just put it that way. For various reasons. I don't think there were any of those with boarded up windows there. We're just kind of going to take it a little bit slow here. These roads don't look narrow, but they are. These chain link fences, they might make it seem like there's more room to maneuver than there is. Don't fall for it. Chain link fences, you can't drive through them. Can't drive through them. Alright. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are exploring Louisville. It wasn't sufficiently obvious this is Louisville. We are exploring it. It is dense. It is a very dense place. And we're doing some maneuvers here. We're listing lazily to the left in order to make sure that we don't run into huge crowds on the road. Because this is our ambulance. This is our good ambulance. We don't want to get roughed up too bad. I thought I saw a zombie with a backpack for a second there. So I might actually loop back and survey that back alley there. We're looking for survivor homes specifically. And of course, survivor homes... We've seen 3 so far, despite exploring, like, what, more than 3/5 of Louisville. That's a rather thick grouping. I'm going to back up a little bit. I'd rather not take any trunk or side hits. If there was a zombie with a backpack, they'd probably come through this alleyway at this point. Boy, this guy has some maneuvers. There's also a rat right in front of us. And the rat hit the side of our vehicle. And so did that zombie. That was probably -6 trunk space. I'm looking at that group up there. I'm not seeing... Hang on. That's just a high-vis vest. For a second, I thought that was like a tarp sling bag or something, but no, that is just a high-vis. I don't see any zombies with backpacks. I don't care about that group. We are moving on. Okay, we took a side hit, but we didn't lose any storage space. Okay. I'm not going to question it. Not going to question it. We've gotten lucky the past several times that's happened. This is the deadest of ends right here. That is a very dead end. That end is so dead. Its skeleton is showing. Ah, a house with purple carpeting. Yet another one. A lot more common in Louisville than elsewhere. Purple carpeting is a strategically valuable resource to someone like me, who enjoys the interior decoration process of this game. Another dead end to the left there. Just a private drive, 2 houses. There's no easy way through this, so I'm plowing through that guy. And painful. That was painful. We should have explored everything in that neighborhood there. So here's what I'm going to do. 5-mile-an-hour cruise control. Get me away from the other Zeds and take a quick peek at the map. We are now, wow, further south than I expected. That's okay. That just means we've made progress. But it also means that I wasn't actually thinking we'd be this far south. We missed a few houses. We're going to loop back and catch those. Except we're not, because there's no through traffic there. Now this is some fine residential planning right here. With all these dead ends means no through traffic, which means you can let your kids play in the street more often. Yeah, we just took another trunk hit. Yep, -3 storage space to the trunk. That's what happens. That is what happens. Oh, no wonder I haven't explored this whole place. It is full of dead ends. Like, chock full of dead ends. I've never seen so many dead ends anywhere on the map before. Okay. Hey, they wanted Louisville to be a death trap. Mission success. Mission fucking accomplished. If I did not know how to carefully navigate zombies, I would be shitting my pants right now. I mean, even now. I mean, look at this. This is gonna be tough. This is actually gonna be really annoying if I don't want to take any vehicle damage. There is a small part of me that wants to get out and start shooting. No, we're not gonna do that. We took a swing and we missed. Our hood is now extremely damaged because of these fucking fences. We're getting the fuck out of here and we're doing some repairs. I'm not going to deal with this. We are getting the fuck out of here. We're doing some vehicle repairs. Skill issue. Shouldn't have put myself in that position. We've started taking engine damage. I cannot afford to hit anybody else. At all. God damn it. God damn it. The moment I find a survivor house is the moment I have started taking fucking engine damage. Also a dead end. Fuck. Okay, you know what? I am a lot closer to getting out and shooting than I ever have been. Okay, we're good. So, we found a survivor house. We just had to take a lot of damage to do it. But that's alright. That is alright. Now, why do I value this ambulance so much? There is a stat in this game called engine quality. It took me many thousands of hours to realize this, so if I can just tell one person about it and have them be like, oh, that's cool, then my mission is complete. It is a stat called engine quality. It is not engine condition. I am not talking about the percentage condition that you can repair. I am talking about something innate to the vehicle itself. And engine quality, like I said, innate, and it cannot be improved or reduced. So when you find a vehicle, you look at its engine quality, that number from 0 to 100 is a permanent... Where the fuck did he come from? God damn it, I was looking over my shoulder too much. Anyway, that number is permanent. It doesn't go up or down. So when you find something with a 100 quality engine, cherish it, because it will start almost 100% of the time. Like 99.1% of the time, it will start without failing, giving you the engine rev noises. This ambulance right here starts almost 100% of the time. So whenever it takes damage, like on the trunk, for example, damage which comes with diminishing repair opportunities, we're about to take a lot of damage. Yep, but I'm going to be repairing the trunk anyway at this point. Whatever. At that point, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't taking any more engine damage. Let's explore Louisville Residential, everybody. Let's do it with our most valued vehicle. What could possibly go wrong? Fucking... Oy. You've got to be fucking me right now. You have no idea how tempted I was. You have no idea how tempted I was. Wouldn't it be amazing if that little noise we just heard was actually something that the zombies would respond to? Whatever. I think we want to take a left here. Yeah, I know. I've figured that out by now. And it's, yeah. Here we go. Okay. So, total. We have lost 20 storage space in the trunk from that endeavor, and an unknown amount of engine damage has occurred, but thankfully, like I said, engine quality is innate, so the engine will get repaired, and no problems from there. But the trunk gets diminishing returns, so we will be able to repair it to, what, 72% right now? And that will be it. And it will, that number, 72%, will go low. I think it'll probably drop down to 71% now. Alright, I need a blowtorch and a steel sheet, because I'm not leaving those there, because I'm a bit of a doofus. Bit of a doofus. Well, a little bit more than a bit at this point. But we all have our doof moments. Let he who has never doofed cast the first loal. Oh yeah, no, this hood has never been repaired, so that already sets it apart from most of the rest of them here. Oh no, I was lying to you guys. I said 72%. Our number is down to 67%. We've been doing that for a minute. Yeah, we have an entire. So what you're looking at right here is my outdoor garage. We've got ourselves 10 tires, 19 suspensions, one windshield. Windshields are so. I go through windshields so much that I only have one right now standing by. I need to collect more for heavy duty. But yeah, no, we have 10 brakes. We got a little bit of everything here. That's parts are not the problem. It's how quickly I'm going through them. And the thing I bitch about the most, obviously, is the fucking trunk, because the trunk diminishing returns. We're down to 67% on this repair, and after that, it's going to go lower. So let's see how low it goes. We just got to go get one more steel sheet. This next steel sheet we're going to have to weld together. We're out of floating sheets. We're going to have to put one together. After we do we're going to do the driver's side and passenger seat windows here. We're going to put something better. Yeah, mods would be amazing if they weren't so devastating to your save files. There we go. Okay, 80s for the windows. All the glass work is fully replaced. And the tires took a few hits, but everything's still above 70 for now. Brakes, suspension, same deal. And all the metal work, aside from the hood, now that we repaired the hood, back to full green. Now these windshields are the glass work on the doors is not useless. So instead of breaking that, we just left it there. The windshield, I would never put that on anything again. So that is now the welding torch and this propane tank. We're just gonna leave it here. We're going to leave it here. I have a feeling that is not the only time we're going to need to repair a vehicle with metal working again. Welding, not metal working. Very important difference now. Okay. And now we have to put together another torch. Another couple steel sheets. So we don't have any more loose, large, regular steel sheets, but we have a bunch of small ones here. So we're just going to take like 12 of these. Uno, dos, cuatro, cinco, whatever. There we go. So we can turn those 12 small steel sheets into 3 large sheets. Not large, just regular. Make a noise over here. No. Just ambience. We need a crafting surface, don't we? Oh, no, we don't. Just a welding torch. Or do we need a crafting surface? Oh, welder. It's so selective. You need a welder's mask for certain things, but then things that you should still need it for, you don't. So sometimes I even forget, but no, I carry around one in my ambulance here. Welder's mask. You don't need a crafting surface. Just make sure you have the mask. You don't even need to put it on. And we're just going to do that twice more, so we have 3 steel sheets to work with over here. Leave 2 of them on the floor. And slap one into the trunk. So the trunk is down to 70%. We put one more in there. And it goes back up to 90%. And now our potential repairs didn't drop. Have we... Okay. Okay, so we may have seen the floor. The diminishing returns may have a hard floor at 2/3 integrity. Okay. Hey, you know what? I am perfectly okay if that's the case. In fact, I want to test it now. I want to test that. And how do I test that? I'm just going to use a small steel sheet and see if I can get a little bit more out of that without it going down. We're going to have a bite of kale to eat here. Oh, metalworking and welding are both 10. If you look over here on the left side of my screen, I got all my skills. Welding level 10, tailoring level 10, mechanics, masonry, cooking, carving, carpentry, blacksmithing, glass making, of course. I got level 6 to do, what was it, bottles? I wanted to do bottles, and then I made a few bottles, and that was it. Yeah, I know. But we don't need another full large if we only need 10 more percent. What I really want to care most about right now is, does it go down at all? Because if not, then a small plus a large should theoretically get me all the way close to 100%. But what I just want to find out if that's also going to make it the total possible repair go down again, or if it really does just cap out at 67% here. Oh, I still need 2. Okay. It's not just 1 small steel sheet, it's 2. I could always just go dismantle a car. That would get us a whole bunch of stuff that some of which would be very useful. Okay, so potentially repairs for 1 steel sheet is 67%. For 2 small steel sheets, it is 63%. So I'm doing this because I want to see if it goes down. It did not go down. So we put 1 steel sheet and 2 small steel sheets, and it's back up to 96% integrity without the repair potential going down. So I might, all this time I've spent stressing out about this, may have been a little bit over necessary. Like, not necessary at all, possibly. I mean, honestly, if there is a hard floor to diminishing returns, beautiful. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to complain. Again, I've never damaged a vehicle more than this ambulance right here. This ambulance right here has been with us for well over 400 hours, possibly close to 5, because we found this bad boy. Oh God, where did we find this one? Okay, so we actually found this was in Riverside, technically, like just south of Riverside on the road. It was a wreck on the road just on the bend here. It was on Allen between the Rock Ridge exit and the Allen Road exit. So I don't use this road very often at all. Like, usually I'm going to take the north exit or the south exit. I almost never take the end of Rock Ridge here either. So these 2 exits I almost always take. I almost never use this road. So when I found this ambulance here, it was a wreck when I found it. But despite the fact that it was a wreck, engine quality 100. And it's still that. That being said, we do actually have some repairs to do with the engine itself. Condition is never a problem if it doesn't fall too low. But on principle, I like having big numbers. So we're sending this right back up to 100%. This garbage bag just has all my engine parts in it. Oh, you're talking about my character? What my character's name is? I'm not trying to max anything out. If I wanted to max out some of these skills, I could have done it a long time ago. We're here to do what we want to do, basically. We have a few ongoing goals. Right now, the most pertinent goal that we have right now is just exploration. There's so much real estate in B42 to explore. And currently the biggest point to that exploration, we're trying to get Longplay 5, the book. And of course, once we find that, we'll find another goal. I have no problem finding goals. You got to make them up after a certain point. So that's that. But then the whatchamacallit, if you are new to our series here, I actually have a character sheet. I need to start putting this in the description. I have a character sheet that talks about our character. Here she is. Oh, ambulance's name. I need that. I need to come up with that. And I can't use the same. Okay, so for my cattle, I have a Greek goddess Athena name, or sorry, Greek goddess naming schema. So my cow is Athena. The second is Beretta. The third was Calypso. The D, I forget the D that I came up with, but yeah. I can't do that again. I needed something different. I've used up a lot of alphabetical naming conventions. Like, I've used so many that I've started going backwards with the phonetic alphabet. Our fighting position started at Zulu here. They started at Zulu, then they went up to Yankee, X-ray, Wilco. I'm gonna need to think about that. I need to think about that. It's just the combat van, is what I call it for now. But no, a proper name is actually not a bad idea at all. This game burns so much of my creativity, my creative energy, so it's sometimes hard to actually think about one. We still should have residential in this area. It's limited, though. So here's what I kind of want to do. We're going to take Market Street, East Market Street here, and we're going to go we're just going to blitz our way down until it hits a T intersection, and then turn north, and we're going to try to check Gear and Potter and Bricklayer here. I might actually check those on foot. I think I'm going to check those on foot, yeah. So if we want to take Market Street, we go straight and then take the next right. Yeah, we've already annihilated them. So we spent Primus, Secundus, Tertius, Quartus. This was our strategic position for taking Louisville State University. The library here, biggest book source on the map by far. There is another library here in Louisville. We didn't even bother with it, and the reason being, all libraries pull from the same loot table. And that loot table, we learned with extreme prejudice, does not currently include aiming, reloading, napping, or longblade. Those four must be sourced elsewhere. Now, aiming and reloading, no problem. We found those after hitting enough gun stores. Longblade, we have only ever found from Survivor Zombies, Survivor Homes, the occasional vehicle. That would be like a lightning strike to find those in a vehicle. It would be a survivor vehicle. But then, same deal with napping. Now, we have found every single book in all those categories except Longblade. It should, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Those four categories, we did not find a single one in all of LSU. And that was tragic, to be honest. Oh, okay. So here's another place that I think it can spawn in. Storage units. Storage units specifically have cardboard boxes. Those cardboard boxes have a non-zero percentage chance of being book boxes. And those, if I'm not mistaken, have they have an equal chance of spawning all books. Good luck finding a specific volume of a specific book. I don't even want to get into the statistics of that. But if you're looking for theoretical possibilities, that's what we've been reduced to. This storage facility right here is actually getting marked on my map as a strategically valuable resource. We don't have the action economy to take it now, but we do want to mark it. Where are we at? Still on Market Street, right? These rows were intact. That row right there has been looted and trashed, so that the upper rows are not valuable. Hunting or tool stores. Okay, so tool stores can spawn carpentry and maintenance, both of which you can also find in bookstores. So there's nothing particularly about tool stores that you're ever going to find a book that you wouldn't find at a library like LSU. Longblade didn't exist in B41 as a book, as far as I know. I could be wrong. I didn't play enough B41 to find it. Napping did not exist in B41 as a skill or a book. Aiming and reloading, like I said, may have. I did not play B41 deep enough to assemble like a full book collection, so I couldn't tell you. I was going to try to make another pass, but that was really tight back there. It was really tight. I may have also just woken up this building here. I just drove close enough to wake it up. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a mod for everything. If you want to solve your problems with mods, that really quickly brings you down a rabbit hole of just solving all of your problems with mods. And at that point, well, it gets a little harder to give valuable, and I use very heavy air quotes here, valuable feedback to the devs on the balance of B42, which they desperately need. If they won't take it from me, maybe they'll take it from someone else someday. But yeah, this game has got a lot of balancing necessities right now. The fact that Longblade and Napping don't spawn in mega libraries is so silly. Oh, okay, the books and I guess the skill. The books would be, you could probably find a mod in B41 that would give you a skills for any skill that existed. Like even the ones that you would never suspect. Like Long Blunt, or Long Blunt probably has a... There's probably a mod for that too. The devs, yeah, we did not wake up this building until just now. So what does that mean? That means the parking lot of the mall here is going to have thousands of zombies in it. Something we could do about that. Yeah. We got another pipe bomb on us right now. There is nothing stopping us from blowing all of these zombies up right now. Right here. You know what? Let's get a mark. 5 hours, and we're going to call it 5 hours, 46 minutes. Yep, we got another mark. Yeah, no. Trust me, we've located all books except for one in B42. Every single book series that there is capable of spawning in this game currently. It's just been a really, really bad stroke of luck because I've actually gotten Longblade 5 once already on a different character. We're gonna do... I think one of the best successes I've had with a pipe bomb in this area was actually right here. At the edge of this parking lot, or this parking barrier. Hold on, where the fuck did my... Oh, how did I drop that? I just dropped the pipe bomb. Look at that. I was in the vehicle when I did that. What the hell? Okay, give me that. I must have hit arm and take, or arm and set. Damn it, I messed that up. Trying to go for the glory kill. Anyway, I hit the wrong button. Skill issue. Okay. Link to remote controller, and we are going to drop it right here at the edge of these parking barriers. So we use that as a point of reference. And we're going to need some water. So we're out of water. Yeah, let's make that 5 hours, 47 minutes. And let's get some combat music on. Okay. I've got a whole collection of them. If I need another one in this area, that would be a skill issue. There's so few obstructions right now that I should not need another one. We've been able to pull this off once before with the ambulance. If we have to go back and get our, we've actually got a designated horde vehicle. While that's running, we'll do this until we start getting them from the north. You know what? I'm feeling the occasion. Oops, damn it. Missed the door. Talk about a skill issue. Now the reason I'm doing that is because this building is now awake, and what I want to be doing is pulling them out of that building. And if I start falling back too much, I'm not going to get everybody. So that is our current goal. We're going to have a drink of coffee as well. So what we're doing now is just pulling everybody out. Catch me outside, how about that? I mean, it's not like I'm going in there to fight them. Fuck no, they can all come out here and fight me. Gonna need it. We've done these operations before, but it's never gonna not be dangerous. 4 rounds in the current magazine. 1, 0, reload. Hello. Should have known that that would be coming from multiple directions. I have been prone to tunnel vision in the past, and it's never good. Never in the slightest. We're getting chugs. That's how many we've woken up. This is why I probably didn't want to do this building. You know what? Hang on. Let me make sure this guy is just a hiker and not a, Yep, just a hiker. Successful loop around the building there. Don't be a hero. Don't be a hero. No need to be a hero. We're just trying to pull him outside, that's all. And that's the Louisville building right there, folks. One building, just south of the mall. Now we can keep falling back towards the pipe bomb now. I do want to say that we've gotten a fair chunk of them out of the initial part there. I'm not even 100% sure what this building is. I think it's like an addendum to the mall. Or just, you know, a nearby little commercial center of some kind. I recall seeing a lot of offices. It might just be an office building. So what we're going to do is loop around here, because of this fence, we actually don't have a good spot to loop there, so we're just going to go around. This is why I'm doing this here with the ambulance. If I didn't have this kind of room and I wasn't familiar with the area, I would not be doing this, but I have plenty of room here. You know, I've never tried shooting out the window with an assault rifle before. It might be possible. We got our cruise control set to 10 miles an hour here. That ought to be enough, actually, to maintain some significant interest in this direction. We're about to run out of daylight, unfortunately. And that is actually very unfortunate. Literally, as the sun sets, our view cone narrows, so it becomes a little harder to keep track of where everybody is. That said, well, I know where they are. I know where they are. It's where they aren't that I worry more about. So remember, our pipe bomb is at the edge of this row of concrete barriers here, or parking barriers, right here on this tile. So that's our target. And we have a lot of room to maneuver here around that. And we're already starting to see a little bit of blobbing going on here. We can tighten that up rather easily. Look at that. We're starting to see the end of the group, but they are still straggled. They're really staggered back here. Zeds are assuming staggered formation. But what we did there is effectively basically circled around them. The more you circle around a big group, the tighter the group gets. And the tighter they get on top of this pipe bomb, the more we blow with a single bomb. That's the goal here. We did that a little earlier in the stream here, but that was a much smaller group. Alright, there goes all of our daylight. We are now officially doing a nighttime bombing. This is as hard as it'll ever get to do this, but that's alright, we can manage. Alright, so the bomb is where my cursor is, in the center left of the screen there. And all we're doing is a few more passes around the big group. We have assembled them. Everybody who is going to come out has decided to come out. And we have tightened the group up so significantly that we are in the... Yeah, we're reaching critical mass. Because now we can freely circle around the entire group. I like to consider that critical mass. We have critical mass. I'll probably feel a lot better about this when I can circle around them without having to go through these hedgerows. And before anybody asks, yes, I know I can remove them. We literally have removed other hedgerows. I just, I didn't want to pull them all the way over to the other side of the parking lot. Yep, not quite there yet. We need Charles there to get out of the back line. You know what? I'm going to do a semicircle. I'll do a little semicircle. That'll get a little bit more out of the back line. There we go. Okay, back line's clear. We can go through here now. Well, we can go through there. Still going to bump into that idiot. Skill issue. Now, we're in such a good spot. We could have blown it right there. But I was not prepped. In order to be quote-unquote prepped, I want my UI to be a little smaller here. Remote control is right there. Driving in circles while, we're almost there. Woo! Okay, mission success. Usually I like to kind of reposition myself so that I can actually see. That's going to be way too hard at night here, so that's fine. I'm going to shoot a few of these guys, and then we're going to fall back. Nine rounds left. We've taken another bit of condition damage on the M16. It hurts my soul because this is the only one we found in almost 700 hours. Almost every gun shop on the map looted. I want to say I'm getting better at pipe bomb up. That one took a hell of a lot less time. Anyway, we were losing daylight, and now it is night. It's midnight now. So that couldn't have been more than like 4 in-game hours. That's not bad. Trying to leave myself plenty of drivable paths here. And look at that. We wiped out the entire first floor of that building. Easy peasy. The lemon was almost squeezy. As much as I enjoy that particular track, maybe we can win this lovely track. Did I leave this red truck here for a specific purpose? I can't remember. Yes. This is a survivor vehicle. With lots of room in the trunk. I was going to loot the Gigamart and toss a bunch of stuff into it. Not at the moment, but I don't want to forget about that. We didn't take too much trunk damage that time. Actually, I don't think we took any. We're still at 162 storage space. Knowing that we are no longer receiving endlessly diminishing repairs, though, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm actually really happy. I feel a hell of a lot less worried about using my ambulance now. We don't actually even need to affect any repairs. Because there's no blood on the windshield. We did take a little bit of back hits there on the back door. That just requires a washing. But we don't have enough water for that. Tomorrow. We expended 3 magazines of M16. Yeah, did shut the gates. Okay, we're good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, in terms of our sleep schedule, that left us in a bit of an awkward spot. We need to sleep one more time to have a good night's sleep, by my standards. And we are currently 1 fatigue away from being able to sleep, so we do need to waste a little bit of time here. I think I'll just get washed up. Maybe we'll, yeah, we'll dump these water buckets into the laundry. Not quite as good as just having multiple barrels, but yeah, it's not bad. It's another 70 liters right there. Nothing to sniff your nose at. I'm pretty sure that the buckets fill up faster. I could be wrong, but I think they fill up faster. While we're up here. That ought to be enough time passed to sleep. Hang on. Downstairs, please. Thank you. Very productive event there. That building was eventually going to spill. It was a question of when, not if. I somehow managed to handle the entire mall without ever pulling that building, and that was I found that very interesting. But I knew it was going to get pulled eventually, so glad to have finally gotten that out of the way. When I was handling the main road, I would like to put these little skulls to indicate the floors, how many floors of a building that is. It's too far away to check now, but I think it's at least 5 floors. Now, I want to say that all that work we did will have pulled most of them out of Backway Street there. We're going to find out if that's true or not. We can put away the M16 for now. Oh, that's a 1 liter that I just filled up. No wonder. I should have a 2 liter in my inventory. We are running a thirsty girl here. She has a lot to drink. Right, that's the backpack emptied out. How's my sword holding up? I haven't used it too awful much. Sword needs a sharpen, but otherwise it's great. I've neglected to sharpen it, which is a big skill issue. I should be checking that more often. So we've been at this for about 6 hours. I do think I'm going to play through the rest of today. I will call it probably tomorrow morning. I do want to check those storage units. That should be... I'm not going to go as far as to call them clear, but after all that bombing we just did of the yellow building here that just spilled all those zombies, we should have pulled a good chunk, if not most, from back way there. These empty M16 mags go into the ambulance with the rest of them. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the ambulance with us in case there's more killing to be done. Otherwise, what we're going to do is take a trailer with the ambulance so that we actually have some place to put the loot. Because even after those trunk repairs, the ambulance trunk is not particularly, not a particularly compelling prospect at the moment. We make ourselves a roast here. We're adding a couple of extra seasonings to this because the we ended up using a couple of extra eggs because we have more eggs than kale right now. Well, you know what? That's a skill issue. I should just pull some more kale out of the freaking freezer here. We have a lot of kale here. We have a lot of kale. Eggs we don't have quite as much of because the chickens are stressed to oblivion. All right, let's get this roast in the oven. While that is cooking, we're going to hook up the ambulance to the trailer and get it ready to go. And the way I figure is if there is a lot of loot in the storage units that we're going to, if there is a lot of loot, then we don't even need to move the loot out of this trailer. We just take this trailer with us back to Jericho with the Jorgensen and Sons van up there, which has already got our loot in it. Of course, that's going to take another minute there. Really? You got a naked Chuck over here. Must have just found his way out of the bathroom. I prefer not to have another zombie corpse in my base. He couldn't fall over just a couple more tiles. That's didn't have any buddies. I don't think. No, we're good. I almost feel morally obligated to do a quick patrol. No, look at this. Some fucker up here. Fucking get off of my fucking... More from this complex up here. Come on, away from my base. Oh, corpses stinging up the whole place. Die in the correct location. Alright, it's we're good to go now. What? Where did you fuckers come from? This parking lot is not slated to respawn yet. It might have something to do with the ambulance sirens. Really? Was I wrong about this apartment? Or, sorry, this parking lot? Are you telling me I was wrong about this fucking parking lot? Okay. It's close enough to my base that we've, yeah, we've got to deal with this. Looks like they're coming from the right side over there. And from the north. So which lot is this? It's not the one directly to the north, but whatever. If they are pulled by the sounds of these gunshots, then they are close enough that they would eventually find their way to me, as the other ones just did. Yeah, that's right. Calling all y'all fuckers out. Go, let's get this over with. Places to go. I will take a steel sheet. Absolutely. Didn't come up here for nothing. More of those. More metal doors broken in here. Yeah. 2 more free steel sheets. Easy peasy. Glad I got those. Alright. Got last minute Lenny here. Get out of the road. And late to the party Lisa up here. But otherwise, I think everybody else is accounted for. Where are you going? I wish I understood their movements sometimes. Sometimes I understand their movements, and then some... Where the fuck was she going? She just fucking off to the north. I guess she needed to be the watcher on the wall up there. I don't know. She's going real far north. I just wanted to leave, and then I just kept seeing more and more near my base. Oy, gets out of control fast. Welcome to Louisville. I wish I could say it's that much different, but Riverside has respawns too. They're just smaller numbers. Much easier to deal with. Alright, so we are now deploying. We are deploying to the... Take a turn onto Market Street here. And then just mosey on down the middle there. We're going to see what is left after that big pipe bomb operation. I don't think there should be too much left, but there could be. Who knows? We'll take it as we see it. That was my turn, actually. Or, no, it's okay. We can keep going and turn left up here. We're getting so hot that we are sweating buckets again. Yeah, that's right. I just sweat so much that 6 bath towels wasn't enough to wipe it all off. So it is 30 degrees Celsius in here. That is, I usually think in freedom units, but that was a lot. That's pretty hot. Celsius is easier to learn than freedom units because Celsius is just 0 is freezing water and 50 is boiling water, and if you're halfway to 50, then you're halfway to boiling. So we are already halfway to boiling. Wait a minute, am I halfway on that? I might be wrong. I haven't looked at the numbers in an exact ratio for a while. Celsius, is it 100 C that boils? That's what happens when you don't learn a unit from when you're younger. Hippie over here with the belly ring. Key to the clinic. Sure, I'll take that. Why not? Did I check? I think I checked this van already. It's got such a pretty windshield on it that... Yeah, I've checked it already. Even the windshield is deceptive, but as a note to myself in the future, we're going to take those pretty parts off of it so that we're no longer fooled. Alright, so here's our target. This has been our target. You store it. And as I feared, there's quite a few zombies here that did not make the party up north. But at least now we know that if we start shooting them right here, we aren't going to be getting a massive group coming up behind us. Because anybody who would come up behind us has already been brought into the mall parking lot and dealt with. So now if we make a lot of noise right here, we should get quite a few coming through this window. Because this window is the only way out of the storage unit area there. That doesn't involve... Look at that. Oh, look at that. That was a lovely multi-kill with the shotgun. I have no idea exactly how many we just killed, but it was a fair number. Look at that. So why is that window the only way in or out? It's because all these fences. And where we're shooting right now, the directions they're traveling to hear these gunshots we're discharging, it doesn't incentivize them to start smacking the fence very much. So everybody who's in the storage unit right now, when they hear our gunshots, the best path they have to us in this direction, because this whole side of the storage unit is all blocked off, their best path to get to us is going to be through this window. The moment I saw that window, I was like, hell yeah, hell yeah. Things to look out for. Hello. Just when I thought I wasn't going to get flanked from the north. I was wrong, slightly. Only slightly, I mean, it's not that bad, but... yeah. And as for the optimal pathing thing, these guys somehow found that going around was better. I don't know their calculus for that, but... well, I also haven't even been inside, so... I would say as far as estimated guesses go, that was one of my better ones. Dude, this is what we want to avoid, is these fuckers getting stuck on the fence over here. Thankfully, those are the only two. I don't even know what this building is. Grocery store? Fucking, it looks like, okay, so like a office. Oh, Office Depot. It looks like an Office Depot. Classic. And expending a lot of 45 auto. I'm glad I checked. I'm down to 20 rounds. We could do another box easily. Not the best usage of 44 Magnum, but not the worst. I want to save 44 Mag these days for long-range shots. That's why I have the Desert Eagle on my holster right. See this right here? Wouldn't be a very easy nail with the 45 auto. But the Desert Eagle, despite that wide crosshair, that was a great shot. Probably even do better with the Magnum, to be honest. I'm going to be real with you guys. The Magnum probably is better for long-range shots than the Desert Eagle. I'm going to put the DE away for a moment here and give the Magnum a shot, because I do have a Magnum right here, and it's already got a scope on it. So we're just going to go by feels. I'm just going to put that in there, in the slot. And we're going to nail a few long-distance shots here. Great opportunity to test it, because we're going to have some incoming from different directions, and we're going to want to nail them before they become a problem. I remember the last time I started using the Magnum a lot. I actually ended up blowing more rounds than I really wanted to. So we're gonna call these. We're gonna do a few tests and that's it. Yeah, that is definitively better. It is a very tight crosshair. I don't care if the DE has a slightly better damage. Yeah, that's fantastic. Because we've got this Magnum, this 44 Magnum we're using right now, fucking scope on it. Literal meme weapon. Magnum with a scope on it. You would have thought we're that guy from Blazing Saddles. He turned his Magnum into almost a two-handed weapon by doing the aiming on his using his elbow to steady a long-distance shot. It was great. Very underrated movie. Alright, we're done with those. Done with the weapons tests. We're still making noise up here, though. We might be good. We're gonna survey it from the exterior and see what we see. There's some shutters there. There's a second floor to this place. Interesting. So the inside of the storage units. This is the first one I've ever seen with a second story to it. So this particular section right here is looted and trashed. But don't be too discouraged if you see that just for one section, because look at this one's not. And the reason for that is each one of these groups of buildings is considered a different building by the mechanic that determines whether something is going to be looted and trashed. No, what I'm going to do, though, I see all these zombies. I hear them making noise around me. I'm going to mostly ignore them. I'm going to mostly ignore them, and the reason for that is that's solid walls right there. And I'm also getting super stressed. I'm just going to ignore them because once I start looting this place, I'm not going to be making enough noise to wake them up where they are. So now that I've gotten some range away from them, they should not be a problem for the rest of the looting operation here. So we only got to stage 1 stress there, by being next to that wall that they were thumping for like 30 seconds. Okay. How about we make our own way in and out of this place? Because now that we've dealt with the zombies, we don't need the fence there anymore. Fence doesn't tell us what to do. Sledgehammer coming out. We'll just do 3 gates. That's the bare minimum. Maybe we'll come back to a 4th later. Now, is this a little superfluous? Yes. But I hate having just one way in and out of a place that I am no longer interested in keeping the zombies shaping the zombies' movement anymore. Alright, so the lower floors of the interior here have been looted and trashed. I am curious if that implies the upper floors have been as well. I'm going to leave the sledgehammer on the floor right here, because I can see it very clearly, and it is going to be needed for both of these rows here, to the left and the right of the center. Just going to take a quick peek at the top floor up here through this door. And all the doors are busted out, so we know that the second floor is going to be looted and trashed as well. That is unfortunate, but what that also means is a bunch of doors have been broken, which means there's a bunch of steel sheets on the floor, which means more steel sheets for vehicle repairs. I'll take every single one of those, inject those directly into my veins. Now, these cardboard boxes are our primary targets. Unfortunately, this one is looted and trashed. But these cardboard boxes, as far as I know, have a chance of being a book box, and if they are a book box, equal chance of pretty much every book that exists in the game, up to and including the aiming, reloading, long blade, whatnot. I don't know if that also means that you could find long blade on the floor in one of these places. I suppose it's theoretically possible, because the way the stuff appears on the floor, I think it just pulls anything that could possibly spawn in a loot table like this. So I would at least check the floors of rooms that have... This is a distillery. Distillery furniture, but I can't move it, so I can't even take these aging barrels and fill them up with my own wine. Do a little bit of wine aging. No, I can't do that. Not yet. That'd be fun. I have a buddy who would absolutely love to do that in a video game. He does it in real life. He actually he made some aged Fireball for me at one point. Fireball is my favorite beverage of the alcoholic variety, and he went ahead and did that. He put some Fireball in a cask. I forget exactly what kind of cask it was, but it was yeah, it definitely tasted different. The texture of the wood changes the texture of the booze a little bit. I don't know if I would go as far as to say it was amazing, but it was different. I mean, you know, Fireball but different. That's basically that's my drinking life right now. Fireball but different. You get yourself a friend who knows the kind of booze that you drink very well, And you've got a friend for life right there. So we got ourselves a bucket. I don't need iron ever. We've got a propane tank on the floor, but it's empty. So literally might as well not exist. Ooh, look at that. An orange light bulb and a Christmas ornament. That would be cool if light bulbs didn't burn out like 30 seconds after you put them in one of these, anything really. I'm gonna put these floodlights in my offhand for now. I don't expect to be finding too awful much more. Dark blue denim fabric roll on the ground, but there's almost nothing left in it. This is what stuff looks like when it's been looted and trashed. Move one of these crates out of the way here. I've got enough sports protective gear to last me to the next century. I never wear any of it. I would never wear that. If I would ever want to put something on my vest, like my chest slot, to protect my chest that is worth the discomfort, I just put a bulletproof vest on. I've got a billion of those. I don't think I would ever need sports gear again for that. Hello. This is why we keep facing the door wherever possible. The fact that I wasn't facing the door that whole time was a skill issue. But we caught him. You'll notice that his voice was unusually muffled. I don't know why that happens, but it happens sometimes. Because we're in the building with him, it shouldn't have been muffled. And yet it was. And that... interesting. Was he alone? Probably. Mostly. They're not rocks, Marie. They're minerals. Oh man, we got somebody's mineral collection here. Hell yeah. I have an ident card of somebody back in Riverside whose last name was Schrader. I am going to absolutely create a memorial to that individual with this specimen case here of minerals. Yeah, 100%. Breaking Bad reference if anybody's not familiar. Lovely show, highly recommended. But if you haven't seen it yet, you might be one of those people who's never going to see it. Well, I feel like a lot of people who haven't seen Breaking Bad yet are the people who are irrationally opposed to doing so. My buddy Geth is, he's got this hang-up where if you try to get him to watch something that is popular that other people have tried to force him to watch, he will actually, he'll hold it against whatever it is that people were trying to force him to watch. So I think Breaking Bad was one of them at one point. I've been trying to get that man to watch Attack on Titan since I first met him. But ever since I learned that about him, I've been very gentle about it. Just the occasional prod. I've gotten him to ask questions about the series, and that feels like that feels like the closest I'm ever going to get to having success. I don't think he would watch any of my streams these days, but shout out if you are. He's one of those guys who is a little bit against me putting all this time into Zomboid. But he also has obsessive hobbies, so he's no one to talk. We've had this conversation many times, so that's it. At least I'm not spending any money on my hobby right now. One of the reasons I'm playing Zomboid specifically is because it's one of those games that does not ever try to milk money out of you. When was the last time the Zomboid devs have asked for money for something? And isn't it amazing? We've paid for this game once, and that's it. I don't know. I don't want to say it's going to be like that forever, but man, it's pretty good. I like it. More games should be like that. You know, you pay for the game and then you get the game, and that's it. Utterly amazing. That must be a novel concept. If I have any Zoomers in the audience, believe it or not, that's how video games used to work once. You paid for the game and that was it. That's how they all used to work. But not as much like that anymore. Whatever. Where did I put that? I had floodlights at one point. What did I do with them? Did I drop the floodlights? No, I didn't drop them. They're just in my inventory. thought I might have dropped them for a second. So now we have two. I don't even know if I need these. I'm just taking them because they are valuable. Floodlights only cost as much power from your generator as any other light, but they produce like 20 times the light of a normal light. Even the like the floor lights, for example. Okay, oh, you know what? Whenever you see a lamp like this with the red shade or the blue shade, believe it or not, the light bulbs in these things match the shade. So we just got a nice, pretty, deep red light bulb from that. I don't know if that's functioning as intended. But yeah, you want a blue light, you want a red light. Don't look for the lights that say light bulb red, light bulb blue. Just look for the lamps and take the bulbs out of those. You get some really pretty aesthetic lights for your base. And those you actually get enough of. Back in Riverside, I have a big enough collection of light bulbs like that I pulled off of those lamps. I can actually afford to keep them replaced whenever they go out. Alright, now we have looted all of the open units. We're getting a little hungry, so we're going to go ahead and eat. We're just going to finish off this roast right now. So we're going to put the floodlights we just picked up, we're just going to toss those straight into the trunk. And then we are going to kill this zombie right here. Come on, let me put that in there. There we go. Right this way. I'm going to start a garbage bag in the trailer here and put all the stuff that, the loose stuff we just picked up. Actually, this garbage bag is slated for RTB to Jericho. So anything I put in this garbage bag will go straight back to Jericho. And anything I don't put in that bag will just get left at the gas station. Jericho's got like 20 boxes of batteries. I don't need to leave one there. Okay, so that is our backpacks nice and emptied out. We can now carry a lot more. We will resume loot ops. Take the ambulance inside with us. Find a good parking spot for it. Probably right there in the center where I left the sledgehammers. Makes most sense to me. Alright, so the sledgehammer, we have gotten a little bit of long blunt skill, but it's not enough to do more than 3 sledgings at once, unfortunately. If I tried to sledge out all 4 of these doors at once, I would get red muscle strain. That would cut my damage down to 1/3 of what it normally would be. So we're going to do 3 of these and then drop it on the floor. Fucking goddamn it! Fucking... Always stay on your toes in this kind of a place. Fucking dumbass doesn't fucking hear anything, all this combat we've done out here. You would think she'd be hitting the door, but no. She's got to be that bitch. She just stands there. Oh my God. Well over 100, possibly 110. I still kind of want to get an EKG on screen someday. That would probably require some equipment. I have a bit of a heart rate thing, where if I get panicked enough. That was my panic meter went up IRL just now. Oh, found some bright red dye. That's not the worst thing in the world. But that is every single box in this room full of boxes. And not a single one of them was even a book box, let alone a book box that didn't have the book we're looking for. So even though we have chances here, they are so slim that we're doing this for the sake of doing it, really. It would be a lovely bonus if I found what I was looking for, but I'm not expecting anything. Have no expectations and you won't be disappointed. Hey, a box of sparklers. That's another aerosol bomb if I wanted. Such a stupid requirement. Muscle strain is still in the yellow. I can afford to do one of these. Now, you see, this lady who is inside that storage unit, she probably, in a realistic world, would be somebody who would be likely to have a key to the place, or at least that one unit, but no, she didn't have any keys on her. I guess she might have been one of the people that, they did this in World War Z. Some people who thought someday there'd be a cure for the virus, they would take loved ones and put them in something, just anything. Like you would have cars full of, family members who returned that they just, they loaded them in there in hopes that they wouldn't infect anybody else and just, kick the can down the road, as it were. So that's why when they finally started clearing the states, you would have just cars full of Zeds randomly. Whether it's people who turned on the inside or people who were trying to be transported. Hope can be an enemy to those who don't experience it. Yeah, nothing of particular note there. Still in the yellow? Still in the yellow. You know what? I'm going to go inside briefly. We're going to spend a little bit of time looking around inside while we're waiting for the muscle strain to go away. Nothing but furniture. There's a cyan light bulb on the floor. Mostly furniture. Give me that steel sheet. Take every single one of those at this point. They're harder to find than I was quite expecting. Or I'm just burning through them too fast. Either or. So for this stream, I've adjusted my targets a little bit. We are going to finish looting this place. And if that takes a little bit longer than... until tomorrow morning, which is my initial target, then so be it. That's fine. I'm not going to leave this place half looted. We're going to finish what we started here. You know what? We actually can use this orange barrel. We can turn that into a charcoal burning barrel, and that is going to be something we could use at Jericho. I think I hear some mouth breathing. If not outside, then that tells me possibly upstairs, inside. So that means if I did hear something and my ears aren't playing tricks on me, I will have to keep an eye towards the staircase. But my ears could have been playing a trick on me, I don't fucking know. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. We got some books on a shelf, and they're all level 1s. Ay, it's painful. We'll find Longblade 5 someday. I believe. I believe. We'll find it before our save gets broken by an update. I am confident. I believe in me believing in me. Plastic pipes. Premium Technologies television. That is going to the gas station. Alright, that's not bad for the first floor. We can do a few more sledgehammerings now. So again, my distribution here is the loot that is going to stay here with us is just going straight into the trailer, while the stuff that is going to go back to Jericho goes into the garbage bags. That is how I shall separate them in my brain. Okay, we still got about 30 space in the trunk. What I may do is I may take the trailer back to base, empty it, and then sleep, and then come back and finish looting this place as an overnight activity, depending on how the sledgehammering goes here. I'm assuming that only took us into yellow strain, so we can do 2 more. I love it when one of them is just completely fucking empty. And mostly what we found is furniture. If I wanted to decorate the gas station into a proper base, well, there's my sound system there. Alas, it's just an outpost. It was never meant to be I was considering making it a full base. That consideration has come and gone. If it was going to be a full base, we would have built a forge there by now. So we've got both muscle strain and fatigue working against us there. That's why that took so many hits. Alright, speaking of muscle strain, you know what? We've got painkillers. I am thinking about tactically deploying them. Oh, there is something else that I could be doing that I didn't even consider. What do we get if we dismantle these doors with welding? I've never tried before. I think it might be instantaneous. And we might get steel sheets out of it. If we do, hell yeah. We've got a welding torch that is full. We're going to give it a shot. Oh, we can't. Well, that sucks. Looks like sledgehammers was the correct choice from the beginning. Unless, is there a problem because I'm facing that direction? No. The disassemble menu does nothing. You cannot disassemble these. I would do that. I would love to do that and get some more steel sheets right now. It's not like I'm, like, out of steel sheets, but I want more. I've been pissing through them a lot faster than I was expecting. Anyway, my original plan was to just keep using the sledgehammer and just bail out of here with the muscle strain and just fucking deal with it. I don't know if muscle strain affects your shooting. I've never tried. But that's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is take some painkillers, which you carry around with us. Now remember, painkillers just removes the pain. It doesn't remove the strain. Your muscle strain is still going to reduce your combat effectiveness. So once we start blowing up all these doors, we're just going to fucking run, because we're not going to be combat effective again until we sleep off all the pain. So we are no longer in loot mode, we are in hit and run mode. Oh, look at that, we even saw a generator in there. But we do not have room for a generator right now in the vehicle that we're using. Annie is going to be in a lot of pain tonight when these painkillers ease off. I hear somebody making noise somewhere. I don't know where, but we're just going to keep an eye out. It sounds like somebody in between or inside. I don't really care. Wherever they are, they haven't aggroed yet. Oh, we've identified where they are. We can actually... Hello. Okay, fuck this. With my current level of muscle strain and fatigue, I'm not combat effective in melee at all, but I might be able to do... I'm not even going to try that. I can do that. That works, but that's going to bring more attention towards us than I want to deal with right now. Now, about that zombie who's hitting that door, now that we know where they are, we don't know where they are on the other side of the door, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't care. I just know that they're in front of the door, so we can do this, because we got a sledgehammer. Now, the moment we started doing that, they heard us, so they're actually going for us now, but that's okay, because we're out of here. That was all of this level. Yep, okay, we're out of here. Oh, this is not a way out. Really testing my ability to back up with a trailer here. Alright. So all we do is go back up to base, sleep as soon as we get there, before the pain kicks in. We will have a miserable evening, but tomorrow morning we will awaken and just be able to very easily loot everything that we just exposed. And there's the pain. So yeah, we couldn't get to bed before the pain kicked in. Taking another bite of painkillers. That's alright, that's what we have them for. I don't like to see my girl suffer, even though we're not exactly going to be at risk here at our own base. I still don't like having her be in pain, because I wouldn't want to be that way. So, we take care of our girl here. In fact, we're going to take such good care of her that we can afford to put together a salad. I hate kale leftovers. I hate them so much. But at least this way we're getting rid of them. And it's reducing unhappiness every time we make a salad out of them. A little bit early for bed, but actually, no, that was right on time. We're good. So after all that muscle strain, oh, look at that, we slept it all off. Excellent. Excellent. I'm a lot happier now. We're going to sort the loot we just picked up. We just got a new TV. That bucket can go right on the floor. These vehicle parts, we'll drop them off at the lot. Everything else can just go straight into our inventory here. Minus the floodlights, because of course those are a little heavy. So if anybody joining is not familiar, I do have a plan for this stream. We are going to call it after we finish looting the place that we were just at. So if you guys are here for big combat sections, we're finished with those, definitely. I don't expect any large fights to be ahead of us to just finish looting that place. So I think once we're done with that, we'll go ahead and call it. More surplus pillows than I was expecting. Where would I put a TV here? I suppose the pot, where the pot is currently located, that's fine. I put the pot there specifically so that I wouldn't forget about it, because it's a cool looking cauldron pot. Not the best positioning, but not the worst. I wanted to put these lights down. Probably the ceiling. Yeah, you know what? That would actually give this place a nice aesthetic to it. Definitely. We're gonna put floodlights on the ceilings, directly above our gates. See, this gives it that post-apocalyptic look, right? The floodlights from an elevated position. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And it objectively is useful because the light doesn't reach very far out of this place. Now it does. Look at that. I like it. I like it a lot. So all this stuff in these bags is just all going back to Jericho, where our full base is. Anything that's in the inside of this gas station here, anything that's inside this gas station is just going to stay here forever for the most part. I may collect the comics before I leave. Right now I'm just storing comics locally if I need something to read, but I may actually take the comics with me because I have a collection back at Riverside, and I don't know if I'm missing anything from that collection. So I actually may take some comics back with me for the comic book collection. I need these steel sheets somewhere conspicuous so that I can see them very easily and know that they're here. Otherwise, I am liable to forget. I suppose that's good enough. Yeah, that'd be a little hard to miss. The light bulbs in this ambulance, the headlights rather, took a bit of a hit. We're going to need to replace those. Yeah, they're down to like the 30s. No wonder the headlights are terrible. Back to 100% for both of those bad boys. Look at the difference. That is, that's significant. Chuck the old ones in the shedder here. So we have filled up the trunk of the RTB van here is basically full now. So we don't have to... We now have to consider that any more RTB loot that we're going to pick up just goes in the trailer and then stays in the trailer. So anything else we pick up that is going to stay here needs to not go in the trailer in the first place. That will prevent me from getting anything confused. Hopefully. Do a little bit of cooking and then hit the sack. And then we'll spend just the morning tomorrow getting everything else out of the place that we were looting there. You know something I don't know? Can you put kale on a sandwich? I've never tried, and I have all the materials to make bread. There's a part of me that wants to make bread. All I need is a bowl and a liter of water, and a crafting surface. Otherwise, everything else that I need is in the trunk of the truck here. This is Meals on Wheels. That is the white truck there. Give me a bowl. You know what? I'm gonna make both a baguette and bread dough because I've never tried a baguette in this game, but now I can make. I made one of each. They are uncooked. You can do things to your bread too. Yeah, we can make spice bread. I'm gonna put parsley and thyme on the bread. So we got a little bit of spice bread here. Now, unfortunately, nothing that's in the fridge can just be added to the bread. That's okay. So we got a baguette and herbs bread cooking. Now, when this is done cooking, I'm just going to sleep because it'll be 4 a.m. And then we'll actually do something with the bread tomorrow morning. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is we can slice just the herb bread. That's all we can do. I wish we could cut the herb bread into burger buns, but... Okay, so we can make a sandwich from the baguette or from the slices. Now, what about... Ooh, okay. I can use the beef. I didn't know that. Okay, let's cook the beef then. So we got some beef in the freezer there that we brought down to the fridge. We just got to cook it, and then we can do something with it. I'm going to cook the eggs, too. We can make a bunch of sandwiches here. I would have cooked this beef last night if I knew I could do this. So while we're waiting for the beef to cook, we're going to make a sandwich with kale. One unit of kale on each, and then 1 egg on each. So we've got kale and egg sandwiches, and then we're going to put 2 units of beef on each of these. Because the beef you can only put 4 items on a sandwich. And it only uses up 5 units of beef, and this beef is chunky, so we want to use up a lot of the beef. And unfortunately, there's nothing else about the sandwich here. I was hoping that because we made it with a baguette, we might be able to sneak some more ingredients onto it, but alas, it's all the same. Alright, 1 unit of kale, 1 egg, 2 beef. And there's still plenty of beef left over. We'll use that for something else later. What can we put on these sandwiches? I would like to use stuff that I've never used before, like barbecue sauce and ketchup. I have not been able to use barbecue sauce and ketchup for a very long time here. Actually sounds pretty good. Kale would be like a lettuce replacement, and then we've almost got a burger. I guess you would call it a bit of a breakfast burger because it's got the egg on it, and the egg, the way we cooked it, it would probably be hard-boiled. So You could probably take the hard-boiled egg and like slice it into like ring slices, and put those on the sandwich. It would be a little bit flaky, but I would eat that. I would eat that and I would enjoy it. So we're actually eating something good here. One delicious sandwich down the hatch. See, we keep our girl happy here and well fed. Now, these sandwiches will go bad pretty fast. So I'm actually going to put one in the freezer and one in the fridge. And then the, whatchamacallit, this one, I'll carry with me because it'll be good for the rest of today. So one in the fridge, one in the freezer, and that is good for our sandwiches there. We are deploying back to finish off our loot operation, and then we are good to go for this stream. Today is December 4th. I don't go shopping again until the 6th, I don't think, so I don't think I need to go shopping today. But I did have a couple of other chores. I'm gonna have to check my chore board. I forget my chores sometimes, so I started writing them on a whiteboard. I definitely am behind a little bit on laundry. I mean, I'm one of those guys who has like a billion pairs of clothes, sometimes duplicates of the same outfit. So it's not like I have a pressing concern to do laundry, but it's good to be in the habit. Habituating yourself is never a bad thing. All right, now I've driven past this ambulance a couple times. Never again am I going to drive past an ambulance without doing a quick check of the engine. Even though this is a wreck. Look at that, boys. Look at this. We've got another quality 100 ambulance. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay, I need to make sure that I don't forget about that. So we are going to have a quick diversion. We're just going to take this ambulance back to our garage. And we're going to leave it there so that I will know why it's there in the future. Because if I try to trust myself to not forget about this ambulance I just found here with this is the only other quality 100 I've ever seen, by the way. The two ambulances that are on your screen right now are the only two that I've ever found with quality 100 engines. Back at Jericho, we have one with a quality 99, and functionally that's about the same. Because remember, even at quality 100, there's still that tiny % chance for it to fail to start, so still, that is one hell of a find right there. Boy. So yeah, I am going to tow this ambulance that I just looked at. Yeah, we're towing that back. Not a full diversion for what we were doing, but a partial. And everything about that ambulance that needs to get fixed up, that's actually a perfect warm-up activity for next stream. I never like to dive straight into the, the combat stuff. I always like to ease myself into it, because I like to start my streams early in the morning. So it is always good to have something to do that is not like, strictly combat related. Magnificent X there in the chat wishing me luck. That luck has manifested. That luck has finally manifested. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Sometimes you just need luck. And I would have... okay, you know what? I would have traded this ambulance for Longblade 5 to actually drop. But since that's not what we got, I'll take this as a consolation prize, and I will be very happy with it. Someday the stars will align and we'll get Longblade 5. Today is not that day. Probably won't be tomorrow either, but I'm not mad about it. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. I am a guy who farmed Ashes of Alar back before it was easy. And when I say back before it was easy, I mean back before you could one-shot bosses from old dungeons. If anybody's not familiar, World of Warcraft, right now, whenever a new expansion comes out for World of Warcraft, they have this silly little thing that they do that just makes it so that if you want to go back and do the dungeons from the previous expansion, you can just walk in there and one-shot everything. Like, it's not just the fact that you're doing a lot of damage, it's that they artificially boost the damage. Like, you'll go in there and you'll do 1,000,000 damage to things, like more damage than you would ever be capable of doing elsewhere. Thanks to a lag spike, we didn't make that turn. So those beautiful, fresh headlights I just put in this thing, fuck that. Fuck that, they're down to like 70% now. This is one of the reasons I put a cap to how long I play. I can play this game for 14 hours, and I have in the past, but I start making mistakes. More and more mistakes. I can blame the frame rate for that partially, but also... No, I was also distracted. Anyway. But yeah, in World of Warcraft, it didn't used to be that way. It didn't used to be that you just artificially got damage boosters. It used to be that, you know, obviously content that you used to do in previous expansions was easier to the point of a lot of it being trivialized. It was not just you'd walk in there and do a million damage to everything, though. Like, it was still actually a challenge in... I think this was Cataclysm when I did this. It was still actually a challenge to solo Kael'thas, for example. But I did it every week on multiple characters. And I did that. That was way before it was easy to do. And Kael'thas is the guy who has like a 1% chance to drop the Ashes of Alar. So I got it. I have the achievement. The achievement is timestamped. Something like April 2012, I think, if I remember right. No. Sorry, that was 2011. It was 2011 when it dropped, because I remember my ex-fiance was in the group with me when that dropped. I remember that very specifically. Might even have a screenshot of that too. I remember when I saw it happen, I just started jamming the F12 key. I was like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Fucking, that was fun times right there. If I ever dig up that screenshot, I'll upload it to my Emigra or something. Right now, I do not know where it is. That would be a little adventure to try to find that. Alright, so we sledgehammered starting here and then looping around the bottom. Okay. Let's get a garbage bag in our offhand. And we are thirsty because we forgot to refill our water. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time. Shit. I also didn't leave one in the trunk. I usually do that when I do a stupid. I think there's a bathroom here. Don't want to be dehydrated. That will decrease your damage. You know what? We're going to fill up 2 of these and put one in the trunk of the ambulance. Because there should be one in the trunk of the ambulance. Look at this. Look at this, boys. Okay. Okay. All right. So I was ready for a red generator, but now we've got a yellow and a red. Our power grows. Quite literally. Quite literally. So this is actually, you can store, as an organized person, I can store 3 of these. And that's it. I can store 3 of these, and then we've got like 10 encumbrance left in the trunk here. Blue light, taking the light bulb. We did clear, yeah, we cleared everything in here. We're just going to pretend that front collision never happened. The right headlight that just took 20% damage because that's a little... Yeah. Just going to put a fresh bulb in there and pretend that never happened. Rest of the stuff in here I don't have too high of expectation for. But I will check it all. I don't know if these wooden crates have as big of a chance as being a book crate as the other ones do. I feel like I've seen a little bit of everything in these. This is a hoarder loot table right here. This guy had literal garbage bags full of actual literal garbage in it. In these crates here. That's I can't say that I've never been that bad. Yeah. At one point, I had some motivation problems in my 20s. I wouldn't go as far as to call it like morbid depression or anything. I just had such serious motivation problems that I didn't. You couldn't fucking pay me to get up and take care of myself. So there were problems there. But at one point, yeah, it wasn't that I wasn't necessarily a hoarder. I was just so fucking lazy and unmotivated that I wasn't even taking care of myself. That has been fixed though. I might not be as good with my chores as some more well-to-do people, but I am a hell of a lot better now than I was back then. I may take that freezer if I have room for it. I have a lot of those back at Riverside. I don't have a lot of those here. That I need to keep in mind there is a zombie on this door right here. We blew out the back of that place so that we could flank it. But I need to not forget about that. Tank top catches my eye. Nothing else here does. Somebody really likes their pants. That was like 12 pairs of pants there. Nothing but tables. Okay. This is probably going to be construction in it. Chairs. I'll take a box of nails. I'll always take those. I can make my own nails, but that's a lot of charcoal. That's a lot of charcoal for something that it's probably much better to find. So if there is still one in there, that might have been it. That might have been the guy. We're not going to make that assumption, though. We are going to treat this as enemy territory. Okay, we're good. Nothing in there but plastic chairs and staples. No wonder he turned into a zombie. Didn't even bring food with him. He brought a bed, but no food. And that is that for this place. Now, there is still some more stuff indoors. I would like to check everything. Even in the indoor cells of these places, even in the indoor cells, you can still find things like generators, for example. And at this current stage of the game, I would not even snub my nose at another yellow generator. We've got another harvest of kale coming up. I don't think we're going to get quite enough kale to fill up another dual freezer. So I wouldn't want to establish another generator circuit, but I mean, I'll take it. I'll take all the kale that I can harvest. Even though this whole place indoors here is going to be looted and trashed, I'm not giving up hope. We're going to look in all these containers before we move on. On the floor here, beginner's carving. Steel sheet, please. Why is my backpack full already? Probably because I'm carrying around shit like a performance muffler. So we found some mustard in one of these crates. 2-year-old mustard wasn't being refrigerated. Sure, that's fine to put on this sandwich of ours, right? That's a Subway sandwich we just made right there. Submarine sandwich. Beautiful. Like I said, we take care of our girl here. She gets good food every once in a while. Blue light bulb. Rare find. It might be bad capacity, but I'll take it. Dumbbells, I thought wasn't strength level 10. More dumbbells. A whole bunch of these things. Somebody must have had 3 arms to work with. one for each. Should be, yeah, that's the whole lower level here. So now we go upstairs. Same situation up here. Everything's looted and trashed. But steel sheets in front of every broken door. I'll take every single one of those. With a smile. And this radio is probably going to be in perfect condition as far as vehicles go. Now here's an example of a helmet that I would never in a million years wear. Look at those little red bars there. Vision impairment and hearing impairment. Putting one of those on your head in this game, to me, feels like you might as well be putting a fucking blindfold on. I don't know if I would never... Ooh, a multicolor pen! Those are really fucking rare. When I found the first one on my character here, I celebrated. It's a perfect thing to have in your field kits. Very lightweight, and you get all 4 pen colors, only 0.2 encumbrance. Another blue light bulb. Piano. We have a piano here, boys. Found another piano. We have fun times with pianos here. We're just going to do a quick sweep, make sure there's no Zeds up here. Yeah, okay. Same principle here, we're going to do a sweep before we start looting. I don't think there would be anybody still up here that would not have heard enough noise to come downstairs and play with us. I'm not going to make that assumption. This is pretty white furniture right there. Those are actually... That's the sound of a mouse running. For a second it sounded like a zombie eating something. See, these couches right here, you could find these in like rural homes. Not too often anywhere else though. Fucking crystal on the floor there. Can use that to perform my seance. Not that there's much of a point for a seance right now. If you want to talk to the dead, just go outside. Seances, their purpose really fell off after the apocalypse here. Hey, look at that. A box of 45 auto rounds just laying on the floor. Who's to say a looted and trashed POI gave me nothing? Bunch of fucking chairs, and of course, the crate is blocking the corner. So we actually have to remove the chairs. Because we want to see what's in the back corner crates. Can't do that unless we move this fucking thing. Hey, orange light bulb. Christmas ornaments. We've almost got enough ornaments collectively. We could almost do a Christmas tree now. Almost. We only find them one at a time, which is rather silly. Anybody who's ever done a Christmas tree before will know that you just normal people store them all together in one box. So we should be seeing massive boxes full of Christmas ornaments, not just one at a time. But we live in a weird alternate reality here. Okay, we're done with this place. Like I said, I came in here with almost no expectations. So to find even a bunch of those steel sheets, hell yeah. Sometimes you gotta be satisfied with the little things here. Pick what W's you can. Like a sandwich. Sometimes a sandwich, after all that, sometimes that is more valuable than a lot of things. So all this stuff I'm putting in here is going back to Jericho. So it can all go in there and stay in there. Everything else is going to stay here. And yeah. Good. Okay. Successful looting operation. Very successful. Wait a minute. Am I a doofus? Look at it. Okay. I am a doofus. I missed an entire row. Okay. Alright. Alright. We're going to be out here just a little longer. We have an entire row of doors that need to be sledged out. I think we'll do these two at a time. If I do these two at a time, that should probably give us enough time so that we won't get too much muscle strain buildup. Hello. I heard those footsteps. Why don't you come inside this one and die? You'll be running over your corpse. So, that would have, I can't exactly get away with just two sledgings if there's going to be absolute jack shit in both of those. Now, real talk, you could go to b42map.com and you can actually zoom in, and the furniture is going to be the same in all of these. So, right, this one right here that doesn't have any containers and is all just fucking... I could have looked on the website and seen that, but I'm not gonna... We're just playing the game here. We don't need to look at the website every single time there's an opportunity that presents itself. Lovely resource, b42map.com. It'll show you the interiors of many buildings. I wouldn't go as far as to say that there's an ethical way to use it. Just whatever enjoyment works for you. Sometimes I'm happy to be surprised. Other times I would like to know exactly what I'm fighting for. In this case, the fight is already over, so I'm perfectly fine just being surprised. Oh, the Piano Man. Play us a song, you're the Piano Man. Oh, you know what? We can drop the sledgehammer here for a moment. This door right here, we can actually weld this door apart. So I'm going to use welding instead of sledging for that door. Believe me, if I could use welding on... I've already tried, if anybody's was not here earlier. I tried. We cannot weld apart these... garage doors on these places. But at least this one here. So get us a steel sheet. Hello there. Step up and get flipped. Wasn't coming in here with too high of expectations. Corn and sweet potato. I think we actually are at the tail end of the growing season for that. Not that I would really want to grow it, even if we were in the season for it. I'm taking a highly limited approach to agriculture right now. There's the vast majority of crops in this game. Kale and potatoes are superior to almost all of them in terms of food. Corn is good if you don't have enough flour. Then you can get corn. You can make corn flour. That's neat. You can eat the corn, obviously, but I mean, in terms of growth time to how much it weighs versus what you can do with it, I prefer potatoes and kale a hell of a lot more. If I was trying to feed an army, that would be very different. Corn is... There's a reason we grow corn right now, and it's usually for mass agriculture reasons. Individually, for individual persons, corn is probably not the best crop to grow. I think kale is probably one of the best. Potatoes are great. Tomatoes, both in real life and in game. Tomatoes I might grow again someday, but I think it's July 28th. I think the growing season for tomatoes is actually supposed to be... The best month is July, in it. Oh no, tomatoes we should have planted back in May. Yeah, tomatoes are done. Tomatoes are long gone. They really pushed back all the growing seasons a lot. There's almost nothing that gets planted in July now. Yeah, there's almost no... Like, radishes, obviously, rosemary. Those can be planted almost throughout the not winter. Okay, lettuce could be planted in July. Lettuce... I actually hate lettuce. I hate lettuce because there are so few things you can do with it. So many recipes you cannot add lettuce to. The fact that we just made some sandwiches without having any lettuce to put on them. Like, I got to a point where I was just putting lettuce in salads and then just straight up eating it. Yeah, common mallow, comfrey. Very few things that I actually would want to bother growing right now. And again, it's also July 20... Yeah, fuck it. I had not intended on growing anything. But now that I've looked at the growing seasons again while waiting for that muscle strain to go away, I am vindicated in my decisions. I'm gonna do another round of fall crops, because last time I tried to do fall crops, I didn't look at the change in growing seasons. I didn't really realize that the fucking fall crops had been completely destroyed by the Indie Stone. One of the stupidest decisions I've seen them made recently. Apparently, crops that you plant in the fall now get harvested in January. How many... I don't know how many people watching right now would know a farmer in their lives. Go ask any farmer that you've ever met, how many crops do you harvest in January? And they're going to look at you like you're fucking stupid. Because you don't harvest in January. There's nothing to fucking harvest in January. Plants don't bloom in the middle of fucking winter. If you're, even in the if you're in the tropics, then seasons don't exist, and sensitive plants can do whatever they want. But in, any sort of temperate climate, no, that doesn't fucking happen. That's not how any of this works. And yet, for some reason, one of the most recent patches, as of after 42.10, something in there, the Indie Stone seemed to see fit to make it all the crops that you plant in fucking January. Or sorry, you plant them in fall and then you harvest them in January. It's like they realize that people don't tend to live very long, so they're trying to condense it a little bit. But then, what the fuck do you even have growing seasons for if you're going to do it that unrealistically? If you're going to make it that unrealistic, just fucking do away with it. Nobody likes growing seasons to begin with. I mean, I'm engaging with it because that's the system they gave us. Nobody fucking likes it. Almost everybody who I talk to they just turn it off. The only reason I haven't turned it off is because that's what we do here. We play the game as it's given to us. But yeah, that's I could bitch about crops and growing seasons for quite a bit. It is that is one of the reasons I don't currently submit bug reports for this game, because I tried submitting one for the growing seasons. The devs could change one number right now and make tobacco actually work, but no, tobacco is 100% impossible to grow. I put in a bug report for it back in fucking May of this year, IRL. and crickets. Fucking crickets. Not even just a cursory, hey, yeah, we're aware of this. No. Not even a, hey guys, we know that we just have to change one fucking number to fix it. One fucking number in one file. They got an add at 8. Or, what was it? No, they got to add a 10 because it's a month plus 1. And September needs to be a valid growth month for tobacco for it to actually work again. They couldn't even do that. They can't fucking change one number. I don't know. That's one of the reasons I don't submit bug reports anymore, because if they couldn't do such a simple fix to a bug report that I submitted, what fucking hope is there for anything more complicated than that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a little black-pilled on it, that's all. I'm not saying don't submit bug reports. You know, if you feel like documenting something that you're seeing and you actually want to submit it, allegedly they rely on it. But, I don't know. Came away with 9 seal sheets from that. I like to imagine I'm not going to run out again anytime soon. So what we're going to do is we're going to empty what's in my backpack, and then we're going to sleep once, and then that's what we're going to call it. Because we ended up using up most of the day, unexpectedly there. But that's okay. We just need to make sure that we use the time properly from here on out, so that we can start next session with a freshly slept character. So all the stuff I picked up that's going to stay in the local area, put all that away. Meals on Wheels didn't have mustard, now it does. And this welding mask actually belongs to the ambulance, so it needs to go there. Cabbage Patch doll, that can stay with us. And I almost forgot, we did actually pick up a few things for the local area that got left in the ambulance. Another propane tank to refill those torches with. Everything else is looking good. Our weaponry is not in need of replacement. We did not use up too much sword at all this journey. Today's session. We've been very efficient with our killing. Now this is a muffler for a standard vehicle, so I need to kind of separate it from the other parts here. Okay, and now because our sleep schedule is thrown off a little bit, we're already tired, so we're just going to go ahead and sleep now. I went to sleep with the gate open again because I'm an actual literal idiot. I would give my kingdom. I would give my kingdom for auto-closing gates in the base game. I know there's a mod for that. That's not the point. That's one of the things that definitely needs to be in the base game. But I digest. Preaching to the choir there. So we are pretty good to go here. I think we've got everything that we brought back sorted with us. This trailer needs to go back with this hauler here. So at the beginning of next stream, we're probably going to be spending some time back at Jericho. Yeah. Yep, that is exactly what we're doing. So next stream, we return back to Jericho and get all of this loot dropped off that's in Jorgensen and Sons. And we'll take it from there. So I would say we've had a very successful session today. I always like to do screenshots of my base periodically. Alright. Adios, folks. And the last thing we always do here is back up our save. Very simple process. I just go to my Zomboid folder here. Saves, Apocalypse, and the most recent one. It's sorted by date modified there. Just copy that whole save folder there. And then go back up a couple levels to my backups folder. And make a new folder. This is part 75 of Anime's Journey through Build 42. Control V, and that's going to take quite a while to transfer. So I shall see you guys in the next one. Have a good one, folks. Oh yeah, appreciate that, Naughty. Have a good one.